shift so far over. Rather than get all Russian. How long till sunset? Usually about 8 o'clock. There's a full moon tonight. It's a little crazy. I guess they're going to try to go to the freeway, or they're all headed to that bar.
Yo, what up, pimps? I'm here. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Rabbi?
Kicking ass, taking names. Let's get in your neck of the woods.
I come to you for wisdom. So, do you think I should start blasting MK677?
Why would you want to do that?
I don't know. I feel smart.
Okay. You go to the gym?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your diet like?
What's my diet like?
Yeah.
2,900 maintenance and like 200 grams protein plus a day.
Okay. Do you ever get in a state of ketosis?
Can you repeat that?
Do you ever get in a state of ketosis?
Ketosis?
Yeah, if you don't know what ketosis is, then you shouldn't be blasting MK677 yet. Alright, so you don't know what ketosis is. It's a state where your body is protein rich, fat rich, carb depleted. After about 48 hours of just eating protein without any carbohydrates, your body goes into like superhuman mode. And it allows you to lift more, run faster. Everything is better. So, and then you get these little things called ketosis strips, and you pee on them to ensure that you're still in a state of ketosis. Basically, so long as you stay away from carbohydrates, your body will be in a state of ketosis. And that's what I recommend doing first. And the reason why I recommend that is you have to see what your body's like when it's in superhuman mode. And if you've never been in that, you should try it. Just for a moment, I'm adjusting to the computer.
It's just kissing the top of City Hall right now. Yeah. I chose to go back. What's going on here? They're all, like I said, I think they're crossing the bridge here. They were throwing all the rocks yesterday. I think they're going to do the plaza there. I'm ready, Brandon. I've been checking them out. That's why it looks like I'm just stoned. Watch, look at this. That's why I was like, awesome art. Even though that I'm real moving. Walking along. Yeah. You figure though, it all be there. But all I can think of is maybe they figured that they do early, so maybe they all left at the same kind of time. So fuel, and then be able to come back right at that they can see what's going on. With that, oh, yep. Watch IRT Media right there's the link. Subscribe.
This is a group that was coming up, right? Marching around.
There's the link right there. You know, click like and subscribe on this page. Great news source. New York and you know, Bob, it's funny. I checked the news and I'm not showing anything that I saw. You must be watching on small streamers, stuff like we're watching. Are they looting or anything? Or are they just marching? Oh.
Stayed at 8 p.m. Will be tonight's curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. and runs Highway 5 circle. Nobody's allowed to be out tonight. and I got curfew. There's plenty of officers at many other streets.
Nobody's walking. You're just gonna be on the outskirts. You're gonna be on the outskirts. But they're all gonna be with you on the outskirts, you know. Oh. Indian name.
They won't be able to protest here in downtown Los Angeles today. I'm not going to go to Hollywood or go somewhere else. They'll be close to Long Beach. I heard Long Beach is protesting. Due to the fact that a lot of rioting and looting took place last night, number of businesses.
Welcome, Alex. How you doing, pimp?
Cell phone business, jewelry business.
Yeah, right,
Apple store got looted. Shoe store got looted.
I'm busy. I'm doing a bunch of things right now. It's like yes, sir.
And then cameras be my camera.
Can you repeat it?
Like, is my camera you going out?
No, it's just mine.
Okay. Is there any reading material you've got? Like, have you released a book or anything?
No, I have a very long blog if people want to read about what I do.
I know it's off the audience. I'm watching.
A very long blog. That could be a book. A blog.
Yeah.
It's Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah.
.blogspot.com.
Okay.
Feel free to take a look at it. Apologies, I can't be more engaging right now, Alex. I'm busy on some projects. Take care, my friend. Peace.
want every Palestinian to be safe. We don't want anybody who is taken safe. Stand up here. People just spit through his mask. All right, everybody.
Finish this kid.
All right, everybody. Time for
Round 6.
I got a throat free. I'll be locked down. Can't get no throat. Oh, bird just started. Started, baby. 1 minute. Oh, right now. Official. Grove Street. That's Ralph Grove Street. Big market. Bird just started. 8 o'clock on the dot. Already starting to look like a ghost town. Real quick, like. Hopefully the views will get over top too. You know, from above as Joe walks. It's great to see both angles. Very good. Let's put the yellow here. Yeah, let's see. Nobody's up. Other than Bob. Look. audio on, see what's going on. You know what I mean? Nick, still leave the tax channel on. Making the box. Box. Fully enslaved. Looks like they're gathering in front of, like they're all in front of City Hall. Easier for Joe to figure out where to go. We keep track. They're all concentrated there. Those two blocks is on the back. I'm sorry. Again, a lot more truth to the fact right off. Lock the bottles, get them all there. None. Horses are coming. Hear that? That's the helicopter. That's the tax flight officer. Oh, right, almost. Like, come on, figure it out. Figure it out, guys. Figure it out. Exactly what that is. Hey, guys, figure it out. Trump? We're not the number. Think he's ever seen smoke with me? Probably not. Cop. Just watch them. The other side is the horses. The horses fucking Oakley fucking shades. Y'all got the Oakleys already. That way if you throw a rock or something, you won't hit the horse. Nice. Fireworks. I don't know if it's I haven't seen it yet. Probably pretty tight. 5 straight days. I don't know. It's a lot of. Yep. Lock the bottles again. Oh. Get some shots. Mike. Yeah. Yeah. That's about it. Arrow Squirrel, thank you so much. Rebel RC have a fresh pass. He's some bagel. Not fair. I think he does. He's been here every day. They all seem to know him. I love when they kind of get tested. Funny. Right there. All right, they left. There you go. Almost trying to burn on top star, but they left. That's what curfew. So tomorrow. That's how big the area is. Triangle from the 5 to 110 to 101. Come on. Who's there? Fucking car being burned. Fox and all that good stuff. Have it. That was the notice for every officer there on the ground. Mayor has signed. You know, you heard the flare. Like to pretty briefly started. Horsey, I'm talking about. Bring him in. Why? I want to bring them home. I think that's going to be the new best. Right. All the way on the stand. Tuxedo Jack has more. Best pass. You know, right now, how to get out of this. What's the VR? That's Ryan Wilson. VR glasses. I don't know what's wrong. Oh, hang out. Chicago too. You guys remember when they painted, they tagged it? Then I was telling you, look, they just painted it. Remember, I was just telling you as you walked by a few hours earlier. Look, it's clean. I know they did it fast, but and now look, they bombed it all over again. Why, if I was the fan, I would have said, you know what, guys, this is your way to dance. Not that I don't want to do it, but I think I'm just going to be spinning my wheels here. You're going to be wasting more things. That's more money down the road. We can just wait. It cool down, and I can come back, I'll paint it all, make it look great. Deborah K, thank you so much, Deborah K. Paint the wall. You know, I mean, look, the city building, I mean, to, refresh the paint so there's not graffiti all over it, so it looks like shit. Got to do it sometime. The main concern, you heard the mayor, the first thing out of her mouth was, "Oh my God, the World Cup's coming this next year. Do you want it to look crazy?" And look at it. It looks terrible. Worried about the World Cup. Got to paint it. Don't think like FIFA or whoever controls the World Cup is looking at this shit right now. Because they are. I say do that, Tom. Get Tom up in there and get on the PA up in the helicopter, give him the order. I say we do it.
I understand you all met Tom.
Yeah, I know you met Tom.
You met Tom. He loves drafting. Like, It's FIFA controls the World Cup. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. All I know about soccer is I don't like it. I don't know. I can't watch any sport where I gotta watch it for 90 minutes and then it's tie. 0-0 tie. I can't do it. I hated it in hockey. Hockey got smart. Maybe a quicker overtime. Maybe that's what soccer should do. How you have like 90 minutes and then there's stop play and then you get another like 6 minutes after the 90. Maybe that 6 minutes for the 90 there should be half the amount of players on the field on each side. So that way there's more power. It opens up scoring. So I think we should do that for the overtime, right? And if nobody scores even then, you go to a penalty shot situation, which is always the funnest part of soccer anyway. Come on, the penalty shot is so exciting. That's the most exciting part. So you do penalty shots until somebody wins. That's what hockey does. You get 3 on each side, and you win 2. Out of the 3, you're good. And just run live. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. There's a lot more than what did that 40 right there. They already said 196. Get out of it, cuz. Right on the other side. Joe's right on the other side. There's a yellow light is down there. Further down, he's right there. So looking at Maldonado might have put it in the seat. Travel guy, let's go. Oh man, travel guy, man. It's good to see you. Oh boy. Hey, travel guy. Always so kind. Sorry, cat's not crazy. I don't know how to. We have a little over 12K in YouTube alone. Just 28K doing X and all that shit. Everybody wants it. Everybody wants it. I want the helicopter. Yeah, or a couple. No, Chicago is. We can listen to the, beats on the release a little bit. The problem is, it's delayed by a half hour. You can at least get I guess you could just at least get a taste of what may or may not be happening. There you go. I look down and then look up. game's over here. Right. Five, I haven't heard you. I'm like, I'm trying to watch two different streams of this, and then I'm watching the Dodger game. Don't go like this. Bottom. Oh. No tights. Here we go. There's Tom. Now that's on the ground. Yeah, get smoked like a thing. Casper, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very nice showing up. Right now I'm focused on Skylock and some blue ribs and some grape egg going around. Am I ready? Ready for what? Purge? I'm ready as I'll ever be. Decent amount of weed. I'm ready as I'll ever be. Come on, when I say go, you go. Come on. All right. We're headed towards, I'm not mistaken, they're headed slowly towards No, I don't know what's that, but I told you, well, I told you that I think that, like I said, see that what they're doing? They're just gonna go and congregate like outside your box and do this shit out there. So then they'll have to do that, and then they'll chase them. And then what difference does it make? You just cleared that one area that already got trashed. And in the area, of course, there are the federal buildings, stuff like that. Makes it easier for the National Guard and the Marines. You got called, protect federal buildings. Makes it easier for them. You just post up, nobody will be in the box. Yeah. Right. Like I said, he's in traffic. They pushed him towards the extent. Those at that green light coming towards the extent. That's where we're at. Should get chaotic right here. You get viewers freshness advised. Someone coming through might get angry, hit the gas, run somebody over. Viewers freshness. Really? 9-0. Come on. Alright. Distracted anyway. I'm not watching them. They're down 9-0. God damn it. What are they going to do? I don't know. Congregate here and do burnouts in front of the wall. Look at all the sheriff up there. Or those might be National Guard. I don't know. It moves so quickly. Kind of look like sheriff. W on them.
Peace out, GB. Peace, baby.
Or butt breath. Butt breath, Brianna. Let's get it, man. Getting there. That's all. Well, good, good, good. Every day. 12:44 night.
The brushes.
Oh boy, the brushes. Like police academy. They sit in the LAPD school buses. Oh boy. Gonna make the rest. Please, gonna make them arrest. So the rest of night. Please, gonna make the rest
See what happens? People are just trying to get home, and then these people get in front, or then they get in fights with them. Then you get people that just trying to make their way around, and then somebody gets in. They're not creating a line here. See, now people have to turn around.
It's hurt.
See, they're in the car. They're beating on the car. Angry little mob. Beating on the cars just because they're trying to get home. You block the street.
Gonna do some bite donuts. Uh-oh, see? See what happens? People just try to get home, and then these people get in front, and then they get in fights with them. Then you got people that are just trying to make their way around, and then somebody gets hit.
There's kids in there fighting.
About creating a line here. See, now people have to turn around.
I know. Joy, diversity, equity, inclusion.
Oh, see, they're hitting the car. See, they're beating on the car. The angry liberal mob. What happened? See, angry liberal mob is beating on the cars just because they're trying to get home. You block the street. They're shooting. Take one in the eye. Minivan, maybe that's a family going home. There's kids in there. You're frightening them. And I know joy, diversity, equity, inclusion.
See, sometimes too, I end up wanting to watch when I'm screaming and I'm falling. I'm falling on. Going on. I want to feel what's going on.
Horses are back.
Again, shut up the IRT. So what's awful to me, guys, was they started damaging
Shit, that made me jump. I'm all concentrating on it. See what that made me jump. What's up, Andrew? How are you? I'm all, see, sometimes I tell you, like, I end up wanting to watch what I'm streaming, and I fall into it too. I'm all in awe of it. See what's going on. I want to see what's going on. Let's see all the madness. And again, shout out to IRT Media, man. Just like to subscribe on this page, right now in the chat. What a hell of a job, Joe's done, man. Shout out to Joe, man. All weekend and then into this week. Done a tremendous job. And he got shot in the leg by a round. Like a 4-inch welt on his leg from a rubber bullet hit him. Black. No, they shot him with a rubber bullet. Good, man. They're rolling these dudes. Mad rush. Urge. Mad urge. Benches are high.
Just joining guys starting live here right now. We're on Temple Spring Street, intersection of Temple and Spring here in downtown Los Angeles. Right next to City Hall. Officers forced to push forward due to the fact that protesters were blocking the street and they started attacking, damaging, vandalizing vehicles that were just trying to get through the area.
Business. You know they say hate business.
See the guy on the ground right there? He just threw him on the ground. Bam! Fucking hit him fucking real quick, like, man, it was great. He was like,
Rex Kwando, we use the buddy system. No more flying solo.
Are they making a arrest? Yeah. See them making arrests. They keep staying. Asking them to leave. You hear it.
Happened now, the groups have spread up. There's at least about 150, 20 people out there protesting. Now, everybody's running their own way, so the group of fight should be small, 30, 40 people. We got blocking here at this location.
Watching the XM on the other screen. Just near the most disaster. $8 a gallon.
The mayor of Los Angeles, guys, said it first, not from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. covers all of downtown Los Angeles area. All the way to 5 to 110, from 10 to 101. Everything is between that location.
Wow, lockdown, right?
From 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Most media outlets got stuck in gas. Run behind. Right here, not much protest out here. Ugly many here.
$6 water. Everyone, it's $8 a gallon. He is $7.18 for 87. A regular 87 gas. $7.89. Everybody else is like, oh no, I ain't going to do that. X10's like, oh man, I'm going to slow up creep. Not get too close. Alright, you know what? Guys, I'm going to go give them some treats real quick. I'll be right back. Give them some treats, I'm going to get a drink. Those are pop. Tagging on the walls.
We're starting to see what not much different from today and yesterday. The person's been in effect for over an hour now. there's still people on the streets. They're just pushing them from street to street. Small group that ran up here. There's a park. Ice, cold, cranberry. Eat that. All the codes. Look, stinks. Get her, man. Get her dad.
A la carte, man. Looks like Christmas. And Christmas. Getting on the freeway here.
You see a lot of people like tagging and throwing stuff with the cops. Yeah, what do you think about the looters and all that are showing up?
How they trying to take away citizens out?
But do you see a lot of people like tagging and throwing stuff at the cops?
That has nothing to do with it. They're angry. That's how we get. Also, when you bring all that other parade shit, I'm not gonna say, you know what I mean? I'm gonna say no better, but you know, why they bringing all that weird stuff? It's gonna be about
Yeah, what do you think about the looters and all that are showing up?
They here for the wrong reason. They're not here for what's right. Some people just find out an excuse when their opportunity. That's what the opportunity. They got to get them out of here.
All right, man. Take care.
Pushed out everybody across the freeway. So I think to myself, all the places, if you're going to push me out of that triangle, which one would be most apt to belong? I would venture to say 110 side, most the western side. Only because the eastern side, you're going too far off, away from downtown. If you stay on 110, you'll still be there, right within downtown. They're running parallel to Aurora by 1 block. Strategy. You know what I mean? But parallel to the 110 side of the most western side, curfew. Yeah, I love that helicopter. Yes, the city is under siege. Just cranberry. Ton of ice. To the brim with ice. Like cranberry juice all What's the you want? All that oh yeah, warm out. Last few days. Sheriff right there. Uh-oh. Taking some bottles. I live in first. Thank you so much for the donut. Is it your birthday, Kurt? Is that what you're saying? Happy birthday, Kurt.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Joe's room, first in LA. The hot spot. Just to let them know. It doesn't mean Laser pointers, you gay. Laser. Federal building right there that they've been fighting all day long.
Disruptive service.
40 minutes. In fact, not only did Waymo disrupt their service downtown, but there's videos of them just removing all their cars here. I don't know if that's just, you know what I mean? So that way, because I think what it is they didn't want them to do another weekend. Maybe they're going to do it in another place. So, cars on. Joe's that's outside. Joe's box on wide. getting fast. No fire. Had any reports of it. Yes. You guys remember the little It was like that. I don't think that there was more than one threat at all. I'm just heading today, not last night. I've been on now. Yeah, it was quite back in the streets over there earlier. Nothing crazy. A little bit of tensions were there. Like I said, they were aggressive. They weren't waiting, letting you sit there for 2 hours in front of the building. So, that was gang up together and start doing the numbers. Holes in the fence. Holes in the fence. On the outskirts back there. That's what I'm saying. I think that when you push them out, they'll determine what they want to do. They'll all go in different directions as they're getting pushed out. Either they'll come converge or come back together, start doing what they were doing outside of the spot. What they won't, they'll splinter off. Spot. Extend the box. Yeah, they got the little gator. Four people over the gator.
out till the whole box is
Or no, that's not the George press. Or Halifax. You can't be up on the rest. You know, like that. Like, no matter now, you can stand behind them. You don't want to. And those horses. Moving. Horses are moving. Pushing out till the whole box is trying to clear the box. Gotta push everybody out. Really like I said, push these people out. The group's big enough, they'll act a fool. Not, it'll splinter them like he just said 30 seconds. Push Joe as come up first. All these people are within the box. Everybody else here, they're all within the box. Take them a while to push out. That 1 square mile is going to take it. Cool, thank you so much. I haven't seen them yet tonight. They won't be. Like I said, these guys have quite a few blocks there. It's a large area, 1 square mile. It is and it isn't. I think there's over 500 square miles here. Having just one of them is very small. It's still hard to do. Well, Rolling around the train doing donuts. Came down the street all the wrong way. Hell yeah, Mark. That's a mind change. Crazy mindset. All of a sudden, you change your mind. Like, wow, that really hurt. That puts me out of my mindset. Hold on a second. That really did hurt. Ouch. Yeah. It's a mind. You guys see the video of the white guy with the their belly? His head got shot. He was like collecting. He was like collecting the shots. I shit you not. He just threw like five welts all over his belly. All the shots he took on his belly. We're on the other side of the freeway. This is outside of the box. No, but earlier moving up. Cavalry. Mountain. good rookies every year. It's more of a generation. Are there any generational players? I don't think so. Any sport. When you have those high players every year, sometimes they do good, sometimes they don't. It doesn't matter. I think you're better off buying a nice Hall of Famer card. Right. More than some flash dude.
The Cubs are playing bad this year. And the White Sox are
Man, we're good. Whoa, hey, slow down, Rabbi. We're good. We're good. Oh, yeah, we're good. We're good. Kirby? So, huh? I got plenty of George Kirby bonus cards. Dude, I don't think I've listened to hard and fucking deep. Not believe it. What a year, man. You're suffering now. Oh, floundering. Bears are pretty much Blackhawks. I don't think any there. Dogs of baseball. The Cubs aren't playing bad this year. And to be fair to the White Sox, they are playing better than everybody expected. Give them that. Said they did the worst in baseball. That's the Colorado Rockies. You're telling me how to run my show. I'm not even seeing it. Cal Rally, man, that's so much Cal, almost all my shows. Man, that's not now we
just like the way there should be scooters on everything.
it's working, the plan is working.
Anybody rides us,
Got it going.
not any of it just sitting on the corner. Get the word out. People ask that, hey, pick them up.
Scooters off. Bulls have to, they bricked all the scooters or picked them up. I noticed that. You don't see any scooters. They're losing so many of them. Just like the Waymos. You notice? There should be scooters on every corner. Especially in the places like this. Million young folks. I don't see one fucking scooter out. Not anybody riding them. Not any of them just sitting there on the corner. Unless you gave the word out. to the people last night, hey, pick them up when you come to get them to recharge them and just hold them. They're just going to fucking, burn them or throw them on the freeway like they did.
Yeah.
Damn, that was loud. Fucking that. Yeah, they are. Peanut butter and jelly? I don't know. What? Yes, it is. Methodically moving and pushing and pushing and moving. It is splintering the group. We know it's nowhere near the numbers, right? Since last time. No reports of any looting yet. Yeah. That's all you got to do is look for all the guys with hoodies. Hoodie guys wear masks, gloves, hoodies on. Busting your business. Right. He thought he might be down there.
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, Tim? What'd you do?
I'll be home for us.
Okay, I'll be ready for you, big man.
I don't know if it was Johnny being smooth. It is. It is, man. Oh, too much. Sure. You like tacos. It's over, right? That's not a thing. I get him off in the past. Crazy with their car. Summer night. He'll complain until he gets it. I'd rather not hear it. I know he wants to be along.
You can be on the ground and actually see the bus as they go in and do that kind of shit versus on top of sometimes. You have to get around the buildings, maneuver.
Tire graffiti. Fuck yeah, man. Where the fuck is the great Candy? Shout out to fucking Candido Morez. Shout out to Stacy. We haven't heard her sing in a while. You can be on the ground and actually see them bust the window and go in and do that kind of shit versus helicopter sometimes where you have to get around the buildings and maneuver and lose it. Stay with Joe here. It's cool to have an apartment and have that shit kind of happen, run through, just chill in your house. You know, have a good time, have dinner, and just watch the shit happen. Watch the world. Enjoy life.
Specialist advice, don't get hit, woman.
Put up his nose. Don't know. Oh, are they fighting? Go back. Go back. Oh shit, we were supposed to make a right. Go back. Go back. We were supposed to make a right. Your other left. Ooh. That's a large firework. That ain't the cops. People are setting off M1000s. An M80, I don't know. That sounds loud for an M80. Your discretion's advised. Don't get hit, woman. Right into a car. Your discretion is advised. Our live hierarchy.
That light officer's got happened.
Jones by right now. Street takeover now. We're hanging out the cars. Somebody's mad. The helicopter again. The attack flight officer's not happy. People aren't answering. He's doing his job. Trying to wake everybody up. Nobody's answering. Mortar. You just heard the mortar come off, right? That's the conversation being had right
Now we're talking 9:57. They're 2 hours after the curfew is set. They're still just rolling. Such a big group.
there. I'm thinking
And we can't snatch them all up. All the hood guys did them. All the hooded dudes are back to solve. 40 deep.
What's the little nuance?
Look behind them. They're standing right behind them. Everybody hooded up. Everybody bombing. Look at the next 16 minutes, I bet, or less.
Trying to do people wrong, and they know the system is corrupt. Trains are coming. Slamming around and everything. And all these folks are within the pocket where the curfew is. And now we're talking 9:57. Damn near 2 hours after the curfew is set. They're still just rolling. Such a big group. You can't snatch them all up. There's just no way. Oh. All the hooded guys, look at them. All the hooded dudes are back. Shaw, 20 deep.
They won't be able to get to that. You can't just rush these back now.
Look at them. Look at them behind them. Look. They're tagging right behind them. Look at them. Everybody hooded up. Everybody bombing. Looting in the next 16 minutes, I bet, or less. Oh, more borders going on. Yeah, just like I told you, as they're trying to push out the box, right, to get everybody under a curfew in the box, that's where the looting's going to happen. They won't be able to get to that. They can't just rush in that fast. The store will get them. It will. Mark my word. The last night. guys with hoods on, masks.
The verge is on, ladies and gentlemen. The verge is on.
Downtown's the sea.
So look at the truck and make that. Everybody in.
Safe in the trap, your ass in the visit, yeah. Dark watch for the dodo.
They quietly did the same thing Waymo did.
Packs of cops. Fucking purge is on, ladies and gentlemen. The purge is on. Oh!
Once in a lifetime event.
Hold on, right
Natural air. And the secret squirrel. Don't think I forgot about the secret squirrel tonight.
on site. Oh, the A10 Warthog finally came in. Got a hellfire. Oh, got an aggressive scooter driver. Hitting all scooty on him.
One day everything was fun, and the next day these fucking scooters everywhere.
Notice these are like home-bought scooters. You don't see one of those bird or lime scooters. Not one. Notice that, right? Not sitting, not anybody driving them. They quietly did the same thing Waymo did. Aton, how come you ain't out there for fucking camera? Sitting in front of the front line with a media helmet on and shit, dude. Taking this fabulous shot. This once in a lifetime event. Rare. Chippies. Chippies are rolling in deep. My boys in Metro Air. And the secret squirrel. Don't think I forgot about the secret squirrel, because I ain't. Oh! All right, I want to put the whole thing. It's actually quite a long time. Just watched it from above. Now you can see it on the ground coming in. Round trip. Tag.
No, I don't think so. The same thing did happen when the riots happened in the 7th Conquer. They left the homes most alone. So they're out there not causing trouble. So it says it's leaving them alone. The rest of their helicopter, attack on officers. They don't have enough guns.
No, I don't think so. The same thing didn't happen when the riots happened. We had the dusk of town curfew. They left the homes close alone. So if they're out there not causing trouble, I bet they okay, well, we're leaving them alone. The rest of everything. Another manpower. Like the helicopter, attack flight officers, we don't have enough time.
That unfortunately is how Oh man, it's fucking funny, man. You're funny as fuck.
Yeah, Florida is different than Turkey. So it looks like the monsters down now. Yeah, we were, but well, no, we're
When he's on this tower over there, things level.
Sure they would. They're definitely like that.
Midnight at the Oasis. You can't move the
Joe? Appreciate you. Good to see you.
Midnight at the Oasis. Maria Mulder can get it. That bitch is still fucking going.
He's right here. I just don't want to take up so much of his.
Send your camel to bed. I know your daddy's a son.
You know, when he's on this tower over there, I can put him where he's laying so level. We got drugs.
Midnight at the Oasis. Maria Mulder, she can get it. You didn't know. You need to make sure that you're a human. Well, I need to make sure you don't suck dick. How about that? How about that? Midnight at the Oasis. Send your camera to bed. Traces, romance in our head. You don't need no heroin, honey. By yourself.
Is that our looter bunch?
Slammer van.
It's the looter bunch. The looter bunch.
Midnight at the Oasis.
Chasing somebody down. Horde mentality. Who is rioting in downtown LA? Demonstrators or habitual agitators?
Midnight at the Oasis. Send your camel to bed. Shadow floating on the faces. Faces. Romance in the head. Shining just for
It's a, what do you call it?
real soon. You pick up a little dust. Come on.
Oh, it's a parking lot to this building, so you can get recorded and damage. Big group of
Come on, till the evening ends, till the evening ends. You don't need no answer. One time you to speak. I'll be your belly dancer, dancer, and you be my sheep.
Callie Hayes, thank you so much.
I love that song. I'll keep holding on.
Road 7.
Hey, A-Tom, is that E-Zone back there? That looks like it. Where's that at? The mustache.
I keep holding on. I keep holding on.
Oh, bro, you put your Honda out of the way, bro. We were walking the whole way. Fucking bedazzled belt buckle. Alright, everybody. Hopefully you're ready. I am ready.
Round 7.
Go back. Jackpot.
Keep holding on.
Oh, jackpot.
See my face.
Smoke.
He needs some milk.
Alright, so they're having a little trouble there, I guess. How long? Thank you so much. Got it? This, I don't. But I kind of like where Scott's at because he's more in the action. Cameron, let's look up there.
Night. Feels right. Night. Feels right. I love this song. Used to be in a Toyota commercial. It was sick. Sometimes I think I can be wrong. I don't believe in my song. The butcher, the baker, the drummer, and then makes no difference what bag I'm in. Here we go now. I am everyday people. Different strokes for different folks. I want a soul and a Scooby Dooby Doo. I love that part. That's not what they do it though. We got to live together. It's a black man that doesn't look a white man that doesn't like a Jew. Boy, that's Scooby Dooby Doo. Different strokes for different folks. All want a soul, want a Scooby Dooby Doo. And everyday people. Yeah, yeah. What did I just say? Different strokes for different folks. And so on and so on and do I'm together. Man and doesn't like a rich man and not a skinny man. Different folks with different folks. So on and so on and do. And everyday people. We think of Toyotas. No, what's that one song? Grazing in the Grass. I love this song. Humus Cicala. Can you dig it, baby? Yes, grazing in the grass as it dance, and you get dig in the trip. As watching as the real world grazing in the grass and it dance, and can you dig it? So many things in the grass. Grazing in the grass and it dance, and can you dig it? So many Grazing the grass and it dance, and can you dig it? Someone giving it to me. Getting the same dance and then you dig in the trap. No, I didn't the tree. Getting the grass and then you dig it. That's the way it's a green, you can see it. Never can see it, you can see it. And this real, so real, so real, so real, so real, so real, so
There's our parking lot bell.
I can dig it, she can dig it, oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? Can you dig it? Let me tell you something you can see it. Everything is it's real, so real, so real, so real, so real, so real, so real. Can you dig it? Woo! I can make it, make it, she can make it, make it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can make it, she can make it, make it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? Make it, dig something. Let's dig it. Can you dig it? Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? Man, I just had a good sneeze. Oh, this song's sick. Just sing songs. I bet people would like that in the future. Psych bitch, taking a I don't know all the lyrics though, but that makes it funnier. This is just what's in my head, folks. Taking and living the old hard way, giving and giving and day by day. I dig snow and the rain and the bright sunshine. Dragging the line, dragging the line, dragging the line. And fame and the flowers. We got much, but we got towers. Let it snow in the rain and the bright sunshine. Dragging the line, dragging the line.
They're on the roof up here.
I feel fine. I'm talking about peace of mind. I'm gonna take my time. I'm living a good. I'm getting a good sign. I sorry, I'm having a good time. No ground, dragon. Living a free and feeling a spirit. Living a tree when you get near it. Digging the snow and the rain and the bright sunshine. Digging a line, dragging a line, dragging a line, dragging a line. I feel fine. I'm talking about peace of mind. I'm gonna take my time. I'm living a good time. Dragging a line, dragging a line, dragging a line. How about this bitch? Big song. Children behave. That's what they say when we're together. And watch how you play. They don't understand. And so we're running just as fast as we can. holding on to one another's hand, trying to get away into the night. And then you put your arms around me as we tumble to the ground, and then you say, I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. Look at the way we gotta hide what we're doing. Cause what would they say? We're gonna move, and so we're running just as fast as we can, holding on to one another's hand, trying to get away into the night. And then you put your arms around me as we tumble to the ground, and then you say, I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. Like we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. I think we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around.
Really high-end, crazy building, $10,000 a month Walmart mom? Now it's just Walmart. Kmart is
If you want to free ship sleeping, if I pay what you can keep it. Jump every you can see it, happening on your shoulder. Give me the back feet, that's take it from you. Take it from me if you want to take shelter sleeping. Not favorite, but you can keep it. It looks good when you reach and even hanging on your shoulder. Give me the bad feet dancing on the wall. Never to me, when it can be one. Never one, no, never to me. Take it from me.
I was cooking that one.
Take it with me if you want to be sure to sleep in. My favorite, but you can keep it. Don't have anything to use it. Hanging off your shoulder. You can make me dance on home. You can me, make it right along. You know what you need. Take it from me. Take it from me.
Like chocolate is taking big one out.
We ever do good enough to be like the sunshine, baby. If he ain't treating you right, if you're the first one to go crazy. But you had a time, if you calm down, woman. Fight them all. Good to you, girl. You win.
Say it as a friend.
You never singing that you up, be never stupid enough. I'ma be the first one to tell you, baby. Hey, if he ain't telling you tight, if he ain't treating you right, I'ma be the first one to tell you, crazy. Crazy, you're the man with time, but you're not looking back into your eyes right now. I wish never single to us.
Google search. Center of her face is more of a but overall, like the chocolate, this baby bang one out. Bangs out one night. Shag her out. Barbara.
I fucking love this song. Run, baby. Get out of bed. You shine the number, and you go together, and then we make the lights on, turn the fucking lights on, and we tomorrow, maybe we get more close, maybe tomorrow, nothing that I'd rather be, maybe we hey, maybe let me in, everything is all again. I love the way you shiver. Going through your heart, blades, slipping in your hip.
You ever watch the show Legends of the Lost? He's
Next to Barry,
and that little guy.
and all the other girls you wondering what I fuck with you for. Cause you're the next Drew Barry, and I want more. And all these other girls keep wondering what I fuck with you for. Cause you're something like the summer.
That's shit. That's real shit right there, Billy.
You're the next Drew Barry. I want more. And all the other girls keep wondering what I fuck with you for. Cause you're the next Drew Barry. And I want more. And all these other girls keep wondering what I fuck with you for. You wanna make everything
We got one, Bill. The first tonight. Dog pile. That's how you do it, but it's double.
Please get on top of me.
Hey, no, that's how you take down a motherfucker.
That's right. Hey, no. Say no.
Girls keep wondering what I fuck with you for. You're next to Barry.
That a chick or a guy? I think it's the guy with douche top.
This fucking guy is so sick.
Not him, bro.
Baby, waste your time with me in California. Baby, waste your time with me in
Outside the road, I see him not
California.
that fast.
La 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 la.
Ain't
Yeah,
that
never
shit?
wanna.
That's real shit right there,
La
Billy.
la 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 la. Now we're at the same house party. La 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 la.
Like he's green.
Waste time, baby. Waste your time with me in California. Hey baby, waste your time with me in California. Oh shit, even if I'm in Hamptons, I'm not this expensive. Can you beat me expensive? It needs for the money though. Hey baby, same time with me in California. Hey baby, waste your time with me in California. La 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 la. Yeah, I'm better at a 1-0. La 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 la. Now we at the same house. La 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 la. Waste time, baby. Waste your time with me in California. Hey baby, waste your time with me in California.
See, time of night. Now there are some hours turned on. I don't know. Go next. Glamour, baby, shroud.
I want to hear this one. Look at this one. Dude, this sounds so good.
I just say lazy right there. That can throw in your fence. 1 year. Federal. Federal felony. Mandatory 1 year. Boy, that
Dude, love this song. Even though I'm playing something else. I don't know why he's not a bigger star. He's fucking. Shout out to Bryce Fine. I took a piss though.
obviously just not the money. They will usually always want to rush to the end, especially I don't know. Big company like
But I know I hate everything.
Rockstar,
But I don't hate Bryce Fine.
they worked on that kid for 5 years. How long have they been working on that fucking Rockstar GTA? A new one? Hasn't it been like 5 years? So I just say that it's 10 years.
Dude, all that's art is so California racist. Dude, fucking loved it. great songs, dude. He's amazing. How's it not? I gotta take a piss though. Dude, you guys are worried about laser pointer. Calm down, folks. Okay, I'm dizzy. Yeah, that's a super. Why in here? Oh, laser pointer and a fucking helicopter. Get that bullshit. We should make glass. It's just.
Yeah, right there. Black. Of course, he's under the tree. Right under that tree right there. That's the guy I think they're looking for. That lays the pilot. This guy right here with his phone. Technically, they're not chasing him. Phone gives him away.
I saw little videos too. You wouldn't have to get off the road. Breaking the sidewalk.
That's serious crime. Felony. Federal. Federal charge. FAA rule. Can't do that. That's serious.
Federal agents. Yep.
It's not to mention you can blind the pilot. So many rules they have.
You know we missed the fucking tackle. Those are all federal agents, man. Federal law.
It's happening pretty serious. Of course, we got the guy there. Watch him get rolled up. I saw little videos too. Because you're wondering how they're getting all these rocks. What they were doing is taking cameras and breaking the sidewalk, the curb. They're breaking up the curbs.
He's got the laser pointer right there. You can see it
Right off the curbs. Oh, there's a couple top. Those are federal agents. all federal agents, man. I told you, it's federal law. Not state law. Damn. Got his ass. Threw him on the ground. Now you gonna get scooped up, son. Glass and board and plywood and all that. Yeah, sure, they'll give them to federal. They won't charge. Xenius, he took his laser pointer and flashed the helicopter with it. Then blind the pilot. He crashed the helicopter. See, he's got the laser pointer right there. You can see it's green. He's got it in his hand. That's the laser pointer. Isn't that top 10? The FAA made a rule about that. It's happening so frequently with these high-powered lasers that are so cheap from Amazon. If you do that, that will affect. Hazy haze. We're in front of the dispensary right here. Dispensary's fucking boarding up. Look at the guy. Two dispensaries out of the 23 businesses, these two dispensaries are looted. What's the odds? What's the odds? You know, voice trailer. That's the helicopter. that little bit of weird white noise behind him. You can tell he's in the helicopter. She's on the ground. He's on the ground. Telling the words. You can see how bad the back is busy working, boarding shit up. Never hurry up, get this shit up. And the blood, that's
That's how you they get brave when they're in big blood. There's some with your dog, it's not the same. You get a mob mentality.
wobbly. honestly think they did a good job. The fact that their plan did work. The plan that they do that if they just push the ball out and split it off with you. That's how you can use it. They get brave when they're in a big bunch. When they're split it off, they're not the same people. They get a mob mentality when you put them all together. Not any help from everybody that was called up. Federal. Yeah. Good plan. Why? I don't see any listen to that channel. You hear kind of a chaos that we heard before. Real.
Definitely not going to Missing Joe's done for the night. Definitely not going to compete. No matter what.
Wander Franco, he wanted to
What's up, Tommy John's?
what started this process?
You say, don't slow, not far behind. The second hand, don't mind if you lost, take a look, and you will find me. Time after time, if you fall, I will catch you, I'll be waiting. Time after time, if you lost, I will look, and you will find me. Time after time, if you fall, I can catch you. Time after time.
Bring him over here, lazy guy.
Oh,
Yeah. Like that.
lettuce.
Right? You know, I don't know. Rothschild is like in the rule book shit. I don't know. It could be that way. Everything, you know. My battery is dying. My battery is dying. More slammer band. Old deep knots. I like the robot one. Stupid. Stupid little Astro Flow. See, it goes right into that fucking new school fucking stormtrooper robot, whatever the fuck. You know, the droid. No, just like. Okay, you're not gonna like everything about Thursday. Always a critic. That's a good say. Inside the box. Boarding up. A little too late, huh? Over here boarding up fucking Adidas store. I guess you gotta. Well, I guess it's not a one. That's all those food stores out. Whatever that. They got these 2 nights in a row at Adidas store. Yeah, that's. You're Mexican. These dudes are making sense. Triple time, electric live, come out right now. Plywood. Glass and plywood. La 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 la. Especially in this day and age, you have this random assholes that just break your window for no reason, walking on the street, and then you have these type
Oh yeah, I went to say just
bastards.
they're supposed to make things.
You know what I mean, Vern?
That's planned. Not to mention Saturday, Friday, and
That's a good little season film for him. He'll sell that. He'll love that. Oh, boarding up, we'll take that.
They may extend it. That's true. Simmer down. Kids.
Not hearing a whole lot, not seeing the big groups. Makes sense rolling around. Not hearing it. Yeah, we'll have the tomorrow. As long as they don't cancel it, which I wouldn't think they do. So be honest. Let's be honest right now. This is day 6, maybe 5. All the days, this is the most fun. As I said, breaking them up early. Fox going made it easy. Oh yeah, I wouldn't say just that. Tomorrow, we're supposed to do a big thing at UCLA. That's planned. Not to mention Saturday, Friday. They had one would assume the curfew is only for 24 hours. They may extend it, but I think it's only for 24 hours. Right? If that's true, then what'll happen? They'll simmer down. Move their jets. Hopefully that'll cool it all down, but probably won't. They'll reignite themselves. Oh, this is the place they broke into. Sushi. Indeed. Sushi. When he goes over on his tower, which he's in, I think he's taking on that much of the screen. That's perfect. You see him sleeping. Persian Square right here. Hard it down. Baseball rolling through. Daisies. Years older, ball. Plan that knocked him out. So because I'm going to tell you, the allergies took off. It's 11, you know, 11:30. I was last year's time. Things were popping off. It would stay. Still, because of what's going on, they're going to break into the normal program. Easy pointer. Very Richard Mark. It's a while. You see how long it is. Like, you get them against the wall. So it's not like that, but it's an hour, hour and a half. Kill everybody off. We have sort of just so we're clear. It's really a process. Everybody who all still in that instance, I'm assuming it is what it is. You come in and you're 980 feet, 980 seconds. So I'm guessing most of them just go. At some point, they may have like a little they might have to like roving teams that are you never know. You might try it. Honestly, already or worse. Boob sweat. I told you about the chick with those boobs. And jarred parts. Jarred parts, boob sweat. Another month or two. How do you have that much boob stuff? Maybe she's just working out. She's got out of the way while working out. I don't know. Down on your luck. DJ, you have to see why. Where's the Marines? They're at the federal. A lot of people thought it would be like when the riots happened, citywide problem. Marines, National Guard, different parts of the city, randomly in the street. So it's not like that because this problem is much more robust. That's why I keep saying this box that they have is 1 square mile. Just so we're clear, AXN, Scott, all them, these guys, everybody you're looking at is all still within the box. So them to clear every single person out. Slow as it is, so you can do the box. Really cool to get.
UCLA possibly goes off on this.
We'll see. Tomorrow's another day. Again, now they understand. Okay, well, they did this to me. They did this here and there. They have to just do something different. See if they will. Notice they already did by marching.
This party is
You
officially
don't need
over.
march nowadays. Here we are at 80 degrees. Yeah. Falling out. You know, if it was another month or two, this shit in August. Who knows? Like I said, it may have a crazy August too. Easter egg.
The only person who can cause you more harm than a thief with a dagger is a journalist with a pen.
The following is a conversation with Bill Ackman, a legendary activist investor who has been part of some of the biggest and at times controversial trades in history. Also, he is fearlessly vocal on X, FKA Twitter, and uses the platform to fight for ideas he believes in. For example, he was a central figure in the resignation of the president of Harvard University, Claudine Gay, the saga of which we discuss in this episode. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bill Ackman. In your lecture on the basics of finance and investing, you mentioned the book Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham as being formative in your life. What key lesson do you take away from that book that informs your own investing?
Sure. Actually, it was the first investment book I read. And as such, it was kind of the inspiration for my career and a lot of my life. So, important book. You know, bear in mind, this is sort of after the Great Depression. People lost confidence in investing in markets. World War II. And then he writes this book. It's for like the average man. And basically he says that you have to understand the difference between price and value. Right? Price is what you pay. Value is what you get. And so the stock market is here to serve you. Right? And it's a bit like the neighbor that comes by every day and makes you an offer for your house. Makes you a stupid offer, you ignore it. Makes you a great offer, you can take it. And that's the stock market. And the key is to figure out what something's worth. And you have to kind of weigh it. We talked about the difference between the stock market in the short term is a voting machine. It represents speculative interests, supply and demand of people in the short term. In the long term, the stock market's a weighing machine, much more accurate. It's going to tell you what something is worth. And so if you can divine what something's worth, then you can really take advantage of the market because it's really here to help you. And that's kind of the message of the book.
In that same way, there's a kind of difference between speculation and investing.
Yeah, speculation is just a bit like trading crypto, right? You're
Strong words.
Well, short-term trading crypto. Maybe in the long run there's intrinsic value, but it's many investors, in a bubble going into the crash. Were really just pure speculators. They didn't know what things were worth. They just knew they were going up. Right? That's speculation. And investing is, doing your homework, digging down, understanding a business, understanding the competitive dynamics of an industry, understanding what management's going to do, understanding what price you're going to pay. The value of anything, I would say, other than love, let's say, is the present value of the cash you can take out of it over its life. Now, some people think about love that way. It's not the right way to think about love, but it's so investing is about basically building a model of what this business is going to produce over its lifetime.
So how do you get to that? This idea of called value investing. How do you get to the value of a thing? But even like philosophically, value of anything really, but we can just talk about the things that are on the stock market.
Sure.
Companies.
The value of a security is the present value of the cash you can take out of it over its life. Think about a bond. A bond, pays a 5% coupon interest rate. You get that, let's say, every year or twice a year, split in half, and it's very predictable. And if it's a U.S. government bond, you're going to get it. So that's a pretty easy thing to value. A stock is an interest in a business. It's like owning a piece of a company. And a business, a profitable one, is like a bond in that it generates these coupons or these earnings or cash flow every year. The difference with a stock and a bond is that the bond is a contract. You know what you're going to get as long as they don't go bankrupt and default. With a stock, you have to make predictions about the business. How many widgets are going to sell this year? How many are going to sell next year? What are the costs going to be? How much of the money that they generate do they need to reinvest in the business to keep the business going? And that's more complicated. But what we do is we try to find businesses where, with a very high degree of confidence, we know what those cash flows are going to be for a very long time. And there are very few businesses that you can have really high degree of certainty about. As a result, many investments are speculations. It's really very difficult to predict the future. So what we do for a living, what I do for a living, is find those rare companies that you can kind of predict what they're going to look like over a very long period of time.
So what are the factors that indicate that a company is going to be something that's going to make a lot of money, it's going to have a lot of value, and it's going to be reliable over a long period of time? And what is your process of figuring out whether a company is or isn't that?
So every consumer has a view on different brands and different companies. And what we look for are sort of these non-disruptible businesses. A business where you can kind of close your eyes, stock market shuts for a decade, and you know that 10 years from now it's going to be a more valuable, more profitable company. And we own a business called Universal Music Group. It's in the business of helping artists become global artists, recorded music business, and it's in the business of owning rights, sort of music publishing rights of songwriters. And I think music is forever. Right? Music is a many thousand-year-old part of the human experience, and I think it will be thousands of years from now. And so that's a pretty good backdrop to invest in a company, and the company basically owns a third of the global recorded music. That's the most dominant sort of market share in the business. They're the best at taking an artist who's 18 years old, who's got a great voice, and has started to get a presence on YouTube and Instagram, and helping that artist become a superstar. And that's a unique talent, and the end result is the best artists in the world want to come work for them. But they also have this incredible library of the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, U2, etc. So then if you think about what music has become, it used to be about records and CDs and 8-track tapes. So those have about a new format, and that's how they drive sales. It's become a business which is like podcasts, about streaming. And streaming is a lot more predictable than selling records. You can sort of say, okay, how many people have smartphones? How many people are going to have smartphones next year? So kind of global penetration at the time of smartphones. You pay, call it $10, $11 a month for a subscription or last for a family plan. And you can kind of build a model of what the world looks like and predict, the growth of the streaming business, predict what kind of market share Universal is going to have over time. And you can't get to a precise view of value. You can get to an approximation. And the key is to buy at a price that represents a big discount to that approximation. And that's the track of Ben Graham. Ben Graham was about what he invented this concept of margin of safety. Right? You want to buy a company at a price, and if you're wrong about what you think it's worth, it turns out to be worth 30% less. You paid a deep enough discount to your estimate that you're still okay. It's about investing. A big part of investing is not losing money. If you can avoid losing money and then have a few great hits, you can do very, very well over time.
Well, music is interesting because, yes, music's been around for a very long time, but the way to make money has been evolving like you mentioned, streaming, there's a big transition initiated by, I guess, Napster and created Spotify of how you make money out of music with Apple and all of this. And the question is, how well are companies like BMG able to adjust to transformations? One, I could ask you about the future, which is artificial intelligence being able to generate music, for example. I'm sure there have been a lot of amazing advancements with. So do you have to also think about that? Like when you close your eyes, all the things you think about. Are you imagining possible ways that the future is completely different from the present, and how well this company will be able to like surf the wave of that?
Sure. And they've had to surf a lot of waves. And actually, the music business peaked the last time in like the late 90s or 2000 timeframe. And that really innovation after digitization of music almost killed the industry. And Universal really led an effort to save the industry and actually made an early deal with Rothschild that enabled the industry to really recover. And so by virtue of their market position and credibility and their willingness to kind of adopt new technologies, they kept the position. Now they of course had this huge advantage. And I think the Beatles are forever. I think U2 is forever. I think Rolling Stones are forever. So they had a nice base of assets that were important, and I think will forever be forever for a long time. But again, enormous. There are all kinds of risks in the business. This is one that I think is a very high degree of persistence, and I can't envision a world where beyond street, you may have a neural link chip in your head that instead of a phone, but the music can come in a digitized kind of format. You're going to want to have an MP3 library, or you can walk around in your pocket or in your brain. It's not going to matter that much of the form factor. The device changes. It's not really that important whether it's Spotify or Apple or Amazon that are the so-called DSPs or providers. I think the value is really going to reside in the content owners, and that's really the artists and the label.
And I actually think AI is not going to be the primary creator of music. I think we're going to actually face the reality that it's not that music has been around for thousands of years, but musicians and music has been around. Like we actually care to know who's the musician that created it. Just like we want to know that who's the artist, human artist that created the piece of art.
Totally agree. And I think if you think about it, there's lots of other technologies and computers that have been used to generate music over time. But no one falls in love with a computer-generated track, right? And with Taylor Swift, it's incredible music, but it's also about the artist and their story and their physical presence and the live experience. I don't think you're going to sit there and someone's going to put a computer up on stage and it's going to play and people are going to get excited. So I think AI is really going to be a tool to make artists better artists. And I think like a synthesizer, right? Really create the opportunity for one man to have an orchestra. Maybe with a bit of a threat to percussionists, but maybe not. Maybe it drove even more demand for the live experience.
Unless that computer has human-like sentience, which I believe is a real possibility. So then it's really, from a business perspective, no different than a human. If it has an identity, that's basically fame and influence, and there'll be a robot Taylor Swift, and it doesn't really matter.
Copyrightable asset, I would think. Yeah.
And then there'll be...
Not sure if the world
that's a different discussion. The world's not going to ask for permission to become what it's becoming, so but you can still make money on it. Presumably there'd be a capital system and there'll be some laws under which AI systems will have rights that are akin to human rights, and we're going to have to contend with what that means.
Well, there's sort of name and likeness rights, yes, that have to be protected. Now, can a name be attributed to a Tesla robot? I don't know.
I think so. I think it's quite obvious.
Okay, those are more potential artists for us to represent it.
Exactly. All right.
So that's sort of one example. Another example would be just the restaurant industry, right? You can look at businesses like a McDonald's, right? So whatever the company's like a 1950 vintage business, and here we are, 75 years later. and kind of predict what it's going to look like over time. And the menu's going to adjust over time to consumer taste. And I think the hamburger fries are forever.
The Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the hamburger fries forever.
Yeah.
I was eating at Chipotle last night after I was preparing these notes.
Thank you.
And yeah, it is one of my favorite places to eat. You said it is a place that you eat. You obviously also invested in it. What do you get?
Tend to get a double chicken
Bowl or burrito?
I like the burrito, but I generally try to order the bowl, cut the carb part, and double chicken, guac, lettuce, black beans.
And I'm on a steak guy. What's the actual process you go through? Like, literally, it's like the process of figuring out what the value of the company is. Like, how do you do the research? Is it reading documents? Is it talking to people? How do you do it?
It's all of the above. So Chipotle, what attracted us initially, the stock price dropped by about 50%. Great company, great concept. Athletes love it, consumers love it. Healthy, sustainable, fresh food, made in front of your eyes. And it's great. Evel, the founder, did an amazing job. But ultimately, the company's lacking some of the systems and had a food safety issue. Consumers got sick, almost killed the brand. But the reality of the fast food quick service industry is almost every fast food company has had a food safety issue over time, and the vast majority have survived. And he said, look, such a great concept. But their approach was not far from ideal. But we start with usually reading the SEC filings. So companies file a 10K or an annual report, and file these quarterly reports called 10Qs. The proxy statement describes kind of the governance, the board structure. Conference call transcripts are publicly available. It's very helpful to go back 5 years and learn the story. Here's how management describes their business. Here's what they say they're going to do, and you can follow along and see what they do. It's like a historical record of how competent and truthful they are. That's a very useful device. And then, of course, looking at competitors, thinking about what could dislodge this company. And then we'll talk to the industry we don't know well. We know the rest of the industry really well. Music industry. We'll talk to people in the industry. We'll try to understand, different publishing and recorded music. We'll look at the competitors. We'll talk to
Throwing up gang signs.
A book about the music industry, or a couple of books about the industry. So it's a bit like a big research project. And there are these so-called expert networks now. And you can get pretty much anyone on the phone, and they'll talk to you about an aspect of the industry that you don't understand and want to learn more about. Try to get a sense. Public filings of companies generally give you a lot of information, but not everything you want to know. And you can learn more by talking to experts about some of the industry dynamics, the personalities. You want to get a sense of management. I like watching, podcasts. If a CEO were to do a podcast or a YouTube interview, you get a sense of the people.
So in the case of Chipotle, for example, by the way, I could talk about Chipotle all day. I just love it. I love it. I wish there was a sponsor.
Mention it to the CEO.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
I'm not making it. Brian Nichols is a fantastic CEO. He's not going to spend $1 that he doesn't think it's the company's best interest.
All right. All I want is free Chipotle. Come on now. What was I saying? Oh, and so you look at a company like Chipotle, and then you see there's a difficult moment in its history, like you said, that there was a food safety issue, and then you say, okay, well, I see a path where we can fix this, and therefore, even though the price is low, we can get it to where the price goes up to its value.
So the kind of business we're looking for is sort of the kind of business everyone should be looking for, right? A great business, got a long-term trajectory of growth out into the even beyond the foreseeable distance, right? Those are the kind of businesses you want to own. You want businesses that generate a lot of cash. You want businesses you can easily understand. You want businesses with huge barriers to entry where it's difficult for others to compete. You want companies that don't have to constantly raise capital. And these are some of the great businesses of the world. But people have figured out that those are the great businesses. So the problem is those companies tend to have very high stock prices. And the value is generally built into the price you have to pay for the business. So we can't earn the kind of returns we want to earn for investors by paying a really high price. Price matters a lot. can buy the best business in the world, and if you overpay, you're not going to earn particularly attractive return. So we get involved in cases where a great business has kind of made a big mistake, or the company's kind of lost its way, but it's recoverable. And that's we buy from shareholders who are disappointed, who've lost confidence, selling at a low price relative to what it's worth, get fixed, and then we try to be helpful in fixing the company.
You said that barriers to entry. You said a lot of really interesting qualities of companies very quickly in a sequence of statements that took like less than 10 seconds to say. But some of them were fascinating, all of them were fascinating. So you said barriers to entry. Mm-hmm. How do you know if there's a type of moat protecting the competitors from stepping up to the plate?
The most difficult analysis to do as an investor is that. It's kind of figuring out how wide is the moat, how much at risk is the business to disruption. And we're in, I would say, the greatest period of disruptability in history, right? Technology, a couple of 19-year-olds can, leave whatever university, or maybe they didn't even go in the first place. They can raise, millions of dollars. They can get access to infinite bandwidth storage. They can contract with engineers in low-cost markets around the world. They can build a virtual company, and they can disrupt businesses that seem super established over time. And then on top of that, you have major companies with multi-trillion-dollar market caps working to find profits wherever they can. And so that's a dangerous world in a way to be an investor. And so you have to find businesses that it's hard to foresee a world in it's disruptive. The beauty of the restaurant business, we've actually, our best track records in restaurants. We've never lost money. We've only made a fortune, interestingly, investing in restaurants. A big part of it's a really simple business. And if you get Chipotle right and you're at 100 stores, it's not so hard to envision getting to 200 stores and then getting to 500 stores. Right? And the key is maintaining the brand image, growing intelligently, having the right systems. When you go from 100 stores to 3,500 stores, you have to know what you're doing. And there's a lot of complexity, right? If you think about your local restaurants, the family working in business, they're watching the cash register, and you can probably open another restaurant, across town. But there are very few restaurant operators that own more than a few restaurants and operate them successfully. And the quick service business is about systems. And building a model that a stranger who doesn't know the restaurant industry can come in and enter the business and build a successful franchise. Chipotle's not a franchise company. They actually own all their own stores. But many of the most successful restaurant companies are franchise models, like a Burger King, a McDonald's, Tim Hortons, these various brands, Popeyes. And there it's about systems. But the same systems apply whether you own all the stores, it's run by a big corporation, or whether the owners of the restaurants are sort of franchisees, local entrepreneurs.
So if the restaurant has scaled to a certain number, that means they figured out some kind of system that works. Yeah, it's very difficult to develop that kind of system. So that's a moat.
Moat is get to a certain scale and do it successfully, and the brand is now understood by the consumer. And what's interesting about Chipotle is what they've achieved is difficult. Right? They're not buying frozen hamburgers getting shipped in. They're buying fresh, sustainable sourced ingredients, preparing food in the store. That was the first. Right? The quality of the product is Chipotle is the highest quality food you can get. You can get a serious dinner for under $20 and eat really healthfully and very high quality ingredients. And that's just not available anywhere else. And it's very hard to replicate, to build those relationships with farmers around the country. It's a lot easier to make a deal with one of the big, massive food producers who buy your pork from them than to buy from a bunch of farmers around the country. And so that is a big moat. It's very difficult to replicate.
And by the way, another company I think you have a stake in is McDonald's.
We own a company called Restaurant Brands. Restaurant Brands own a number of quick service companies, one of which is Burger King.
Yeah. Well, it's been a meme for a while, but Burger King is great too, Wendy's, whatever. But usually to go to McDonald's, I'll just eat burger patties. I don't know if you knew you could do this, but a burger patty at Burger King can do this. McDonald's, it's actually way cheaper.
They'll just sell you the pass.
And it's cheap. It's like $1.50 or $2 per patty, and it's about 250 calories. And it's just meat. And despite like the criticism of memes out there, that's pretty healthy stuff. It's healthy stuff. And so when I go, the healthiest I feel is when I do carnivore. Doesn't sound healthy, but if I eat only meat, I feel really good. I lose weight. I have all this energy. It's crazy. And when I'm traveling, the easiest way to get meat is that.
You go to McDonald's where it's bad.
Exactly. So there's this sad meme of me just sitting alone in the car when I'm traveling, just eating these fatties in the back. But I love it. So you gotta do what you love and makes you happy, and that's what makes me
Maybe Burger King keep doing it. What about plain broiled? Let's put these fried burgers. We gotta get you to Burger King. Grilled burgers.
It's like fast food tracks. I don't know the details of how they're made. I don't have a lead.
I think we got a chance to switch you to Burger King.
Great, we'll see. I'm making so many deals today. It's wonderful. Okay, you were talking about modes, and this kind of reminded me of Alphabet.
Sure. Where's big position for us?
But it's interesting that you're think that maybe Alphabet fits some of these characteristics. It's tricky to know where everything that's happening in AI and in interviewing Sundar Pichai. So it's interesting that you think there's a moat. And it's also interesting to analyze it as a consumer, as just a fan of technology. How is Google still around? Like, they've been, it's not just search engine, it's been all the basics, like the business of search, really well, but they've been always really well. What's your analysis of Alphabet? Why is it so positive about it?
Sure. So, it's a business we've admired as a firm for whatever 15 years, but rarely got to a price that we felt we could own it because again the expectations were so high and price really mattered. Really, the sort of AI scare, I would call it. Microsoft comes out with ChatGPT, we do an amazing demonstration, people like this most incredible product, and Google, which is working on AI even earlier, obviously Microsoft was behind in AI, because it was the ChatGPT deal that gave them a kind of a market presence. And then Google does this fairly disastrous demonstration of Bard. And the world says, oh my gosh, Google's falling behind in AI, AI's the future, stock gets crushed. Google gets to a price around 15 times earnings, which for a business of this quality is an extremely low price. And our view on Google, one way to think about it, when a business becomes a verb, that's usually a pretty good sign about the moat around the business. So you open your computer and you open your search, very high percentage of the world starts with a Google page in one line. You type in your search. The Google advertising search YouTube franchise is one of the most dominant franchises in the world. Very difficult to disrupt, extremely profitable. The world is moving from offline advertising to online advertising, and that trend, I think, continues. Why? Because you can actually see whether your ads work. They used to say about advertising, you spend a fortune, and you just don't know which 50% of it works, but you just sort of spend the money because ultimately that's going to bring in the customer. And now with online advertising, you can see with granularity which dollars I'm spending. People click on the search term and end up buying something, and I pay. It's a very high return on investment for the advertiser, and they really dominate that business. Now, AI, of course, is a risk. If all of a sudden people start searching or asking questions of ChatGPT and don't start with the Google search bar, that's a risk to the company. And so our view, based on work we had done and talked to industry experts, is that Google, if anything, had by virtue of the investment they've made, the time, the energy that people put into it, we felt their AI capabilities were, if anything, potentially greater than Microsoft ChatGPT, and that the market had overreacted. And because Google, is a big company, global business, regulators scrutinize it incredibly carefully. They couldn't take some of the same liberties. Start like OpenAI did in releasing a product. And I think Google took a more cautious approach in releasing an early version of Bard in terms of its capabilities. And that let the world to believe that they were behind. And we ultimately concluded that if they're tied or ahead, and you're paying nothing for that potential business. And they also have huge advantages. Like if you think of all the data Google has, search data, all the various apps, applications, email and other enterprise, the kind of Google suite of products. It's an incredible data set. So they have more training data than pretty much any company with incredible engineers, enormous financial resources. So that was kind of the bet. And we still think it's probably the cheapest of the big 7 companies in terms of the price you're paying for the business relative to its current earnings. It also, the business has a lot of potential for efficiency. Sometimes when you have this enormously profitable, dominant company, all of the technology companies in the post-March 20 world grew enormously in terms of their teams, and they probably overhired. And so you've seen some, the Facebooks of the world, and now even Google start getting more efficient in terms of their operations. So you paid a low multiple for their business. One way to think about the value of the business is the price you pay for the earnings. Or alternatively, what's the yield? You flip over the price over the earnings, it gives you kind of the yield of the business. So 15 multiple is about almost a 7.5% yield, and that earnings yield is growing over time as the business grows. That's compared to what you can earn when you run to the government, 4%. That's a very attractive. All kinds of what we call optionality, of losing money. You've got a business that's growing very rapidly, but they're investing basically 100% of the profits from that business in growth. In that earnings number, you're not seeing earnings from the cloud business. And, they're one of the top players. So very interesting, generally well-managed company with incredible assets and resources and dominance. And there's no debt, it's got a ton of cash. It's a pretty good story.
Is there something fundamentally different about AI that makes all of this more complicated, which is the sort of the exponential possibilities of the kinds of products and impact that AI could create? When you're looking at Meta, Microsoft, Alphabet, Google, all of these companies, XAI, or maybe startups, is there some more risk introduced by the possibility of AI?
Absolutely. That's a great question. Business investing is about finding companies that can't be disrupted. AI is the ultimate disruptible asset or technology. And that's what makes investing treacherous, is that you own a business that's enormously profitable, management gets, if you will, fat and happy. And then a new technology emerges that just takes away all the profitability. And AI is just an incredibly powerful tool, which is why every business is saying, how can I use AI in my business to make us more profitable, more successful, grow faster, and also disrupt or protect ourselves from the incoming. It's a bit like Buffett talks about a great business like a castle surrounded by this really wide moat. You can have all these barbarians trying to get in and steal the princess. And it happens. Kodak, for example, was an amazingly incredibly dominant company until it disappeared. Polaroid, this incredible technology. And that's why we tended to stay away from companies that are technology companies. Technology companies generally, the world is such a dynamic place, and someone's always working on a better version. And Kodak was caught up in the analog film world, and then the world changed.
Well, Google was pretty fat and happy until ChatGPT came out.
Yes.
How would you rate their ability to wake up, lose weight, and be less happy and aggressively rediscover their search for happiness?
I think you've seen a lot of that in the last year. I would say some combination of embarrassment and pride are huge motivators for everyone from Sergey Brin, to the management of the company.
And then Mr. Salva's came into the picture, and all of DeepMind teams and unification teams, and like all the shakeups. It's interesting to watch chaos. I love it. I love it when everybody freaks out. Like you said, partly embarrassment and partly that competitive drive that drives engineers. It's great. I can't wait to see what. There's been just a lot of improvement in the product. Let's see where it goes. You mentioned management. How do you analyze the governance structure and the individual humans that are the managers of a company?
So, as I like to say, incentives drive all human behavior, and that certainly applies in the business world. So understanding the people and what drives them and what the actual financial and other incentives of the business are very important part of the analysis for investing in a company. and you can learn a lot. I mentioned before, one great way to learn about business is go back a decade and read everything that management has written about business and see what they've done over time. See what they've said. Conference calls are actually, relatively recent. When I started in business, there weren't conference call transcripts. Now you have, a written record of everything management has said and in response to questions from analysts at conferences and otherwise. And so you learn a lot about people by listening to what they say, how they answer questions, and ultimately their track record for doing what they say they're going to do. Do they underpromise and overdeliver? Do they overpromise and underdeliver? Do they say what they're going to do? Do they admit mistakes? Do they build great teams? Do people want to come work for them? Are they able to retain their talent? And then part of it is, how much are they running the business for the benefit of the business? How much are they running the business for the benefit of themselves? And that's kind of the analysis you do.
Are we talking about CEO, CRO? What does management mean? How deep does it go?
Sure. So it's very senior management matters enormously. We use the Chipotle example. Steve Ells, great entrepreneur, business got to a scale he really couldn't run it. We recruited a guy named Brian, helped the company recruit a guy named Brian Nickel, and he was considered the best person in the quick service industry. He came in and completely rebuilt the company. Actually, we moved the company. Chipotle was moved to California. And sometimes one way to redo the culture of a company is just to move it geographically. And then you can kind of reboot the business. But a great leader, a great followership, over the course of their career, they'll have a team they built that will come follow them into the next opportunity. But he is, really the top person matters enormously and then it's who they recruit. You recruit an A+ leader, and you're going to recruit other A type people. If you're a B leader, you're not going to recruit any great talent in your
You mentioned Warren Buffett. You said you admire him as an investor. What do you find most interesting and powerful about him? What aspects of his approach to investing do you also find?
Sure. So most of what I've learned in the investment business, I've learned from Warren Buffett. He's been my great professor of this business. My first book I read in the business was The Ben Graham Intelligent Investor. But fairly quickly you get to learn about Warren Buffett, and I started by reading Berkshire Hathaway annual reports. And then I eventually got the Buffett partnership letters, so you could see, which are an amazing read. Go back to the mid-1950s and read what he wrote to his limited partners when he first started out, and just follow that trajectory over a long period of time. So what's remarkable about him is, one, duration. Right, he's still at it at 93. Two, it takes a very long-term view. But a big thing that you learn from him, investing requires this incredible, dispassionate, unemotional quality. You have to be extremely economically rational, which is not a basic. It's not something you learn in the jungle. I don't think it's something. You think about the surviving the jungle. When the lion shows up, and everyone starts running, you run with them. That does not work well in markets. In fact, we generally have to do the opposite. When the lemmings are running over the cliff, that's the time where you're facing the other direction and you're running the other direction, i.e. you're stepping in, you're buying stocks at really low prices. Buffett's been great at that, and great at teaching about what he calls temperament, which is this sort of emotional, kind of unemotional quality that you need to be able to dispassionately look at the world and say, okay, this is a real risk. Are people overreacting? People tend to get excited about investments when stocks are going up, and they get depressed when they're going down. And I think that's just inherently human. You have to reverse that. You have to get excited when things get cheaper, and you got to get concerned when things get more expensive.
You've been a part of some big battles, some big losses, big wins. It's been a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a temperament, psychologically, how do you not let that break you? How do you maintain a calm demeanor and avoid running with the lemmings?
I think it's something you kind of learn over time. A key success factor is you want to have enough money in the bank that you're going to survive, regardless of what's going on with volatility in markets. people who, one, you shouldn't borrow money. So if you borrow money, you own stocks on margin, markets are going down, and you have your livelihood at risk, it's very difficult to be rational. So the key is getting yourself to a place where you're financially secure. You're not going to lose your house. Right? That's kind of a key thing. And then also doing your homework. Stocks can trade at any price in the short term. And if you know what a business is worth and you understand the management, you know it extremely well, it's not nearly as, it doesn't bother you when a stock price goes down, or it has much less impact on you because again, as Mr. Graham said, in the short term, the market's a voting machine. You have a bunch of lemmings voting one direction. That's concerning. But if it's a great business, doesn't have a lot of debt, and people can just listen to more music next year than this year, you're going to do well. So it's some combination of being personally secure and also just knowing what you own. And over time, you build calluses, I would say.
So psychologically, just as a human being, speaking of lions and gazelles and all this kind of stuff, is it as simple as just being financially secure? Is there some just human qualities that you have to be born with?
I think so. Now, I'm a pretty emotional person, I would say. I feel pretty strong emotions, but not in investing. I'm remarkably immune to kind of volatility. And that's a big advantage. And it took some time for me to develop that.
So you weren't born with that?
No.
So being emotional, you want to respond to volatility.
Yeah, and it's a bit, again, you can learn a lot from other people's experience. It's one of the few businesses where you can learn an enormous amount by reading about other periods in history, following Buffett's career, the mistakes he made. If you're investing a lot of capital, every one of your mistakes can be big. Right? So we've made big mistakes. The good news is that the vast majority of things we've done have worked out really well. And so that also gives you, confidence over time. But because we make very few investments, we own 8 things today, 7 companies that matter. If we get one wrong, it's going to be big news. So the other nature of our business you have to be comfortable with is a lot of public scrutiny, a lot of public criticism, and that requires some experience.
I think we'll talk about some of that. Financially secure is something I believe also recommended for even just everyday investors. Is there some general advice from the things you've been talking about that applies to everyday investors?
Sure. So never invest money you can't afford to lose. If you've lost this money, you lose your house, etc. So being in a place where you're investing money that you don't care about the price in the short term. It's money for your retirement. You take a really long-term view. I think that's key. Never investing to borrow money against your securities. The markets offer you the opportunity to leverage your investment. And in most worlds, you'll be okay. Except if, there's a financial crisis or, a nuclear device gets detonated, God forbid, somewhere in the world. Or there's an unexpected war. Someone kills a leader unexpectedly. Things happen that can change the course of history, and markets react very negatively to those kinds of events. And you can own the greatest business in the world, trading for $100 a share, and next moment it'll be 50. So as long as you don't borrow against securities, you own really high quality businesses, and it's not money that you need in the short term, then you can actually be thoughtful about it. And that is a huge advantage. The vast majority of investors we've seen tend to be the ones that panic and the downturns get over-elated and markets are doing well.
So be able to think long term and be sufficiently financially secure such that you can afford to think long term.
Buffett is the ultimate long-term thinker, and just the decisions he makes, the consistency of the decisions he's made over time, and fitting into that sort of long-term framework, it is a very, very educational, let's put it that way, for learning about this business.
So you mentioned 8 companies, or what do you think about mutual funds that for everyday investors that diversify across a large number of companies?
I think there are very few mutual funds, thousands of mutual funds. There are very few that earn their keep in terms of the fees they charge. They tend to be too diversified and too short term. And you're often much better off just buying an index fund. And many of them perform. They look. If you look carefully, their portfolios are not so different from the underlying index itself, and you tend to pay a much higher fee. Now, all that being said, there's some very talented mutual fund managers. Will Danoff and Fidelity have a great record over a long period of time. The famous Peter Lynch, Ron Barron, another great long-term growth stock investor. So there's some great mutual funds, but I put them in the handful versus the thousands. And if you're in the thousands, I'd rather Tone bought just an index fund, basically.
Yeah, index fund. But what would be the lead for an everyday investor to go to investing in a small number of companies, like 2, 3, 4, 5?
I even recommend for individual investors to invest in, a dozen companies. You don't get that much more benefit of diversification going from a dozen to 25 or even 50. Most of the benefits of diversification come in the first, call it 10 or 12. And if you're investing in businesses that don't have a lot of debt, businesses that you can understand yourself, actually individual investors do a much better job analyzing Tesla than so-called professional investors or analysts, the vast majority of them. So if it's a business you understand, if you bought a Tesla, you understand the product and its appeal to consumers, it's a good place to start when you're analyzing a company. So I would invest in things you can understand. That's kind of a key. You like Chipotle, you understand why they're successful. You can go there every week and you can monitor. Is anything changing? How these new how's chicken El Pastor? Is that a good upgrade from the basic chicken? Are the drink offerings improving? The store's clean. I think you should invest in companies you really understand. Simple businesses where you can predict with a high degree of confidence what it's going to look like over time. And if you do that in a not particularly concentrated fashion and you don't borrow money against your securities, you'll probably do much better than your typical mutual fund.
Yeah, it's interesting. Consumers that love a thing are actually good analysts of that thing, or I guess a good starting point.
By the way, there's much more information available today. When I was first investing, literally we had people faxing us documents from the SEC filings in Washington, D.C. Now everything's available online. Conference call transcripts are free. You have AI, you have unlimited data and all kinds of message boards and Reddit forums and things where people are sharing advice. And everyone has their own, by virtue of their career or experience, they'll know about an industry or a business, and that gives them. I would take advantage of your own competitive advantages.
I'm just afraid if I invest in Chipotle, I'll be like analyzing every little change of menu from a financial perspective and just be very critical.
If it's going to affect your experience, I wouldn't buy the stock.
Yeah, I mean, I should also say that I am somebody that emotionally does respond to volatility, which is why I've never bought index funds, and I just noticed myself psychologically being affected by the ups and downs of the market. I want to tune out because if I'm at all tuned in, it has a negative impact on my life.
Yeah, that's really important.
Can you explain what activist investing is? We've been talking about investing and then looking at companies when they're struggling, stepping in and reconfiguring things within that company and helping it become great. So that's part of it. But let's just zoom out. What's this idea of activist investing?
I think recently, in the last couple of days, I read an article saying that more than 50% of the capital in the world today invests in the stock market is passive, index money. And that's the most passive form, right? So think about an index fund. A machine buys a fixed set of securities in a certain proportion. There's no human judgment at all, and there's no real person behind it in a way. They never take steps to improve the business. They're just quietly own securities. what we do is we invest our capital in a handful of things. You get to know them really, really well because you can put 20% of your assets in something and you need to know it really well. But once you become a big holder, and if you've got some thoughts on how to make a business more valuable, you can do more than just be a passive investor. So our strategy is built upon finding great companies, in some cases, that walk their way, and then helping them succeed. And we can do that with ideas from outside the boardroom. Sometimes we take a seat on a board, or more than one. And we work with the best management teams in the world and help these businesses succeed. So when I first went into the business, no one knew who we were, and we didn't have that much money. And so to influence what was to us a big company, we had to make a fair bit more noise, right? So we would buy a stake, publicly, we attempted to engage with management. The first activist investment we made for where was Wendy's. I couldn't get the CEO to ever return my call. He didn't return my call. So we actually, in that case, our idea was Wendy's owned a company called Tim Hortons, which is coffee donut chain. And you could buy Wendy's for basically $5 billion. And they owned 100% of Tim Hortons, which itself was worth more than $5 billion. You could literally buy Wendy's, separate Tim Hortons, and get Wendy's for negative value. That seemed like a pretty good opportunity, even though the business wasn't good enough. So we bought the stake, called the CEO, couldn't get a meeting, nothing. So we hired actually Blackstone, which was at that time had an investment bank. And we hired them to do what's called a fairness opinion of what Wendy's would be worth if they followed our advice. And they agreed to do it, paid them a fee for it. And then we mailed in a letter with a copy of the fairness opinion saying Wendy's would basically be worth 80% more if they did what we said. And 6 weeks later, they did what we said. That's activism, an early form of activism. With that kind of under our belt, a little more credibility. Now we start to take things and stakes in companies. The media would pay attention. So the media became a kind of important partner. And some combination of shame, embarrassment, and opportunity motivated management teams to do the right thing. And then beyond that, there's certain steps you can take if management is recalcitrant and the shareholders on their side. But it's a bit like running for office. You've got to get all the constituents to support you in your ideas. And if they support you in your ideas, you can overthrow, if you will, the board of a company. You bring in new talent and then take over the management of a business. And that's the most extreme form of activism. So that's kind of the early days. And a lot of the early things that we did were what we call sort of like investment banking activism. We'd go in and recommend something a good investment bank would have recommended. And if they do it, we make a bunch of money, and then we move on to the next one. And then we realized investment in a company called General Growth was the first time we took a board seat on the company. And there was some financial restructuring and also an opportunity to improve the operations of the business, sit on the board of the company. And that was one of the best investments we ever made. And we said, okay, we can do more than just be an outsider from the boardroom investor. And we can get involved in helping select the right management teams and helping guide the right management teams. And then we've done that over years. And then I would say the last 7 years, we haven't had to be an activist. An activist is generally someone who's outside, banging on the door trying to get in. We've sort of built enough credibility that they open the door and they say, hey, Bill, what ideas do you have? So, welcome. Would you like to join the board? We're treated differently today than we were in the beginning. And that is, I would say, some people might just call it being an engaged owner. And by the way, that's the way investing is done in the Andrew Carnegie, JP Morgan days, 150 years ago. Right? You had these iconic business leaders that would own 20% of U.S. Steel, and when things would go wrong, they'd replace the board and the management and fix them. And over time, we went to a world where mutual funds were created, like in the 1920s, 30s, index funds, Vanguard, and others, and that all these controlling shareholders would kind of gave their stock to society or the children and multiple generations, and they were no longer kind of controlling owners of businesses, very few. And that led to underperformance and the opportunity for activists over time. And activism is done, I think it's helped lead this movement, is it restored kind of the balance of power between the owners of the business and the management of the company. And that's been a very good thing for the performance of the U.S. stock market, actually.
So the owners meaning the shareholders.
Yeah.
And so there's a or direct channel communication with investing the shareholders and the people running the company.
Yeah. So activists generally never own more than 5 or 10% of the business. So they don't have control. So the way they get influence is they have to convince the other, but they have to get to the sort of majority of the other shareholders to support them. And if they can get that kind of support, they can behave almost like a controlling shareholder. And that's how it works.
So the running of a company is, according to Bill Ackman, is more democratic now.
It is. But you need some thought leaders. Activists are kind of thought leaders because they can spend the time and the money. The retail investor that owns 1,000 shares doesn't have the resources or the time. They got a day job. Whereas an activist day job is finding a handful of things where there are opportunities.
So on average, is it good to have such an engaged, powerful, influential investor helping direct the direction of the company?
Depends who that investor is, but generally I think it's a good thing. And that's why, one of the problems with being CEO of a company today and having a very diversified shareholder base is the kind of short-term, long-term balance. And you have investors who have all different interests in terms of what they want to achieve and when they want to achieve. And CEO of a new company hasn't had, a new CEO of an old company, hasn't had a chance to develop the credibility to make the kind of longer term decisions and be stuck in a cycle of being judged on a quarterly basis. And a business, the best businesses are forever assets. And decisions you make now have impact 3, 4, 5 years from now. In order to make, and sometimes there are decisions you make that have the effect of reducing the earnings of a company in the short term, because in the long term, it's going to make the business much more valuable. But sometimes it's hard to have that kind of credibility when you're a new CEO of a company. So when you have a major owner that's respected by other shareholders sitting on the board saying, hey, the CEO is doing the right thing and making this expensive investment in a new factory. We're spending more money on R&D because we're developing something that's going to pay off over time. That large owner on the board can help buy the time necessary for management to behave in a longer term way. And that's good for all the shareholders.
So that's the good story. So can you give back? We have a CEO who is a visionary and sees the long-term future of the company, and an investor come in and have very selfish interest in just making more money in the short term, and therefore destroy and manipulate the opinions of the shareholders and other people on the board in order to sink the company, maybe increase the price, but destroy the possibility of long-term value.
Again, the activists in here, the shareholder base is the biggest shareholders are the index funds that are forever, right? So BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, their ownership stakes are just at this point all growing because of the inflows of capital they have from shareholders. So they have to think, and they should think very long term, and they're going to be very skeptical of someone coming in with a short term idea that drives the stock price up, in the next 6 months, but impairs the company's long term ability to compete. And basically, that ownership group prevents this kind of activity from really happening.
So people are generally skeptical of short-term activities.
Yes. They're very few. I don't really know any short-term activist investors. Not ones with credibility.
You mentioned General Growth. I read somewhere called arguably one of the best hedge fund trades of all time. So I guess it went from $60 million to over $3 billion.
It was a good one.
All right.
But it wasn't a trade. I wouldn't describe it as a trade. Trade is something you buy and you flip. This is something where we made the investment initially in November of 2008. And we still own a company we spun off of General Growth, and it's now 15 years later.
Can you describe what went into making that decision to actually increase the value of the company?
Sure. So this was at the time of the financial crisis, circa November 2008. What real estate's always been a kind of sector that I've been interested in. I began my career in the real estate business, working for my dad, actually, arranging mortgages for real estate developers. So I have kind of deep ties and interest in the business. And General Growth was the second largest shopping mall company in the country. Simon Properties, many people have heard of,
General Growth was number 2. They owned some of the best malls in the country. And at that time, people thought of shopping malls as these non-disruptable things. Again, we talk about disruption. Malls have been disrupted in many ways. And General Growth stock, the company, the CFO in particular, was very aggressive in the way that he borrowed money. He borrowed money from a kind of Wall Street, not long-term mortgages, but generally relatively short-term mortgages. He was pretty aggressive. As the value went up, he borrowed more and more against the assets, and that helped the short-term results of the business. The problem was, during the financial crisis, the market for what's called CMBS, commercial mortgage-backed securities, basically shut. And the company, because its debt was relatively short-term, had a lot of big maturities coming up that they had no ability to refinance. And the market said, oh my God, lenders foreclosed, and the shareholders kept the company to go bankrupt and stuff like that. Stock went from $63 a share to 34 cents. And the family, the Bucktown family, owned, I think, about 25% of the company, and they had a $5 billion stock that was worth $25 million or something at the time. He bought a stake in the business. And what interested me was I thought the assets were worth substantially more than the liabilities. The company had $27 billion in debt and had $100 million value, the equity, down from like $20 billion. Okay. And one, that, sort of an interesting place to start with the stock down 99%. But the fundamental drivers for mall business are occupancy, how occupied the malls. Occupancy is up year on year, between 7 and 8. Net operating income, which is kind of a measure of cash flow from the malls, that was up year on year. So kind of the underlying fundamentals were doing fine. The only problem they had is they had billions of dollars of debt that they had to repay. They couldn't repay. And if you kind of examine the bankruptcy code, that's precisely designed for a situation like this, where it's kind of this resting place you can go to kind of restructure your business. Now, the problem was that every other company that had gone bankrupt, the shareholders got wiped out. And so the market's seeing every previous example of the shareholders get wiped out, the assumption is the stock's going to go to zero. That's not what the bankruptcy code says. The bankruptcy code says is that the value gets apportioned based on value. And if you can prove to a judge that there was the assets worth more than the liabilities, then the shareholders actually get to keep their investment in the company. And that was the bet we made. And so we stepped into the market. We bought 25% of the company in the open market. We had to pay out. Started at 34 cents. I think there were 300 million shares. So about $100 million value. By the time we were done, we paid an average of $60 million for 25% of the business. So about $240 million for the equity of the company. And then we had to get on the board to convince the directors the right thing to do. And the board was in complete panic. Didn't know what to do. Spending a ton of money on advisors. And, I was a shareholder activist 4 years into Pershing Square. And no one had any idea what we were doing. They thought we were crazy. Every day we go into the market, we buy this penny stock. And we file what's called a 13D at every 1% increase in our stake. And people just thought we were crazy. So buying stock in a company that's going to go bankrupt, still you're going to lose all your money. Run. Okay. And I said, well, wait, the bankruptcy code says that it's more asset value than liability. We should be fine. And the key moment, if you're looking for fun moments, is there's a woman named Maddie Bucksbaum, who's from the Bucktown family. And her cousin, John, was the chairman of the board, CEO of the company. And I said, as she called me after we disclosed our stake in the company, she was like, Billy Ackman, I'm really glad to see you here. And I met her I don't think it was a date, but I kind of met her in a social context, 25 or something. And she's like, look, I'm really glad to see you here. If there's anything I can do to help you, call me. I said, sure. We kept trying to get on the board of the company. They wouldn't invite us on. Couldn't really run a proxy contest. Not what a company done bankrupt. And their advisors actually were Goldman Sachs, and they're like, you don't want the fox in the henhouse. And they were listening to their advisors. So I called Maddie up, and I said, Maddie, I need to get on the board of the company to help. And he said, you know what? I will call my cousin. I'll get it done. He calls back a few hours later. You'll be going on to the board. I don't know what he said. Which is the next thing you know, I'm invited on the board of the company. And the board was talking about the old equity general growth. Old equity is what we talk about, the shareholders are getting wiped out. No. This board represents current equity in the company, and I'm a major shareholder. John's a major shareholder. There's plenty of asset value here. This company should be able to be restructured for the benefit of the shareholders. And we led a restructuring for the benefit of shareholders. And it took, let's say, 8 months, and the company emerged from Chapter 11. We made an incremental investment into the company, and the shareholders kept the vast majority of their investment. All the creditors got their facing out of their investment, par plus accrued interest, and it was a great outcome. All the employees kept their jobs, the mall stayed open, no litigation, the bankruptcy system worked the way it should. I was in court all the time. And the first meeting with the judge was like, look, this would never have happened were it not for a financial crisis. And once the judge said that, I knew we were going to be fine. Because the company really not done anything fundamentally wrong. Maybe a little too aggressive on how we bought money. And stock went from 34 cents to $31 a share. And actually, fun little anecdote, we made a lot of people a lot of money who followed us into it. I got a lot of nice thank you notes that you get on occasion in this business, proving up. And then one day I get a voicemail. This is when there was something called voicemail, probably a few years later. And it's a guy with a very thick Jamaican accent leaving a message for Bill Ackman. So I'm going to return all my calls. Call the guy back. I said, hi, it's Bill Ackman. I'm just returning your call. Thank you so much for calling. I said, how can I help? He said, I wanted to thank you. I said, what do you mean? I saw you on CNBC a couple of years ago. You were talking about this general growth. And the stock, so where's the stock at the time? It's like 60 cents or something. And I bought a lot of stock. And I'm like, well, how much did you invest? Oh, I invest all of my money. And he was a New York City taxi driver. And he invested like $50,000 or something like this at 60 cents a share. And he was still holding it. And he went into retirement and he made 50 times money. And those are the moments that you feel pretty good about investing.
What gave you confidence to that? It's a penny stock, and I'm sure you were getting a lot of naysayers and people saying that this is crazy.
It's the same thing, just do the work. Like, we got a lot of pushback from our investors, actually, because we had never invested in a bankrupt company before. It's a field called distressed investing, and they're dedicated distressed investors. We weren't considered one of them. So, Bill, what are you doing? You don't know anything about distressed investing. You don't know anything about bankruptcy investing. But I can read.
And you learn.
And I learn. And sometimes it's very helpful not to be a practitioner, an expert in something, because you get used to the conventional wisdom. And so we just, abstractly read the step back and look at the facts. And it was just a really interesting setup for one of the best investments we ever made.
How hard is it to learn some of the legal aspects of this, like you mentioned, bankruptcy code? Like, I imagine it's very sort of dense language and dense ideas and the loopholes and all that kind of stuff. Like, if you're just stepping in and you've never done distressed investing, how hard is it to figure out?
It's not that hard. No, it's not that hard. But I literally read a book on distressed investing. Okay. Ben Branch or something on distressed investing.
So you were able to pick up the intuition from that, just all the basic skills involved, the basic facts to know, all that.
Most of the world's knowledge has already been written somewhere. You just got to read the right books. And also have great lawyers. Built up some great relationships. We worked with Sullivan Cromwell. And the lawyer there named Joe Schenker, who I met earlier in my career. Perkins was actually my second acting in hedge fund business. I started a fund called Gotham Partners when I was 26. One of my early investments was a company called Rothschild Center Properties that was heading for bankruptcy. And the lawyer on the other side representing Goldman Sachs was a guy named Joe Schenker. So he was like an obvious phone call because it was yet another real estate bankruptcy. And that one, we did very well, but I missed the big opportunity. And I suffered severe psychological torture every time I walked by Rothschild. We knew more about that property than anyone else, but I knew less about deal making and didn't have the resources. And I was 28 years old or 27. And they hired a better lawyer than we did. And they outsmarted us on that one in a way. So I said, okay, I'm going to go hire this guy the next time around. So,
okay, we'll probably talk about Rockefeller Center and But first, you said Fox in the penthouse. Yeah. Something that the board and the chairman were worried about. Why would they call you a Fox? So you keep saying activist investing is running the war about. It's always good. Well, mostly good. But, that expression applied in this context, they were still worried about that.
Sure.
And so maybe there's a million questions here, but first of all, what is the process of getting them to look like?
So a board can always admit a member at any time in their discretion, a U.S. company. In fact, maybe there's some jurisdiction where you need a shareholder vote. In most cases, the board can vote on a director if they want. If the board doesn't invite you to the party, you have to apply to be a member, in effect. And that process is called, basically it's the process of ultimately running a slate for me. You propose any shareholder can propose to be on board of the company if they own one share of stock in the business. And getting your name in the company's materials you sent to shareholders, those rules were written in a way that were very unfavorable and very difficult to get into. Those rules have been changed very recently. Where the company now has to include a candidate, really all the candidates in the materials they sent to shareholders, so the shareholders pick the best one. When we applied, and we ran proxy contests in the past, that's not the case. Because you have to spend a lot of money, mostly mailing fees and all kinds of other legal and other expenses to let everyone know you're running, like running a political campaign. And then you got to run around, meet with the big shareholders, fly around the country, explain your case to them. And then there's a shareholder meeting. And if you get a majority vote, you get them.
What's this proxy contest / battle idea? What's
the battle comes when they don't want you getting it. And a lot of that has to do with, I would say, pride. Normal human kind of stuff. A lot of times, a board of an underperforming company doesn't want to admit that they've underperformed. And boards of directors 20 years ago, when we started Pershing Square, were pretty cushy jobs. Sit on board of the company, you play golf with the CEO, at nice golf courses, you make a few $100,000 a year to go to 4 meetings. It was kind of a rubber stamp world, where a board, at the end of the day, the CEO really ran the show. Once shareholders could actually dislodge board members and they could lose their seats, and that's where the rise of shareholder activism, boards started taking their responsibilities much more seriously. Because directors are typically, there are many cases they're retired CEOs. This is kind of how they're making a living in the later part of their career. They'll sit on 4 boards that collect $1.5 million a year in director's fees. If they get thrown off the board by the shareholders, that's embarrassing, obviously, and it affects their ability to get on other boards. So, again, incentives, as I said earlier, drive all human behavior. The incentives directors, they want to preserve their board seats. So if you have a director, now the directors on board serve in various roles. The most vulnerable ones are ones that, for example, share a compensation fee. And if they put in a bad plan or they overpaid management, they're subject to attack by shareholders. But these contests are not dissimilar to political contests. There's mudslinging, and the other side puts out false information about you, respond, and they're spending the shareholders' money, so they have sort of unlimited resources, and you're spending your investors' money, a small firm, finite resources, so they can spend you, they can sue you, they can try to, jigger the mechanics in such a way that you're going to lose. There's some unfortunate stuff that's happened in the past, some manipulative stuff.
Also some stuff that's public, like in the press and all this kind of stuff.
Oh, of course, there'd be articles about the dirty days where they would go through your trash and make sure that you're not sleeping. That's okay. I can survive extreme scrutiny because I've been through this for a long time.
So you're saying the fat and happy hens can get very wolf-like when the foxes try to break in?
Well, the foxes are threat to the hens.
Yeah. But you're just the charismatic fox explains to me why the fox is good for everybody in the head house.
At the end of the day, it's actually very good on the board to have someone, there are many examples over time. There's a handful of high-profile ones where the board fought tooth and nail to keep the activists off the board. And then once the activists got on the board, they said, the guy's not so bad after all. The shareholders voted him on. He's got some decent ideas, and let's all work together to have this work out. And so there are very few cases where after the contest, when by the way, sometimes you have to replace the entire board. We've done that. But in most cases, you get a couple of seats on the board, and it's just, you want to build a board comprised of diverse points of view, and that's how you get to the truth.
What was the most dramatic battle on the board that you have been a part of?
The Canadian Pacific proxy contest. So Canadian Pacific was just considered the most iconic company in Canada. It literally built the country because the rail that got built over Canada is what united the various provinces into a country. And then over time, the railroad business is pretty good business. They built a ton of hotels, they owned a lot of real estate, and it became this massive conglomerate. But it was horribly mismanaged for decades. By the time we got involved, it was by far the worst run railroad in North America. They had the lowest profit margins, they had the lowest growth rate. Every quarter, management would make excuses, generally about the weather, as to why they underperformed versus. And they're the direct competitor, a company called Canadian National, as a railroad right across the country. The Pacific would constantly be complaining about the weather. Basically, same country, same region. Tracks weren't that far apart. But it was a really important company, and being on the board was like an honorary thing. And everyone on the board was an icon of Canada. The chairman of the World Bank of Canada, the head of the most important privately held grain company, sort of an important collection of big-time Canadian executives. Here we were, this is probably about 13 years ago. And, still maybe 44-year-old from New York, not Canadian, is saying this is the worst run railroad in North America. And we bought 12% of the railroad at a really low price. And we brought with us to our first meeting the greatest railroader ever, a guy named Hunter Harrison, who turned around Canadian National. We've got a great asset. We've got the greatest railroad CEO of all time. He's come out of retirement to step in and run the railroad. And we brought him to the first meeting, and they wouldn't even meet him. And they certainly wouldn't even consider hiring him. And that led us to a proxy contest.
And this is where the engine starts turning, just to figure out how this contest can be won. What's involved?
The key is we had to, one, come up with a group of directors who would be willing to step into a battle. And we didn't want a bunch of New York directors or even American directors. We wanted Canadians. The problem was this was the most iconic company in Canada. And we wanted high-profile people. So we talked to all the high-profile people in Canada. Every one of them would say, "Bill, you're entirely right. This thing is the worst thing railroad needs to be fixed." But, I see John at the club. I see him at the Toronto club. I can't do this, but he's totally right. And we had this, and that was the concern, because you have to file your materials by a certain day. You got to put together a slate. We needed a big slate because we knew that we had to replace basically all the directors. And then I spoke to a guy who was one of the wealthiest guys in Canada, who was on the board at one point in time. And he said, "Bill, I have an idea for you. There's this woman, Rebecca McDonald. Why don't you give her a call?" And I called Rebecca, and she was the first woman to take a company public in Canada as CEO. And she was a kind of anti-establishment, not afraid to take on anything kind of person. And I called her, we had a great conversation. And she was in the Dominican Republic at her house. I flew down to see her. And she said, "Yeah, I'm all in." And actually, once we got her, that enabled us to get others. And then we put together our slate. And we had some pretty interesting dialogue with the company. They tried to embarrass us all the time.
In the press, publicly,
In the press, publicly. At one point I wrote an email saying, "Look, let's come to peace on this thing. But if we don't, we're really forcing my hand, and we're going to have to rent the largest hall in Toronto and invite all the shareholders, and it's going to be that embarrassing for me." I made reference to some nuclear winter. Let's not have a nuclear winter. And they thought they'd embarrass me by releasing the email, but it only inspired us. We rented the largest hall in Canada, and we put up a presentation walking through, here's Canadian National, here's what it said, here's what they did. And we had Hunter get up, who's this incredibly charismatic guy from Tennessee. An amazing, he's like a lion. Incredibly deep voice, unbelievable track record, incredibly respected guy. It's like getting Michael Jordan to come out of retirement and come run the company. And Hunter was incredible, and other members of my team were super engaged. And the board, Canadians are known to be nice. But one of the problems we had is shareholders would never tell management or the board that they were losing. It was not until the night before the meeting when the vote came in that management realized they lost. We got 99% of the vote, and they offered us a deal. When they begged us to take a deal, they said, "Look, we'll resign tonight, so we don't have to come to the meeting tomorrow." That's how embarrassing. So that was kind of an interesting one.
So in both this proxy battle and the company itself, this is one of your most successful investments.
Right. I mean, the stock's up about 10 times, and it's an industrial company. It's a railroad. It's not like it's not Google. So it's a great story, and the company's now run by a guy named Keith Creel. And Keith was Hunter's protege, and in many ways, actually better than Hunter. He's doing an incredible job. And the sad part here is we did very well. We tripled our money over 7 years, and then I went through a very challenging period because of a couple of bad investments, and we had to sell our Canadian Pacific to pay raise capital to pay for investors who were leaving. But we had another opportunity to buy it back in the last couple of years, and so we're now again a major owner of the company. But had we held on to the original stock, it would have been epic, if you will.
So on this one, you were right.
Yes.
And I read an article about you. I read an article that said Bill is often right, but you approach it with a scorched earth approach that can often do more than can do damage.
I haven't read the often right article, but the good news is we are often right, and I say we because we're a team. Small team that are working very successful on. So our batting average as investors is extremely high. And the good news is our record's totally public. You can see everything we've ever done. But the press doesn't realize who's generally right about the success stories. They write about the failures. And so we've had some epic failures, big losses. Good news is they've been a tiny minority of the cases. Now, no one likes to lose money. It's even worse to lose other people's money. And I've done that occasionally. The good news is that you've stuck with us. You've done very well.
Small things since we're talking about boards. Did you get a chance to see what happened with the OpenAI board? Are you talking to Sam Altman soon? Is there any insight you have, just maybe lessons you got from these kinds of events, especially with an AI technology companies with dramatic things happening?
So that was an incredible story. Look, governance really matters. And the governance structure of OpenAI, I think, leaves something to be desired. I think Sam's point was, and maybe Elon Musk's point, originally set up as a nonprofit. And reminds me, actually, I invested in a nonprofit run by a former Facebook founder where he was going to create a Facebook-like entity for nonprofits to promote goodness in the world. And the problem was he couldn't hire the talent he wanted because he couldn't grant stock options, he couldn't pay market salaries, and ultimately he ended up selling the business to a for-profit. So it taught me for-profit solutions to problems are much better than that. And here you have kind of a blend, right? Set up as a nonprofit. But I think they found the same thing. They couldn't hire the talent they wanted without having a for-profit subsidiary. But the nonprofit entity, as I understand it, owns a big chunk of OpenAI. And the investors own sort of a capped interest where their upside is capped. And they don't have representation on the board. And I think that's a setup for a problem. And that's clearly what happened here.
And there's, I guess, some kind of complexity in the governance. And because of this nonprofit and cap profit thing, it seems like there's a bunch of complexity and non-standard aspects to it that perhaps also contributes to the problem.
Yeah. Governance really matters. Boards of directors really matter. Giving the shareholders the right to have input at least once a year in the structure of the governance of the company, which is really important. And private, venture-backed boards are also not ideal. I'm an active investor in ventures, and there are some complicated issues that emerge in private venture stage companies, where board members have somewhat divergent incentives from the long-term owners of the business. And what you see a lot in venture boards is they're presided over generally by venture capital investors who are big investors in the company, and oftentimes it's more important to them to give have the public perception that they're good directors, so they get the next best deal, right? If they get if they have a reputation for kind of taking on management too aggressively, word will get out in the small community of founders, and they'll miss the next Google. And so their interests are not just in that particular company. That's also one of the problems. Again, it all comes back to incentives.
Can you explain to me the difference between venture-backed like VCs and shareholders? So this means before the company goes public?
Yeah, so private venture-backed companies, the boards tend to be very small. It could be a handful of the venture investors and management. They're often very rarely independent directors. It's just not an ideal structure.
Oh, I see. You want independent.
It's beneficial to have people who have an economic interest in the business and they care only about the success of that company, as opposed to someone who, if you think about the venture business, getting into the best deals is more important than any one deal. And you see cases where the boards go along with, in some cases, bad behavior on the part of management because they want a reputation for being kind of a founder-friendly director. Yeah, that's kind of problematic. You don't have the same issue in public companies.
So we talked about some of the big wins and your track record. You said there were some big losses. So what's the biggest loss of your career?
Biggest loss of my career is a company called Valiant Pharmaceuticals. We made an investment in a business that didn't meet our core principles. The problem in the pharmaceutical industry, and there are many problems as I've learned, is it's a very volatile business, right? It's based on drug discovery. It's based on predicting kind of the future revenues of a drug before it goes off patent. Lots of complexities. We thought we had found a pharmaceutical company we could own because of a very unusual founder and the way he approached the business. It was a company where another activist was on the board of directors of the company and kind of governing and overseeing the day-to-day decisions. And we ended up making a passive investment in the company. And up until this point in time, we really didn't make passive investments. And the company made a series of decisions that were, disastrous. And then we stepped in to try to solve the problem. It was the first time I ever joined a board, and the mess was much larger than I realized from the outside. And then I was kind of stuck. And it was very much a confidence-sensitive strategy because they built their business by acquiring pharmaceutical assets, and they often issued stock when they acquired targets. And so once the market lost confidence in management, the stock price got crushed and it impaired their ability to continue to acquire low costs, drugs. And we lost $4 billion. $4 billion. Yeah. How's that for a big loss? It's up there.
I'm sweating this whole conversation, both the wins and the losses and the stakes involved.
And by the way, that loss catalyzed other, what I call mark-to-market losses. So very high profile, huge number, disastrous press. Then people said, okay, Bill's going to go out of business. Everything he's doing. And we know his entire portfolio because we only own 10. And we were short a company called Herbalife. Really shorted two companies. The first one, there's a book. The second one, there's a movie. Okay. We no longer short companies. But so people pushed up the price of Herbalife, which is when you're a short seller, that's catastrophic. I can explain that. And then they also shorted the other stocks that they own. And so that Valiant loss led to an overall more than 30% loss in the value of our portfolio. The Valiant loss was real. It's crystallized the end of selling the position, taking that loss. Most of the other losses were what I would call mark-to-market losses that were temporary. But many people go out of business because, as I mentioned before, large movement of price, investors are redeeming when you have leverage, put you out of business. And if people assumed if we got put out of business, we'd have to sell everything or cover our short position. and that would make the losses even worse. So Wall Street is kind of ruthless.
So they can make money off of that whole thing.
Absolutely.
So they use the opportunity of Valiant to try to destroy you,
Yes.
reputation, financially, and then capitalize and
Yes.
make money off of that.
Yes.
Wow, that's a terrifying spot to be in. But what was it like going through that?
That was pretty grim. It's actually much worse than that because I had a lot of stuff going on personally as well. So, and these things tend to be correlated. The Valiant mistake came at a time where I was contemplating my marriage. And I was also, the problem with the hedge fund business is when you get to a certain scale, the CEO becomes like the chief marketing officer of the business. I'm really an investor as opposed to a marketing guy. But when you have investors who give you a few $100 million, they want to see you, once a year, Bill, I'd love to see you for an hour. But if you got a couple hundred of those, you find yourself on a plane to the Middle East, to Asia, flying around the country. This is pre-Zoom. And that takes you away from the investment process to delegate more. That was a contributor to the Valiant mistake. So now we lose a ton of money on Valiant. My ex-wife and I were talking about separating, getting divorced. I put that on hold. So I didn't want to make a decision in the middle of this crisis. And things just kept getting worse. We were also sued. We lose a lot of money. We didn't get sued by our investors, but we got sued by a shareholder because when the stock price goes down, shareholders sue. We've done nothing wrong other than make a big mistake. But so you have litigation. Your investors are taking their money out. I'm in the middle of the divorce. The divorce starts to proceed. My ex-wife's lawyer's expectations of what my net worth was about 3 times what it actually was. And it was going lower right in the middle of this. And I remember the lawyer saying, look, Bill, you've estimated your net worth at X, but don't worry, we only want a third. But X was 3X. So a third was 100%. And then I had litigation. And actually never before publicly disclosed, I'll share it with you now. We had a public company that owned about a third of our portfolio. That was called our version of Berkshire Hathaway. I tried to learn from Mr. Buffett over time. And it was, so to speak, permanent capital. The problem with hedge funds is people take their money out every quarter. What Buffett has is a company where people want to take their money out, they sell the stock, but the money stays. So we set up a similar structure in October of 2014. And then a year later, Valiant happens. And then a year later, we're in the middle of the mess. And we're still in the mess. Like by kind of mid 2017, we've got litigation underway. And another activist investor, a firm called Elliott Associates, which is run by a guy named Paul Singer, took a big position in our public company that was the bulk of our capital. And they shorted all the stocks that we owned, and they went long the short, probably went long the short that we were short, and they were making a bet that we'd be forced to liquidate. And then they would make money on, our public company was trading at a discount where all the securities were. So they bought the public company, they shorted the securities, and then they, came to see us to try to be activists and force us to liquidate. And that sort of
Wow.
So I thought this was going to be.
Wow.
I envisioned an end where the divorce takes all of my resources, the permanent capital vehicle ends up getting liquidated, and another activist in my industry puts me out of business. And I had met Mary Oxman right around this time. I had fallen completely in love with her, and I was envisioning a world where I was bankrupt. A judge found me guilty of whatever. He sends me off to jail, or not that judge because it's a civil judge, but another judge sues the SEC, Department of Justice. I find myself in this incredible mess. And I decided I didn't want things to end that way. So I did something I'd never done before. I talked all before about you don't borrow money. I borrowed money. And I borrowed $300 million from JP Morgan in the middle of this mess. And I give JP Morgan enormous credit in seeing through it. And also, I've been a good client over a long period of time, and it's like it's a handshake bank, and they bet that I would succeed. And I took that money to buy enough stock in my public company that I could prevent an activist from taking over, and effectively buy control of our little public company. And I got that done. And that I knew was the moment, the turning point. And resolved my divorce, and divorces get easier to resolve when things are going badly. I was able to resolve that. We settled the litigation. I was buying blocks of our stock in the market. I remember a day I bought a big block of stock in the market. I get a call from Gordon Singer, who's Paul Singer's son, who runs their London part of their business. He's like, Bill, was that you buying that block? I said, yes. He said, fuck.
So he knew
that once I got that, they were not going to be able to succeed, and they went away. And that was the bottom. And we've had an incredible run since then.
And there you were able to protect your reputation from the valiant failure still?
I mean, this is a business where you're going to make some mistakes. It was a big one. It was very reputationally damaging. The press was a total disaster. But I'm not a quitter. And actually, the key moments for us, we've never taken our core investment principles and actually really written them down. Something we talked about at meetings, kind of our investment team meetings. I had a member of the team. I said, look, go for a big piece of granite and a chisel, and let's take those core principles. I want them like Moses' 10 Commandments. We're going to chisel them and we're going to put it up on the wall. And once we produce those, we put one on everyone's desk. I said, look, if we ever again veer from the core principles, just take me there for a baseball bat. And that was the bottom. And ever since then, we've got the best 6 years in the system.
So we focus on fundamentals.
I love how I literally met Neri day after the bottom. That first day was September 7th, 2017. That was very close to the bottom. Actually, there's one other element to the story. So this went on for a few months after I met her. The other element is that one day I got a call from Neri. She's like, Bill, guess what? Guess what? Brad Pitt is coming to the media lab. He wants to see my work. That's beautiful, sweetheart. I didn't know Brad Pitt was interested in your work.
As a man, that's a difficult phone call to take.
And apparently, he's really interested in architecture. Now, Neri and I were like, we would WhatsApp all day, every day. We'd talk throughout the day. Brad Pitt shows up to me about 10 o'clock. I talk to him in the morning. I kind of text her, see how things are going. Don't hear back. And on WhatsApp, you can see like whether the other person's read it or not. Okay? No response. A couple hours later, send another text. No response. 6 o'clock, no response. 8 o'clock, no response. 10 o'clock, no response. And finally calls me at 10:30, tells me how great. So I had this scenario. Okay, the judge is going to find me. He's going to lose to the judge. All my assets will disappear, and then Brad Pitt's going to take it.
Brad Pitt's your competition.
So it was like a moment. That was sort of the bottom, and then sort of the motivational thing. I didn't want to lose an activist. Didn't want to lose my girl to another guy. So.
That's it. And you emerged from all of that the winner on all fronts.
I'm a very fortunate guy. And lucky.
You talked about some of the technical aspects of that, but psychologically, is there, what are you doing at night for yourself?
That was a hard time. Hard time because I was separated from my wife and my kids. I was living in, not the greatest apartment. I had a beautiful home, and so I had to go find like a bachelor place. And I didn't want to be away from my kids. I moved like 10 blocks away, and I wasn't seeing them, and they didn't like it. So I ended up buying an apartment I didn't like in the same building as my kids, like the different entrance, so I could be near them. But I was home alone. I got a dog. That was a bar. Let's call him Babar, not the elephant. He's a black Labrador. He was supposed to be a mini, but he's not so mini. I got him at 6 weeks old, and he would keep me company. And I started meditating, actually. And a friend recommended TM. And I would meditate 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes in the evening. And I also big believer in exercise and weightlifting. I play tennis. And I had been, this is not my first, proximity to disaster. I had another moment in my career, like 2002, and I learned this method for dealing with these kind of moments, which is you just make a little progress every day. So today, wake up and make progress. Progress in litigation, make progress in portfolio, make progress with my life, and progress compounds. It's a bit like money compounds. You don't see a lot of progress in the first few weeks, But like 30 days in, you're like, oh, okay. You know, so you can't look up at the mountaintop where you used to be, because then you'll give up, right? So just okay, just make step by step by step. And then 90 days in, you're like, okay, I was way down there. Okay, I don't look up. Just keep making, you know, progress. And progress really does compound. And one day you wake up and like, wow, it's amazing how far I've come. And if you look at a chart of Pershing Square, our company, you can see the absolute bottom. But you can see where we were, you can see the drop, and you can see where we are now. And that huge drop, it felt like a complete unbelievable disaster. Looks like a little bump on the curve, and it really gives you perspective on these things. You just have to power through. And I think the key is, you know, I've always been fortunate, like from a mental health point of view, and you know, nutrition, sleep, exercise, a little progress every day. That's it. And you know, good friends and family. You know, go take a walk with a friend every night. A sister who loves me, and parents who are supportive, but they were, you know, they're all worried about their son, their brother, this moment. And also, by the way, the other thing to think about is when you recover from something like this, you really appreciate it, you know? And also you know, as much as the media loves, okay, when some successful person falls, they love writing the story of success. They love even more the story of failure. But when you recover from that, it's kind of like the American story, right? America, you know, you think of the great entrepreneurs and how many failures they had before they succeeded. You know, how many rocket launches, you know, did SpaceX have explode on the pad, right? And then you look at success, and that's why it's so admired.
You mentioned Herbalife. Can you take me through the saga of that? It's historic.
So we at Pershing Square shorted very few stocks. And the reason for that is short selling is just inherently treacherous. So if you buy a stock, it's called going long, right? You're buying something, the worst case scenario, you lose your whole investment. You buy a stock for 100, it goes to zero, you lose $100, right, per share, by one trade. You short a stock at 100, what it means is you borrow the security from someone else. The analogy I gave is made it easy for people to understand. It's a bit like you think, you know, silver coins you can go down and down. And you have a friend who's got a whole pile of these ATA silver US dollars. And you're going to go down and down. You say, hey, can I borrow 10 of those dollars from you? He's like, sure, but what are you going to pay me to borrow? I'll pay you, I'll pay you interest on the value of the dollars today. So you borrow the dollars that are worth $100 each day. You pay them interest while you're borrowing them. And then you go sell them in the market for $100. That's what they're worth. And then they go down in price to 50. You go back in, you buy the silver dollars back at $50, and you give them back to your friend. Your friend is fine. You borrowed 10, you give him the 10 back. You got interest in the meantime. He's happy. He made money on his coin collection. You held and made $50 times the 10 coins. You made $500. That's pretty good. The problem with that is, what if you sell them and they go from 100 to 1,000? Now you're gonna have to go buy them back, and you gotta pay, $10,000 to buy back coins. You sold for $500, you're gonna lose $9,500, and there's no limit, right, to how high the stock price can go. Companies go to $3 trillion in value, right? Tesla, a lot of people shorted Tesla, saying, oh, it's overvalued. You're never gonna be able to make a successful electric car. Well, I'm sure there are people who went bankrupt shorting Tesla. That's why we didn't short stocks. But I was presented with this actually reporter that covered the other short investment we made early in my career, a company called MBIA. Came to me and said, Bill, I found this incredible company. You got to take a look at it. It's a total fraud, and they're scamming poor people.
And let's just say that MBIA was a big success.
It was. A big part of it was that we used a different kind of instrument to short it, where we reversed that sort of, we made the investment asymmetric in our favor. Put up a small amount of money that works in different ways. So short selling is kind of sell something and buy back on that. Herbalife didn't have the what's called credit default swaps that you could purchase. Not a big enough company, didn't have enough debt outstanding to be able to implement. You had to short the stock in order to make it a successful, to bet against the company. And the more work I did in the company, the more I was like, oh my God, this thing's an incredible scam. They purport to sell weight loss shakes, but in reality, they're selling, kind of a fake business plan. And the people that adopt it lose money, and they go after poor people. They go after, actually, in many cases, undocumented immigrants who are pitched on the American dream opportunity, and because they have few other options, because they can't get legal employment, they become Herbalife distributors. And it's a business where it's so-called multi-level marketing. Multi-level marketing is sort of the name for a legitimate company like this, or it's a pyramid scheme. So basically, your sales are really only coming from people who are convinced to buy the product by getting them into the business. That's precisely what this company is. And okay, shorting a pyramid scheme seems like, one, we'll make a bunch of money, but two, the world will be behind us because they're harming poor people. Regulators will get interested in a company like this, and with that, the FTC is going to shut this thing down. And we did a ton of work, and I gave this sort of epic presentation, laying out all the facts. Stock got completely crushed, and we were on our way. And the government actually got interested early on, launched an investigation pretty early, SEC and otherwise. But then a guy named Carl Icahn showed up, and we certainly have a little bit of a backstory. But his motivations here were not really principally driven by thinking Herbalife was a good company. He thought it was a good way to hurt me. So he basically bought a bunch of stock and said it was a really great company. And Carl, at least at the time, threw his weight around a bit. He was a credible investor, had a lot of resources, and that began the saga.
So he was, we should say, a legendary investor himself.
I'd say legendary in a sense, yes, for sure. An iconic Carl Icahn.
Oh, that's very well done.
So definitely an iconic investor.
So what was the backstory between the two of you?
So I mentioned that I had another period of time with significant business challenges. This was my first fund called Gotham Partners, and we had a court stop a transaction between some private company owned and a public company. It's another long story. If you want to go,
I would love to hear as well.
But it was really my deciding to wind up my former fund, and we owned a big stake in a company called Hallwood Realty Partners, which was a company that owned real estate assets. It was worth a lot more than where it was trading, but it needed an activist to really unlock the value. And we were, in fact, going out of business and didn't have the time or the resources to pursue it. So I sold it to Carl Icahn. And I sold it to him at a premium to where the stock was trading. I think the stock was like 66. I sold it to him for 80, but it was worth 150. And I said, look, and part of the deal was Carl's like, look, I'll give you schmuck insurance. And I'm making sure you don't look bad. And I had another deal at a higher price without schmuck insurance. A deal with Carl at a lower price for schmuck insurance, with schmuck insurance. If I sell the stock in the next 3 years, for a higher price, I'll give you 50% of my profit. So that's a pretty good deal. So we made that deal. And because I was dealing with Carl Icahn, who had a reputation for, being difficult. I was, very focused on the agreement. And we didn't want him to be able to be cute. So the agreement said, if he sells or otherwise transfers his shares. And I came up with a definition to include every version of sale. Okay, because it's Carl. He then buys the stake and then makes a bid for the company. And plan is for him to get the company. He bids like 120 a share, and the company hires Morgan Stanley to sell itself. And he raises a bid 125, 130. Eventually, it gets sold. I don't remember the exact price. Let's say $145 a share. And Carl's not the winning bidder. And he sells the stock. He loses or transfers his shares. $145 a share. So he owes actually our investors the difference between 145 and 50%. And I had lawyers never like you to put like a arithmetic example. I put like a formula, like out of a math book in the documents. There can be no confusion. It's only an 8-page, really simple agreement. So the deal closes, and he's supposed to pay us in 2 business days or 3 business days. I waited a few business days. No money comes in. I call Carl. I'm like, Carl, congratulations on the Hallwood Realty. Thanks, Bill. I said, Carl, just want to remind you, I know it's been a few years, but you have this agreement. Remember the schmuck insurance? I said, yeah. I said, well, you owe us our schmuck insurance. He said, what do you mean? I didn't sell my shares. I said, still have the shares? He says, no. What happened to them? Well, the company did a merger for cash, and it took away my shares, but I didn't sell them. Do you understand? So I said, Carl, I'm going to have to sue me. I'm going to sue you. So I sued him. And the legal system in America takes some time. What we would do is we sued and we won in the New York Supreme Court. And then he appealed. And you can appeal like 6 months after the case. We waited to the 179th day, and then we appealed. And then we fought it at the next level. And then we appealed. He appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. Of course, the Supreme Court wouldn't take the case. It took years. Now, we had part of our agreement, we got 9% interest on the money that he owed us. So I viewed it as my Carl Icahn money market account with a much higher interest rate. And eventually, I won.
What was the amount?
Now, it was material to my investors. So my first fund, I wound it down, but I wanted to maximize everything for my investors. Right? These are the people back me at 26 years old. I was right out of business school, I had no experience. And they supported me, so I'm going to go to the end of the year for them. And $4.5 million relative to our fund at the end, maybe $400 million. It wasn't a huge number, but it was a big percentage of what was left after I sold all our liquid securities. So I was fighting for it. We got $4.5 million plus interest for 8 years or something. That's how long the litigation took. So we got about double. So he owed me $9 million, which to Carl Icahn, but probably a $20 billion net worth at the time. This was nothing. But to me, it was like, okay, it's my investors' money. I'm going to get it back. And so, eventually we won. Eventually he paid. And then he called me. He said, Bill, congratulations. Now we can be friends. We can do some investing together. Carl.
You actually said fuck you?
I'm not that kind of person generally, but, he made 8 years to pay me. Not me, even me. My investors' money they owed. So he probably didn't like that. So we kind of hung around in the weeds, waiting for an opportunity. And then from there, I started Pershing. We had kind of a straight line up. The first 12 years, we did nothing wrong. Then Valiant, Herbalife, right? He sees an opportunity, and he buys the stock. He figures he's going to run me off the road. And so that was the beginning of that. And kind of the moment, I think I'm told by CNBC, it's the most watched segment in business television history. They're interviewing me about the Herbalife investment on CNBC, and then Carl Icahn calls into the show. So we have kind of an interesting conversation. He calls me all kinds of names and stuff. So it was a moment. It was a moment in my life.
It wasn't public information that he was wrong on Herbalife?
He didn't yet disclose he had a stake. But he was just telling me how stupid I was to be short this company.
But for him, it wasn't about the fundamentals of the company. It was just personal. Is there a part of you that regrets saying fuck you on that phone call to Carl Icahn?
No. I generally have no regrets because I'm very happy with where I am now. And I feel like, it's a bit like, you step on the butterfly in the forest and the world changes because every action has a reaction. If you're happy with who you are, where you are in life, every decision you made, good or bad, over the course of your life, got you precisely where you are. I wouldn't change anything.
You said you lost money in Herbalife. So what did he did the long-term battle?
What he did is he got on the board of the company and used the company's financial resources plus his stake in business to squeeze us. And a squeeze in short selling is where you restrict the supply of the securities so that there's a scarcity. And then you encourage people to buy the stock and you drive the stock up. And as I explained before, you short those coins at 10, you go to 100. You can lose theoretically an unlimited amount, right? And that's scary. That's why we don't short stocks. That's why I didn't short stocks before this. But this was, unfortunately, I had to have a personal lesson.
So how much was for him personal versus part of the game of investing?
Well, he thought he could make money doing this. He wouldn't do it otherwise. He thought his fully pulpit, his ability to create a short squeeze, his control over the company would enable him to achieve this. And he he made $1 billion and lost $1 billion.
Do you think it was a financial decision or a personal?
It was a personal decision to pursue it. He was waiting for an opportunity to make money at our expense. It was kind of a brilliant opportunity for him. Now, the irony is, well, first of all, the FTC found a few interesting facts. So one, the government launched an investigation. They ended up settling with the company. The company paid $220 million in fines. I met a professor from Berkeley a couple of years ago. He told me that he had been hired by the government as their expert on Herbalife, and he got access to all their data, was able to prove that they're a pyramid scheme. But the government ultimately settled with Carl because they were afraid they could possibly lose in court. They settled with him. But if you look at the stock, if we'd been able to stay short the entire time, we would have made a bunch of money. The stock had a $6 billion market cap, and short it today probably $1 billion.
So you left the short business, or whatever that's called.
Closed it out. Yeah. Sold Valiant, covered Herbalife. That was the resetting moment for the firm because it was just psychologically. And the beauty of investing is you don't need to make it back the way you lost it, right? You can just take your loss. By the way, losses are valuable, and that the government allows you to take a tax loss, and that can shelter other gains, and just refocus.
Can you say one thing you really like about Carl Icahn and one thing you really don't like?
Sure. So, very charming guy. So, in the midst of all this, at the Hallwood one, he took me out for dinner to his favorite Italian restaurant. Yeah. We were in the middle of litigation, see if he could resolve it. And he offered $10 million to my favorite charity. The problem was that it wasn't my money; it was my investors' money, so I couldn't settle with him on that basis. But I had the chance to spend real time with him. Dinner. It's funny, it's charismatic, it's got incredible stories, and actually I made peace with him over time. So we had a little hug out on CNBC. Even had him to my house. Believe it or not, I hosted something called the Finance Cup, which is a tennis tournament between people in finance in Europe and the U.S. And we had the event at my house. And one guy thought to invite Carl Icahn. And so we had Carl Icahn there to present awards. And again, I have to say, I kind of like the guy. I didn't like him much during this.
Is there, because at least from the outsider perspective, there's a bit of a personal vengeance here. Or anger can build up. Do you ever worry that personal attacks between powerful investors can cloud your judgment for what is the right financial decision?
I think it's possible, but again, I try to be extremely economically rational. And actually, the last 7 years have been quite peaceful. I really have not been an activist in the old form for many years. And the vast majority of even our activist investments historically were very polite, respectful cases. The press, of course, focuses on the more interesting ones. Like Chipotle was one of the best investments we ever made. We got 4 of 8 board seats. And we worked with management. It was a great outcome. I don't think there's ever been a story about it. And the stock's up almost 10 times from the time we hired Brian Nichols, CEO. But it's not interesting because there was no battle. Whereas Herbalife, of course, was like an epic battle. Even Canadian Pacific. So for a period there, most people when they meet me in person, are like, "Oh, you seem like a really nice guy." But things have been pretty calm for the last 7 years.
Of course, there's more than just investing that your life's about, especially recently. Let me just ask you about what's going on in the world first. What was your reaction? And what is your reaction and thoughts with respect to the October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel?
It's a sad world that we live in. That one, we have terrorists, and two, that we can have such barbaric terrorism. And just a reminder of that.
So there are several things I can ask here. First, your views on the prospects of the Middle East, but also on the reaction to this war in the United States, especially on university campuses. But first, let me just ask, you've said that you're pro-Palestinian. Can you explain what you mean by that?
With all of my posts about Israel, I'm obviously very supportive of the country of Israel, Israel's right to exist, Israel's right to defend itself. My Arab friends, my Palestinian friends, were kind of saying, "Hey, Bill, where are you? What about Palestinian lives?" And I was pretty early in my life. A guy named Marty Peretz, who's been important to me over the course of my life, professor, first investor in my fund, introduced me to NARI, asked me when I was right out of school to join this nonprofit called the Jerusalem Foundation, which was a charitable foundation that supported Teddy Kollek when he was mayor of Jerusalem. I ended up becoming the youngest chairman of the Jerusalem Foundation in my 30s, and I spent some time in Israel. And the early philanthropic stuff I did with the Jerusalem Foundation, the thing I was most interested in was kind of the plight of the Palestinians and kind of peaceful coexistence. And so I had kind of an early kind of perspective. And as chairman of the Jerusalem Foundation, I would go into Arab communities, I would meet families in their homes. You get a sense of the humanity of the people, and I care about humanity. I generally take the side of people who've been disadvantaged. Almost all of our philanthropic work has been in that capacity. So it's sort of my natural perspective. But I don't take the side of terrorists ever, obviously. And the whole thing is just a tragedy.
So to you, this is about Hamas, not about
Yes, I mean, the problem, of course, is when Hamas controls, for the last almost 20 years, has controlled Gaza. They, including the education system, they're educating. You see these, training videos of kindergartners indoctrinating them into hating Jews and Israel. So it's and of course you don't like to see Palestinians celebrating, some of those early videos of October 7th with dead bodies in the back of trucks and people, cheering. So it's a really unfortunate situation. But I think about a Palestinian life is important, as valuable as a Jewish life, as an American life. And what do people really want? Want a place, want a home. They want to be able to feed their family. They want a job that generates the resources to feed their family. They want their kids to have a better life than they've had. They want peace. I think these are basic human things. I'm sure the vast majority of Palestinians share these views. But it's such an embedded situation with hatred and, as I say, indoctrination. And then, going back to incentives. Terrorists generate their resources by committing terrorism, and that's how they get funding. And that's, there's a lot of graft. The plutocracy, right? The top of the terrorist pyramid. If you accept the numbers that are in the press, the top leaders, have billions of dollars. 40 billion or so has gone into Gaza over the last, and the West Bank over the last 30 years, a number like that. And a lot of it's disappeared into some combination of corruption or tunnels or weapons. And the tragedy is, you look at what Singapore has achieved in the last 30 years, right?
Do you think that's still possible if we look into the future, 10, 20, 50 years from now?
Absolutely.
So not just peace, but
peace comes with prosperity. People are, under the leadership of terrorists, you're not going to have prosperity. You're not going to have peace. And I think the Israelis withdrew in 2005, and fairly quickly Hamas took control of the situation. That should never have been allowed to happen. And I think, if you think about, I had the opportunity to spend call it an hour with Henry Kissinger a few months before he passed away. And we were talking about Gaza, or in the early stages of the war. He said, look, this is not, you could think about Gaza as a test of a two-state solution. It's not looking good. These were his words. So the next time round, the Palestinian people should have their own state, but it can't be a state where 40 billion resources goes in and is spent on weaponry and missiles and rockets going into Israel. And I do think a consortium of the Gulf states, the Saudis and others, have to ultimately oversee the governance of this region. I think if that can happen, I think you can have peace, you can have prosperity, and I'm fundamentally an optimist.
So a coalition of governments.
governance matters. Going back to what we talked about before.
And that kind of approach can give the people a chance to
100%.
flourish.
100%. I mean, look at what Dubai has accomplished with nomads in the desert, right? And that's become a major. It's a tourist destination. Gaza could have been a tourist destination.
Take me through the saga of university presidents testifying on this topic, on the topic of protests on college campuses, protests that call for the genocide of Jewish people, and the university presidents. Maybe you could describe it more precisely, but they fail to denounce the calls for genocide.
So it begins on October 8th, probably. And you can do a compare and contrast with how Dartmouth managed the events of October 7th and the aftermath, and how Harvard did. And on October 8th, or shortly thereafter, the Dartmouth president, who had been in her job for precisely the same number of months that the Harvard president had been in her job, the first thing she did is she got the most important professors of Middle East studies, who were Arab and who were Jews, and they convened them and held an open session Q&A for students to talk about what's going on in the Middle East, and began an opportunity for common understanding among the student body. And Dartmouth has been a relatively benign environment on this issue, and students are able to do work, and there aren't disruptive protests with people with bullhorns walking into classrooms, interfering with, people pay today $82,000 a year, which itself is crazy, to go to Harvard. But imagine your family borrows the money, or you borrow the money as a student, and your learning is disrupted by constant protest, and the university does nothing. When George Floyd died, the Harvard president wrote a very strong letter denouncing what had taken place, and calling this an important moment in American history, and took it incredibly seriously. Her first letter about October 7th was not that. Let's put it that way. And then her second letter was not that. And then ultimately, she was sort of forced by the board or the pressure to make a more public statement. But it was clear that it was hard for her to come to an understanding of this terrorist act. And then the protests erupted on campus, and they started out reasonably benign. And then protesters got more and more aggressive in terms of violating university rules on things like bullying, and the university did nothing. And that obviously, for the Jewish students, the Israeli students, the Israeli faculty, Jewish faculty, created an incredibly uncomfortable environment. And the president seemed indifferent. And, I went up to campus and I met with hundreds of students in small groups and larger groups. They're like, Bill, why is the president doing nothing? Why is the administration doing nothing? And that was really the beginning. And that, I reached out to the president, reached out to the board of Harvard. I said, look, this thing is heading in the wrong direction, and you need to fix it. And I have some ideas, love to share. And I got the Heisman, as they say. They just kept pushing off the opportunity for me to meet with the president and meet with the board. And at a certain point in time, I pushed. I'm kind of an activist when push me. It reminded me of, the early days of activism, where I couldn't get the CEO of Wendy's to return my call, couldn't get the CEO of Harvard, to take a meeting. And then finally, I spoke to the chairman of the board, a woman by the name of Penny Pritzker, who I, knew from a lot of business school. I board with her. And it was, as I described, one of the more disappointing conversations in my life. And it did not seem, it seemed a bit like, if you will, deer in the headlights. They couldn't do this, they couldn't do that. The law was preventing them from doing various things. And that led to my first letter to the university. And I sort of ended the letter, sort of giving this president of Harvard a dare to be great speech. This is your opportunity. You can fix this. This could be your legacy. And I sent it I emailed it to the president and the board members whose email addresses I had. I posted it on Twitter. I got no response, no acknowledgement, nothing. And in fact, the open dialogue I had with a couple of people on the board basically got shut down after that. And that led to letter number 2. And then when the Congress, led by Rabbi Stefanik, announced an investigation of anti-Semitism on campus and concern about violations of law, the president was called to testify along with 2 other, president of MIT, president of the University of Pennsylvania, who were having similar issues on campus. I reached out to President Harvard and said, well, one, the Israeli government had gotten in touch and offered the opportunity for me to see the Hamas, if you will, GoPro film. And I said, I'd love to show it at Harvard, and they thought that would be a great idea. And so I partnered with the head of Harvard Chabad, a guy named Rabbi Hershey, and we were putting the film up on campus. And I thought, if the president were to see this, it would give her a lot of perspective on what happened, and she should see it before her testimony. And so I reached out to her, or actually Rabbi Hershey did, and he was told she'd be out of town. You couldn't see it. And I reached out to her again. Said, look, I'll facilitate your attendance in the Congress. Come see the film. I'll fly you down. That was rejected. And then she testified. And I watched a good percentage, 80% of the testimony of all 3 presidents.
Like this body.
An embarrassment to the country, embarrassment to the universities. They were evasive, they didn't answer questions, they were rude, they smirked. They were very disrespectful to our Congress. And then, of course, there was that several minutes where finally, at least Stefanik was not getting answers to her question. And she said, let me be, kind of clear. What if protesters were calling for genocide for the Jews? Does that violate your rules on bullying and harassment? And the 3 of them basically gave the same answer. It depends on the context. And not until they actually executed it on the genocide of the University of the Right. And the thing that perhaps bothered me the most was the incredible hypocrisy. Harvard, each of these universities are ranked by this entity called FIRE, which is a nonprofit focused on free speech on campus. And Harvard is in the bottom quartile for the last 5 years and dropped to the last before October 7th out of like 250.
I should mention briefly that interviewed on this podcast, the founder of FIRE and the current head of FIRE. We discussed this at length, including running for the board of Harvard, the whole procedure of all that. Quite a fascinating investigation of free speech. For people who care about free speech absolutism, that's a good episode to listen to, because those folks kind of fight for this idea. It's a difficult idea actually to internalize. What does free speech in college campuses look like?
Harvard had become a place where free speech is not tolerated on campus, or at least free speech that's not part of the accepted dialogue, or this whole notion of speech codes and microaggressions really emerged on the elite, the Harvard-Yale campuses of the world. And the president of Harvard, then President Harvard's explanation for why the call for the genocide of Jewish people on campus was Harvard's commitment to free expression. And one of the more critical statements of all time. And you really can't have it both ways. Either Harvard has to be a place where it's a free speech. She basically said we're a free speech absolutist place, which is why we have to allow this. And Harvard could not be further from that. And so that was a big part of it. And I was in the barber chair, if you will, getting a haircut. And I had a guy on my team send me the 3-minute section. I said, cut that line of questioning. And I put out a little tweet on that, and it's called my greatest hits of posts. It's got something like 110 million views, and everyone looked at this and said, "What is wrong with university campuses and their leadership and their governance?" By the way, in a way, this whole conversation has been about governance. Harvard has a disastrous governance structure, which is why we have a problem.
And just to linger on the testimony, you mentioned, smirks and this kind of stuff. And you mentioned dare to be great. I myself am kind of a sucker for great leadership. And those moments, you mentioned Churchill and so on.
No gang signs.
Even great speeches. People talk down on speeches like it's maybe just words, but I think speeches can define a culture and define a place, define a people that can inspire. And I think actually the testimony before Congress could have been an opportunity to redefine what Harvard is. Dare to be great, or dare to be a great leader.
President Harvard had a huge opportunity. She went third. Right, the first two gave the world's most disastrous answers to the question, and she literally just copied their answer, which was itself, kind of ironic in light of what's going on.
It's tough because you can get busy as a president, as a leader, and so on. With meetings in Congress, maybe you're smirking at the ridiculousness of the meeting. You need to remember that many of these are opportunities that give a speech of a lifetime. Like that, if there is principles in which you want to see an institution become and embody in the next several decades, there's opportunities to do that. And you, as a great leader, also need to have a sense of when these opportunities to do that. And October 7th really woke up the world on all sides, honestly. Like, there is serious issues going on here. And then the protests woke up the university. There's a serious issue going on here. It's an opportunity to speak on free speech and on genocide. Both. Do you see the criticism that you are a billionaire donor and you sort of used your power and financial influence unfairly to affect the governing structure of Harvard? Okay.
First of all, I never threatened to use financial or other resources. The only thing I did here was I wrote public letters. I spoke privately to a couple members of the board. I spoke for 45 minutes to the chairman. None of those conversations were effective or went anywhere, as far as I can tell. I think my public letters and then in the post I did, and that little 3-minute video excerpt had an impact.
Welcome. How are you?
But it wasn't about criticizing billion. It was really the words. It's a bit like, again, going back to the corporate analogy. It's not the fact that you own 5% of the company that causes people to vote in your favor. It's the fact that your ideas are right. And I think, I was disappointed after the congressional testimony. The board of Harvard said that they were 100% behind, unanimously 100% behind President King. And so clearly, it was effective. And ultimately, what took it down was other, I would say, activists who identified issues with academic integrity. And then she lost the confidence of the faculty. And once that happened, it's hard to stay. And I wanted her to be fired, basically, or be forced to resign because of failure of leadership. Because that would have sent a message about the importance of leadership. Failure to stop an emergence of anti-Semitism on campus. And there's some news today. Protests are getting worse.
Is there some tension between free speech and college campuses and disciplining students for calls of genocide?
Yes, there's certainly tension. And I think, first of all, I think free speech is incredibly important, and I'm on the side. I'm a lot closer to absolutism on free speech than otherwise. The issue I had was the hypocrisy, right? They were restricting other kinds of speech on campus, principally conservative speech, conservative views. So it wasn't a free speech absolutist campus. And the protests were actually quite threatening to students. And there are limits to even absolutist free speech. And they begin where people feel intimidation, harassment, and threat to bodily harm, etc. That kind of speech generally. Again, it's pretty technical, but as people feel like they're in imminent harm by virtue of protest, that speech is at risk of not meeting the standards for free speech. But Harvard is a private corporation, and as a private corporation, they can put on what restrictions they want, and Harvard had introduced only a few months before bullying and harassment policies. And that's why Representative Stefanik focused on, it's not like she said it's calling for genocide against the Jews violating free speech policies. She said it's calling for genocide against the Jews violating policies on bullying and harassment. And I think everyone looked at this when they said, depends on the context, and they said, look, if you replace Jews with some other ethnic group, students have been, who've used the N-word, for example, have been thrown off campus, suspended. Students who've hate speech directed at LGBTQ people has led to disciplinary action. But attacking, spitting on Jewish students, or kind of roughing them up a bit, seemed like or calling for their elimination didn't seem to violate the policy. So it's look, I think a university should be a place where you have broad views, and open viewpoints, and broad discussion. But it should also be a place where students don't feel threatened going to class, where their learning is not interrupted, when final exams are not interrupted by people coming in and with loud protests. Students asked me when I went up there, what would you do if you were the president? I said, this was before I knew what was happening on the Harvard campus. I said I'd convene everyone together. This is Harvard. We have access to the best minds in the world. Let's have a better understanding of history. Let's understand the backdrop. Let's focus on solutions. Let's bring Arab and Jewish and Israeli students together. Let's form groups to create communication. That's how you solve this kind of problem. And none of that stuff's been done. It's not that hard.
Do you think this reveals a deeper problem in terms of ideology and the governance of Harvard, in maybe the culture of Harvard?
Yes. So on governance, the governance structure is a disaster. So the way it works today is Harvard has two principal boards. There's the board of the corporation, the so-called fellows of Harvard. It's a board of, I think, 12 independent directors and the president. There's no shareholder vote. There's no proxy system. It's really a self-perpetuating board that effectively elects its own members. So there's, once the balance tips politically one way or another, it can be kept that way forever. There's no kind of rebalancing system. If a U.S. corporation goes off the rails, so to speak, the shareholders can get together and vote off the directors. There's no ability to vote off the directors. Then there's the board of overseers, I think 32 directors. And there, a few years ago, you could put together 600 signatures. You could run for that board and put up a bunch of candidates, and about 5 or 6 get elected each year. And a group did exactly that, and it was an oil and gas kind of disinvestment group. They got the signatures, a couple of them got elected, and Harvard then changed the rules. And they said, now we need 3,200 signatures. And by the way, if there are these dissident directors on the board, we're going to cap them at 5. So 3 were elected in the oil and gas thing, now there are only 2 seats available. And then a group of former students, kind of younger alums, one of whom I knew approached me and said, we should run for the board. And they decided this pretty late, only a few weeks before the signatures were due, and we'd love your support. And I took a look at the platform, looked great, they looked happy to support. And I posted about them, did a Zoom with them, and they got thousands of signatures. Collectively the 4 got, 12,000 signatures or something like this. And they missed by about 10% the threshold. What did Harvard do in the middle of the election? They made it very, very difficult to sign up, for a vote. And it just makes them look terrible. And they've got now thousands of alums upset that, and again, this wasn't an election. This was just to put the names on the slate. So the only candidates on the slate are the ones selected by the existing members. And so it's businesses fail because of governance failures. Universities fail because of governance fail. It's not really the president's fault, because the job of the board is to hire and fire the president and help guide the institution academically and otherwise. So that's governance. An ideology, I was like, how can this be? October 7th, the event that woke me up was 30 student organizations came out with a public letter on October 8th. It was literally the morning after this letter was created, and said, Israel is solely responsible for Hamas's violence. Again, Israel had not even mounted a defense at this point, and there were still terrorists running around in the southern part of Israel. And like, how Harvard students, 34 Harvard student organizations signed this letter. And like, what is going on? WTF, right? And that's when I went up on campus and I started talking to faculty. And that's when I started hearing about actually this DEI ideology. I'm like, what? DEI, like diversity, equity, inclusion. Obviously I'm familiar with these words, and I see this in a corporate context. And I say, and started talking about this oppressor-oppressed framework, which is effectively taught on campus and represents the backdrop for many of the courses that are offered and various some of the studies and other degree offerings. I'm like, I had not even heard of this, and I'm a pretty aware person, but I was completely unaware. And basically, like, look, Israel is deemed an oppressor, and the Palestinians are deemed the oppressed, and you take the side of the oppressed. And any acts of the oppressed to dislodge the oppressor, regardless of how vile or barbaric, okay. Like, okay, this is a super dangerous idea. And so I wrote a questioning post about this. Here's what I'm hearing. Is this right? Then I had a friend of mine sent me Christopher Rothschild's book, America's Cultural Revolution, which is sort of a sociological study of the origins of the DEI movement and critical race theory. And I found it actually one of the more important books I've read, and also found it quite concerning. And really, it's sort of ultimately DEI comes out of a kind of a Marxist, socialist backdrop way to look at the world. And so I think there are a lot of issues with it, but unfortunately it's advancing and ultimately concluded racism as opposed to fighting it, which is what I thought it was ultimately about.
So maybe you can speak to that book a little bit. So there's a history that traces back across decades, and then that infiltrated college campuses.
Basically, Rothschild argues is that the Black Power movement of the 60s really failed. It was a very violent movement, and then the protagonists ended up in jail. And out of that movement, a number of thought leaders, this guy named Hughes and others, built this framework, kind of an approach. So look, we're to be successful. Can't be a violent movement, number one. Number two, we need to filtrate, if you will, the universities. And we need to become part of the faculty. And we need to teach the students. And then once we take over the universities with this ideology, then we can go into government, and we can go into corporations, and we can change the world. So I thought an important book, and the more I dug in, the more I felt there was credibility to this, not just the kind of sociological backdrop, but to what it meant on campus. And Harvard faculty were telling me that there really is no such thing as free speech on campus, and that there was a survey done a year or so ago, the Harvard faculty, and only 2% of the faculty admitted, even in an anonymous survey, admitted to having a conservative point of view. So we have a campus that's 98% non-conservative, liberal, progressive, and that's adopted this DEI construct. And then I learned from a member of the search committee for the Harvard president that they were restricted looking at candidates, only those who met the DEI office's criteria. And I showed them one of my postings, and I was accused of being a racist. And that's someone who believes in that diversity is a very good thing for organizations, and that equity and fairness is really important, and having an inclusive culture is critical, for a functioning organization. So here I was, someone who was like, okay, DEI sounds good to me. It's like the small d, I version of that, but this DEI ideology is really problematic.
What's a way to fix this in the next few years? The infiltration of DEI with the upper-case version of the universities and the things that have troubled you, the things you saw at Harvard and elsewhere.
The same way this was an eye-opening event for me, it has been for a very broad range of people. I've never gotten, I mentioned general growth, I got a lot of nice letters from people making money on the stock. But I literally get hundreds of emails, letters, texts, handwritten letters, typed letters from people between the ages of 25 to 85. Saying, Bill, this is so important. Thanks for speaking out on this. You were saying what so many of us believe, but it's great to say. It's described as almost a McCarthy-esque kind of movement, and that if you challenge the DEI construct, will accuse you of being racist. It's happening already. I'm perhaps obviously much less vulnerable than a university professor who can get shouted off campus, canceled. I'm sort of difficult to cancel, but as a people to try. And I've been the victim of a couple of interesting articles in the last few days, or at least one in particular in the Washington Post, written by what I thought was a well-meaning reporter, but it's just clear that I've taken on some big parts of at least the progressive establishment. DEI, I'm also a believer that Biden should have stepped aside a long time ago, and it's only getting worse. And so I'm attacking the president, DEI, elite university.
I should say I'm still at MIT, and I love MIT, and I believe in the power of great universities to explore ideas, to inspire young people to think, to inspire young people to lead.
Let me ask, okay, how can you explore how to think when you're only shared a certain point of view, right? How can you learn about leadership when the governance and leadership of the institution is broken, and exposure to ideas? If you're limited in the ideas you're exposed to, well, I think universities are at risk. I mean, the concerning thing, right, is if 34 student organizations that each have 30 members or maybe more, like it's 1,000. That's a meaningful percentage of the campus, perhaps. That's ultimately the spot. Now, 10 or so of the 30 would be the statement once many of the members realize what they have become. I don't think it seems like the statement was signed by the leadership and not necessarily supported by all the various students that were members. But if the university teaches people these precepts, this is the next generation. Normally, if you think about, I wrote my college thesis on university admissions. The reason why controlling, the gates of the Harvard institution, the admissions office is important, is that many of these people who graduate end up with, the top jobs in government, and ultimately become judges, to permeate through society. So it really matters what they learn, and if they're limited to one side of the political aisle, and they're not open to a broader array of views, and it represents one of the most elite institutions in our country. I think it's very problematic for the country long term.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I also felt like the leadership wasn't even part of the problem as much as they were almost out of touch, like unaware that this is an important moment, it's an important crisis, it's an important opportunity to step up as a leader and define the future of an institution. So I don't even know where the source of the problem is. It could be literally government structure.
Well, two things. I think it's government structure. I also think universities are they're not selecting leaders. It's not clear to me that universities should necessarily be run by academics. Right? The dean of the university, the person who helps, there's sort of the business of the university, right? And then there's the academics of the university. And having I would argue having a business leader run these institutions, and then having a board that's involved, a board that has itself diverse viewpoints, and by the way, permanently structured to have diverse viewpoints, is a much better way to run a university than picking an academic that the faculty supports. Because one of the things I learned about how faculty get hired at universities ultimately signed off by the board, but the new faculty are chosen by each of the various departments. Once the departments tip, there's sort of a tipping point politically, where once they tip in one direction, the faculty recruit more people like themselves, and so the departments become more and more progressive, if you will, with past time, and they only advance candidates that match that meet their political objectives. It's not a great way to build an institution which allows for
diversity.
It allows for diversity. And diversity, by the way, is not just race and gender. And that's also something I feel very strongly about.
Well, luckily, engineering and robotics touch glass buildings. It is touched, you know. When I'm at the computing building, SATA and the new one, politics doesn't infiltrate, or I haven't seen it infiltrate but
it's in the biology department at Harvard. Biology is controversial now.
Yes.
Because biology and gender, you know, there are faculty. There's a woman at Harvard who was literally canceled from faculty as a member of the med school, and she was, you know, she made the argument that there are basically, you know, two genders determined by biology. She wasn't allowed to stay. That's another topic for another time. We should do a show on that one. That'd be an interesting one.
So, as you said, technically Claudine Gay, the president of Harvard, resigned over plagiarism, not over the thing that you were initially troubled by.
It's hard to really know, right? It's not like a provable fact. I would say at a certain point in time, she lost the confidence of the faculty, and that was ultimately the catalyst. And whether that was, how much of that was the plagiarism issue, how much of that was some of the things that preceded it, or was it all these issues in their entirety? We don't really, there's no way to do a calculus.
Can you explain the nature of this plagiarism and what you remember?
So Aaron Sabarian and Christopher Rufo, Quantum Free Beacon, Chris, you know, surfaced some allegations, identified some plagiarism issues. I would say the initial examples were, you know, use of the same words with proper attribution, some missing footnotes, and then over time, with I guess more digging, they released, I think ultimately something like 76 examples of what they call plagiarism in 8 of 11 of her articles. And one of the other things that came forth here is, as president of the university, she had sort of the thinnest transcript academically of any previous president. Very small, relatively small body of work. And when you couple that with the amount of plagiarism that was pervasive, and then I guess some of the other examples that surfaced were not missing quotation marks where the authors of the work felt that their ideas had been stolen. And really, plagiarism is academic fraud. There's indicia, one indicia of plagiarism is missing footnote. That could also be a clerical error. And so when a professor is accused of plagiarism, the university does sort of a deep dive. They have these administrative boards, and it can take 6 months, 9 months, a year to evaluate. You know, intent matters. So there's this intentional theft of another person's idea. That's academic fraud. Or was this sloppy, or just humanity, right? You miss it. And I think once it got to a place where people felt it was theft of someone else's intellectual property, that's when it became intolerable for her to stay present.
So is there a spectrum for you between what different kinds of plagiarism, maybe plagiarizing words and plagiarizing ideas and plagiarizing novel ideas?
Common understanding of plagiarism, if you look in the dictionary, it's about theft. That requires intent. The person intentionally takes someone else's ideas or words. Now, if you're writing a novel, right, words matter more. Right? You're taking Shakespeare and presenting as your own words. If you're, writing about ideas, ideas matter, but you're not supposed to take someone else's words without properly acknowledging whether it's quotation marks or otherwise. But in the context of an academic life's work before AI, everyone's going to have missing quotation marks and footnotes. I remember writing my own thesis. I would take books you couldn't take out of Widener Library. So I'd have index cards, and I'd write stuff on index cards, and I'd put a little citation to make sure I remember to cite it properly. And scrambling to do your thesis, get it in on time. What's the chances you forget at what point? What are your words versus the author's words? And you forget to put quotation marks. Just the humanity, the human fallibility of it. So you don't get, it's not academic fraud to have human fallibility. It's academic fraud if you take someone else's ideas that are an integral part of the work.
Is there a part of you that regrets that, at least from the perception that the president of Harvard stepped down over plagiarism was refusing to say that the calls to genocide are wrong?
Again, I think it would have sent a better message if a leader fails as a leader, and that's the reason for their resignation or dismissal, then she gets, if you will, caught on a technical violation that has nothing to do with failed leadership. Because I don't know what lesson that teaches the board about selecting their candidate. The future of Harvard, a lot of it's going to depend on who they pick as the next leader. Here's an interesting anecdote that I think has not surfaced publicly. So, a guy named Larry Bacco was the previous president of Harvard. Larry Bacco was on the search committee, and they were looking for a new president. And what was strange was they picked an old white guy to be president of Harvard when there was, a call for a more diverse president. And what I learned was Harvard actually ran a process, had a diverse new president of Harvard. And in the due diligence on a candidate shortly before the announcement of the new president, they found out that presidential candidate had a plagiarism problem. And the search had gone on long enough, they couldn't restart a search to find another candidate. We picked Larry Bacco off the board, off the search committee, to the next president of Harvard as kind of an interim solution. And then there was that much more pressure to have a more diverse candidate. This time around, it was a big disappointment to the DEI office, if you will, and I would say to the community at large. Harvard, of all places, couldn't have a racially diverse president. It's an important message. So the strange thing is that they didn't do due diligence on President Jim, and that was a relatively quick process. So the whole thing, I think, is worthy of further exploration.
So this goes deeper.
Yeah, for sure. When a company fails, most people run the CEO. I generally join the board. Because the board's job is to make sure the right person's running the company, and if they're failing, help the person. They can't help the person make a change. That's not what's happening here. The board's hand was sort of forced from the outside, whereas they should have made their own decision from the inside.
You still love Harvard?
Sure. It's a 400-odd-year institution. It's enormously helpful to me in my life, sure. My sister also went to Harvard. Experiences, learning, friendships, relationships. Again, I'm very happy with my life. Harvard was an important part of my life. I went there for both undergrad and business school. I learned a ton. I on the faculty, a number of my closest friends who I still really keep in touch with. I went then. So, it's a great place. But it needs a reboot.
Yeah, I still have hope. I think universities are really important institutions.
When I went to Harvard, there were 1,600 people in my class. I think today's class is about the same size. And their online education really has not sort of taken off, right? So I heard Peter Thiel speak at one point in time, and he's like, what great institution do you know that's truly great that hasn't grown in 100 years, right? And the incentives in some sense of the alums are it's a bit like a club. If you're proud of the elitism of the club, you don't want that many new members. But the fact that the population is growing of the country is so significantly since certainly I was a student in 1984, and the fact that Harvard recruits people from all over the world, it's really serving a smaller and smaller percentage of the population today. And some of our most talented and successful entrepreneurs, anyway, it's a token of success that they didn't make it through their undergraduate years. They left as a freshman, or they didn't attend at all.
For entrepreneurs, yes, but it's still a place.
Very important for research, very important for advancing ideas, and shaping dialogue and the next generation of Supreme Court justices and the members of government, politicians. So yes, it's critically important, but it's not doing the job it should be doing.
Larry Oxman, somebody you mentioned several times throughout this podcast, somebody I had a wonderful conversation with, a friendship with. I've known, looked up to her, admired her, has been a fan. I've been a fan of hers for a long time, of her work, and of her as a human being. Looks like you're a fan of hers as well.
Yes.
What do you love about Mary? What do you admire about her as a scientist, artist, human being?
I think she's the most beautiful person I've ever met. And I mean that from like the center of her soul. She's the most caring, warm, considerate, thoughtful person I've ever met. And she couples those remarkable qualities with brilliance, incredible creativity, beauty, elegance, grace. I'm talking to my wife, but I'm talking incredibly dispassionately. But I mean what I say. She's the most remarkable person I've ever met. And I've met a lot of remarkable people. And I'm incredibly fortunate to spend a very high percentage of my lifetime with her ever since I met her 6 years ago.
So she's been a help to you through some of the rough moments you described?
For sure. I mean, I met her at the bottom, which is not a bad place to meet someone if it works out.
Is there some degree of
6 years ago?
So she's been a help to you through some of the rough moments you described?
For sure. I mean, I met her at the bottom, which is not a bad place to meet someone if it works out.
She's been a help to you through some of the rough moments you described?
For sure. I mean, I met her at the bottom, which is not a bad place to meet someone if it works out.
Is there some degree of yin and yang with the two personalities you have? You have described yourself as emotional and so on, but it does seem the two of you have slightly different styles as well.
Sure.
Approach the world.
Well, interestingly, we have a lot of we come from very similar places in the world, and there are times where we feel like we've known each other for centuries. I met her parents for the first time, a long time ago, almost 6 years ago as well. And I knew her parents were from Eastern Europe originally. So I asked her father, what city did her family come from originally? And I called my father and asked him, Dad, what's Grandpa Abraham? What's the name of the city? And then I put the two cities into Google Maps, and they were 52 miles apart. That was pretty cool. Then, of course, at some point we did genetic testing to make sure we weren't related, which we were not. But we share incredible commonality on values. We are attracted to the same kind of people. She loves my friends, I love hers. We love doing the same kind of things. We're attracted to, we like spending time the same ways. She has, it's more emotion, more elegance. She doesn't like battles, but she's very strong. But she's more sensitive than I.
Yeah, you are constantly in multiple battles at the same time, and there's often the media, social media, is just fire everywhere.
That hasn't really been the case for a while. I've had relative peace for a long time as I haven't had to be the kind of activist I was earlier in my career. I think since October 7th, yes, I do feel like I've been in a war.
Can you tell me the saga of the accusations against Mary?
So I did not actually surface the plagiarism allegations against President Gay. They were surfaced by Aaron and Christopher Rufo as well. Maybe Chris helped promote what Aaron and some anonymous person identified. But I certainly, it was a point in time board had said we're 100% behind her and unanimously. I really felt she had to go. So it didn't bother me at all that they had identified problems with her work. So I reposted those posts. And then when the board, she ultimately resigned and she got a $900,000 a year professorship continuing at Harvard. I said, look, in light of her limited academic record and these plagiarism allegations, I thought she had to go. I knew when I did so, I assumed I was actually a bit paranoid about that thesis I had written. I only had one academic work, but I hadn't checked it for plagiarism. And I thought that's gonna happen. Actually, I had it. I did not have a copy on hand, so I got a copy of my thesis, and I remember writing it. Harvard at the time was pretty. They kind of gave you a lecture about making sure you have all your footnotes and quotation marks. I learned later that apparently they had a copy of my thesis at the New York Public Library, and a member of the media told me he was there online with a dozen other members of the media, all trying to get a copy of my thesis to run it through some AI. They had to first do optical character recognition to convert the paper document into digital. But fortunately, through a miracle, I didn't have an issue. I didn't think about Neri, of course, who has 130 academic works. And so we were just at the end of vacation for Christmas break. And it was early in the morning for vacation time. And all of a sudden I hear my phone ringing in the other room, or vibrating in the room multiple times. I'm like, I pick up the phone, and it's our communication guy, Fran McGill. And he's like, Bill, Business Insider has apparently identified a number of instances of plagiarism in Neri's dissertation. Let me send you this email. He sent me the email. And they had identified 4 paragraphs in her 330-page dissertation where she had cited the author, but she had used the vast majority of the words in those paragraphs were from the author, and she should have used quotation marks. And then there was one case where she paraphrased correctly an author, but did not footnote that it was from his work. And so we were presented with it. We're going to publish in a few hours. And we're like, well, can we get to the next day? We're just about to head home. And they're like, no, we're publishing by noon. We need an answer by noon. And so we downloaded the copy of her thesis on the slow internet. And, Neri checked it out. And she said, you know what? Looks like they're right. And I said, look, you should just admit a mistake. And she wrote a very simple, gracious, yes, I should have used quotation marks. And on the author I failed to cite, she pointed out that she cited them 8 other times and wrote a several paragraph section of her thesis acknowledging, his work. And none of these were like important parts of her thesis, but she acknowledged her mistake. She said, I apologize for my mistake, and I apologize to the author who I failed to cite. And I stand on the shoulders of all the people came before me and looking to advance work. We sort of thought it was over. We head home. In flight on the way home, we realized this till we got back. The following day, Business Insider published another article and said Neri Oxman admits to plagiarism. Plagiarism, of course, is academic fraud, and this thing goes crazy viral. The title is Bill Ackman's wife, celebrity academic Neri Oxman. And they use the term celebrity because there are limits to what legitimate media can go after, but celebrities, there's a lot more leeway in the media and what they can say. So that's why they call her a celebrity. First time ever she's been called a celebrity. And they basically, she's admitting to academic fraud. And then they said, and then the next day at 5:19 p.m., I remember the timeline pretty well, an email was sent to Fran McGill saying, we've identified, 24 other instances of plagiarism in her work, 15 of which are Wikipedia entries where she copied definitions. And the others were mostly software, hardware, manuals for various devices or software she used in her work, most of which were in footnotes where she described a nozzle for a 3D printer or something like this. And they said, we're publishing, tonight. The email they sent to us was 6,900 words. It was 12 pages. It was practically indecipherable. You couldn't even read it in an hour. And we didn't have some of the documents they were referring to. And I'm like, Neri, you know what I'm going to do? I think it would be useful to provide context here. I'm going to do a review of every MIT professor's dissertations, every published paper. AI has enabled this. And so I put on a tweet basically saying that. And we're doing a test run now. We have to get it right. And I think it'll be a useful exercise. Provide some context, if you will. And then this thing goes crazy viral. And Neri is a pretty sensitive person, pretty emotional person, and someone who's a perfectionist. And having everyone in the world thinking you committed academic fraud is a pretty damning thing. Now, they did say they did a thorough review of all of her work, and this is what they found. I'm like, sweetheart, that's remarkable. I did 130 works, 73 of which were peer-reviewed, blah, blah, blah. She's published in Nature, Science, all these different publications. It's pretty good batting average. But, they can't, this is wrong, right? This is not academic fraud. Okay, these are inadvertent mistakes. And the Wikipedia entries, Neri actually used Wikipedia dictionary. This is the early days of Wikipedia. And they also refer to the MIT handbook, which has a whole section on plagiarism, academic handbook. And if you read it, which I ultimately did, they make clear a few things. Number one, there's plagiarism, academic fraud, and there's what they call inadvertent plagiarism, which is clerical errors when you make a mistake. It depends on intent. And there's a link that you can go to, which is a section on if you get investigated at MIT, what happens, what's the procedure, what's the initial stage, what's the investigative stage, what's the procedure if they identify it. And they make very clear that academic fraud is, list plagiarism, research theft, a few other things, but it does not include honest errors. Honest errors are not plagiarism under MIT's own policies. And in the handbook, they also have a big section on what they call common knowledge. And common knowledge depends on who you're writing your thesis for. And so if it's a fact that is known by your audience, you're not required to quote or cite. And so all those Wikipedia entries were for things like sustainable design, computer-aided design. She just took a definition from Wikipedia, common knowledge to her readers, no obligation under the handbook, totally exempt. On the using the same words, she referred to some kind of 3D printer. She was the Stratasys 3D printer, and she quoted from the manual right away. Stratasys is a company you consulted for. They're very happy. You need to. That's not something. You're not stealing their ideas. You're describing a nozzle for a device you use in your work in a footnote. That's not a theft of idea. Right? And so I'm like, this is crazy. And so this has got to stop. And so I reach out to a guy I knew was on the board of Business Insider, the chairman, and his name is going to come public shortly. I committed at that time to keep his name confidential. It's now surfaced publicly in the press.
Can I just pause real quick here? Just to, I don't know, there's a lot of things I want to say, but you made it pretty clear. But just as a member of the community, there's also like a common sense test. I think you're more precisely like legal and looking at, but there's just like a bullshit test, and like nothing that Neri did is plagiarism in the bad meaning of the word. Plagiarism right now is becoming another ism like racism or so on, used as an attack word. I don't care what the meaning of it is, but there's the bad academic fraud, like theft of an idea. And maybe you could say a lot of definitions and this kind of stuff, but then there's just a basic bullshit test where everyone knows this is a thief and this is definitely not a thief. And there's nothing about anything that Neri did, anything in her thesis or in her life. Everyone that knows her, she's a rock star, right? I just want to make it clear, it really hurt me that the internet, whatever is happening, could go after a great scientist, because I love science and I love celebrating great scientists. And it's just really messed up that whatever the machine, and we could talk about Business Insider or whatever, social media, mass hysteria, whatever is happening, like we need the great scientists of the world, because that's like the future depends on them. And so we need to celebrate them and protect them and let them flourish and let them do their thing. And like keep them out of this whatever shitstorm that we're doing to get clicks and advertisements and drama and all this kind of, we need to protect them. I just want to say there's nobody I know, a million friends that are scientists, world-class scientists, Nobel Prize winners. They all love Neri. They all respect Neri. There's she did zero wrong. And then the rest of the conversation we can have about how broken journalism is and so on. But like, I just want to say that there's nothing that Mary did wrong. It's not a gray area. So I also personally don't love that Claudine Gay the discussion about plagiarism because it distracts from the fundamentals that is broken. It becomes a weird technical discussion. But yeah, in case of Mary, there's nothing wrong. Great scientist, great engineer, and MIT and beyond.
Could not have said it better myself. Now, obviously, I'm focused on the technical part.
Right.
Because you want to be.
Yes, precisely.
Well, it's not even that. I mean, yes, I have said that we're going to sue Business Insider, and 35 years of my career of someone who is not every article has been a favorable one. Not every article has been an accurate one. I never threatened to sue the media, and I've never sued the media. But this is so egregious. It's not just that she did nothing wrong, but they accused her of acting as fraud. They did it knowing. They make reference to MIT's own handbook, so they had to read all the same stuff that I read in the handbook. They did that work. Then, after I escalated this thing to the Henry Blodgett, the chairman of Business Insider, to the CEO of Axel Springer, I then reached out to Henry Kravis at a certain point in time, one of the controlling shareholders of the company through KKR, laying out the factual errors in the article. Business Insider went public after they said Harry committed academic fraud and plagiarism, and said we didn't challenge any. The facts remain undisputed in the article. So it's basically Neri committed plagiarism. That's story one. Neri admits to plagiarism. She admits to plagiarism. She admitted to making a few clerical errors. That's the only thing she admits to. And she graciously apologized. She said Neri admits to plagiarism, apologizes for plagiarism. That's incredible. And by the way, we're doing an investigation because we're concerned that there might have been inappropriate process. But the facts of the story have not been disputed by Neri Oxford. And that was totally false. I've done it privately. I've done it publicly on Twitter, on X. I laid out. I have a whole text stream, a WhatsApp stream with the CEO of the company, and they doubled down. They doubled down again. And so I don't sue people lightly. And stay tuned.
You're at least for now moving forward.
It's a certainty we're moving forward. There's a step we can take prior to suing, where we basically send them a letter demanding they make a series of corrections. That if they don't make those corrections, the next step is litigation. I hope we can avoid the next step. And I'm just making sure that we present the demand to Business Insider and ultimately to Axel Springer, that it's incredibly clear how they defamed her, the factual mistakes in her stories, and what they need to do to fix it. And if we can fix it there, we can move on from this episode and hopefully avoid litigation. So that's where we are.
I don't know. You're smarter than me. There's technical stuff, there's legal stuff, there's journalistic stuff, but just fuck you, Business Insider. I don't know much in this world, but journalists aren't supposed to do that.
Now look, we're going to surface all this stuff publicly. The email was not to Mary saying there was plagiarism. The email came from a reporter named Catherine Long. The headline was, "Your wife committed plagiarism. Shouldn't she be fired from MIT? Just like you caused Claudine Gay to be fired from Harvard." It was a political agenda. She doesn't like me, and she was trying to hurt me. And they couldn't find plagiarism in my cases. And being the subject of being a short seller, the liberal battle went on for years. They tried to do everything to destroy my reputation. They've already gone through my trash. They've already done all my work. So, anything they could possibly find, I've always lived a very clean life. Okay, thankfully. And if you're going to be an activist short seller, you better, because they're going to find out dirt on you. And so they're like, how can we really hurt Bill? By the way, MIT, Mary had left MIT years earlier.
Yes.
When the reporter found out she was no longer a member of the MIT faculty, they were enraged. They didn't believe us. They made us prove to us she's no longer on the MIT faculty because they wanted to get her fired. And by the way, malice is one of the important factors in determining whether defamation takes place. And this was a malice-driven. This was not about news. And the unfortunate thing about journalism, Business Insider made a fortune from this. This story was published and republished by thousands of media organizations around the world. It was the number 1 trending thing on Twitter for 2 days. Every newspaper, it was on the front page of every Israeli newspaper. It was on the front page of the Financial Times. And she's building a business, and you're CEO of a science company, and you committed academic fraud. That's incredibly damaging. But I ultimately convinced her that this was good. I said, sweetheart, you're amazing. You're incredible. You're incredibly talented. But you're mostly known in your design. Now, everyone in the universe has heard of me. Okay? We're going to get this thing cleared up. You're going to be doing an event in 6 months when you're going to tell the world, you go out of stealth mode and tell the world about all the incredible things that you're building and you're designing and you're creating. And it's going to be like the iPhone. Everyone's going to pay attention. And they're going to want to see your work. And that's how I try to cheer up when I think it's true.
It is true. Anything you do, your job is a good part of the scene. So how is, just from observing her, how did stay strong through all the psychological? At least I know she's pushing ahead.
Oh, she's supposed to be ahead of her work. She's built an amazing team. She's hired 30 scientists, roboticists, people who biologists, plant specialists, material scientists, engineers, really incredible crew. She's built this 36,000 square foot lab in New York City that's one of a kind. It's still, they're working out of it, still under construction while they're working out of it. And so she's going to do amazing things. But, as I said, she's an extremely sensitive person. She's a perfectionist. Okay, imagine thinking that the entire world thinks you can do that. And so that was very hard for her. She's a very positive person. When I saw her, and I was such a emotional. Doing much better. But you can kill someone. You can kill someone by destroying their reputation. People commit suicide. People go into these dark depressions.
Well, my worry, primarily when I saw what Business Insider was doing, is that they might dim the light of a truly special scientist and creator.
Okay.
But I also worry about others, like Mary, young Marys, that this sends a signal to that might scare them. And, journalism shouldn't scare aspiring young scientists.
The problem is the defamation law in the U.S. is so favorable to the publisher, to the media. It's so unfavorable to the victim, and the incentives are all wrong. When you went from paper version of journalism to digital, and you could track how many people click, and it's a medium that advertising drives the economics. And if you can show an advertiser more clicks, you can make more money. Right? So a journalist is incentivized to write a story that will generate more clicks. How do you write a story that will generate more clicks? You get a billionaire guy, okay, and then you go after his wife, and you make a sensational story, and you give them no time to respond. Right? Look at the timing here. On the first story, they gave us 3 hours. On the second one, the following day, 5:19 p.m., the email comes in, not to Neri, not to her phone, but to my communications person. He tracked us down by 5:30, 10th later, and they published their story 92 minutes after, and they sent us, we're going to surface all these documents in our demand. Read the email they sent, whether you could even decipher it. It's there was no, and by the way, there's a reason why academic institutions, when the professors accused of plagiarism, why they have these very careful processes with multiple stages, and it can take a year or more, because it depends on intent. Was this intentional? In order to be a crime, an academic crime, you got to prove that they intentionally stole. Look, in some cases it's obvious, in some cases it's very subtle, and they take this stuff super seriously. But they basically accused Mary of academic crime, and then 92 minutes later, they said she committed an academic crime, and that should be a crime, and that should be punishable with litigation, and there should be a real cost. And we're going to make sure there's a real cost, reputationally and otherwise, to Business Insider and to Axel Springer, because ultimately you got to look to the controlling owners. They're responsible.
I'll just say that you, in this regard, are inspiring to me. For facing basically an institution that its whole purpose is to write articles. So you're like going into the fire.
My kids' school, the epithet of the school, the saying is "Go forth unafraid." It's a good idea. And again, words can't harm me. The power of X, and we do owe Elon enormous thanks for this, is now, so for example, the Washington Post wrote a story about me a couple days ago, and I didn't think the story was a fair story. So within a few hours of the story being written, I'm able to put out a response to the story and send it to 1,200,000 people, and it gets read and reread. I haven't checked, but probably 5 million people saw my response. Now, those are the people on X. It's not everyone in the world. There's a disconnection between the X world and the offline world. But reputation in my business is basically all you have. And as they say, you can take a lifetime to build a reputation. You take 5 minutes to have it disappear, and we plays a very important role. And they can destroy people. At least we now have some ability to fight back. We have a platform we can surface our views. The typical old days, they write an incredibly damning article and point out factual errors, and then 2 months later they bury a little correction on page whatever. By then the person was fired, or their life was destroyed, their reputation is damaged. I was with Warren Buffett talking about media, and companies in business he really loves. He said, "You know what, Bill?" He said, a thief with a dagger. The only person who caused you more harm than a thief with a dagger is a journalist with a pen. And those were very powerful words.
So you think X, formerly known as Twitter, is a kind of neutralizing force to that, to the power of centralized journalistic institutions?
100%. And I think it's a really important one. And it's really been eye-opening for me to see how stories get covered in mainstream media. And then what I do on X is I follow people on multiple sides of an issue. And or I post on a topic and I get through the other side. I read the replies. And the truth is something that people have had a lot of questions about, particularly in the last, I would say, 5 years. Beginning with, Trump's talking about fake news, and a lot of what Trump said about fake news is true. A big part of the world hated Trump and did everything they could to discredit him, destroy him, and he did a lot of things perhaps deserving being discredited, used by a very imperfect, in some cases harmful leader. But everything from pre-election, the Hunter Biden laptop story from New York Post, that then Twitter made it difficult for people to share and to read. COVID. The Jay Nudjos of the world questioning the government's response, questioning, long-term lockdowns, questioning keeping kids out of school, questions about masks, about vaccines, which are still not definitively answered. No counterbalance to the power of the government, and the government can shut down avenues of free speech. And where the mainstream media has kind of towed the line and extended to the government's actions. So having an independently owned, powerful platform is very important for truth, for free speech, for hearing the other side of the story, for counterbalancing the power of the government. Elon is getting, a lot of pushback. The SpaceXs and Teslas of the world are experiencing a lot of government questions and investigations, and even the president of the United States came out and said, "Look, he's 14 needs to be investigated." I'm getting my own version of that in terms of some negative media articles. I don't know what's next, but yeah, if you stick your neck out in today's world and you go against the establishment, or at least the existing administration, you can find yourself in a very challenged place, and that discourages people from sharing stuff. And that's why anonymous speech is important, some of which you find on Twitter.
You mentioned Trump. I have to talk to you about politics.
Sure.
Amongst all the other battles, you've also been a part of that one. Maybe you can correct me on this, but you've been a big supporter of various Democratic candidates over the years. But you did say a lot of nice things about Donald Trump in 2016, I believe.
So I was interviewed by Andrew Sorkin a week after Trump won the election.
Yes.
And I made my case for why I thought he could be a good president.
Yes. So what was the case back then, and to which degree did that turn out to be true, and to which degree did it not? To which degree was he a good president?
Look, I think what I said at the time was the United States is actually a huge business. That reminds me a bit of the type of activist investments we've taken on over time, where this really, really great business has kind of lost its way. And with the right leadership, and if you think about the business of the United States today, right, you've got $32 trillion in debt, so it's over-leveraged, and so it's highly leveraged, and the leverage is only increasing. We're losing money, i.e. revenues aren't covering expenses. The cost of our debt is going up as interest rates have gone up, and the debt has to be rolled over. We have enormous administrative bloat in the country. The regulatory regime is incredibly complicated and burdensome and impede growth. Our relations with our competitor nations and our friendly nations are far from ideal. And those conditions were present in 2020 as well. They're just, I would say, worse now. And I said, look, it's a great thing that we have a businessman as president. And in my lifetime, I was really the first businessman, as opposed to maybe Bush to some degree was a business person. But I thought, okay, I always wanted the CEO to be CEO of America, and now with Trump, we looked at some personal qualities that seem less ideal, but he's going to be president of the United States. He's going to rise to the occasion. This is going to be his legacy, and he knows how to make deals. And he's got going to recruit some great people into his administration, I hope. And growth can solve a lot of our problems. So if we can get rid of a bunch of regulations that are holding back the country. President Obama was I would say, not a pro-business president. He did not love the business community. He did not love successful people. And having a president who just changed the tone on being a pro-business president, I thought would be good for the country. And that's basically what I said. And I would say Trump did a lot of good things. And a lot of people didn't get criticized for it. But, I think the country's economy accelerated dramatically. And that, by the way, the capitalist system helps the people at the bottom best when the system does well, when the economy does well. The black unemployment rate was the lowest in history when Trump was president, and that's true for other minority groups. He's good for the economy, and he recognized some of the challenges and issues and threats of China early. He kind of woke up NATO. Now, again, the way he did all this stuff, you can object to. But NATO actually started spending more money on defense in the early part of Trump's presidency because of his threats, which turned out to be a good thing in light of ultimately the Russian-Ukraine war. And I think if you analyze Trump objectively based on policies, he did a lot of good for the country. I think what's bad is he did some harm as well. I do think civility disappeared in America with Trump as president. A lot of that's his personal style. How important is civility? I do think it's important. I do think that he was attacked very aggressively by the left, by the media, that made him paranoid, probably interfered with his ability to be successful. He had the Russian collusion investigation overhang. And when someone's attacked, they're not going to be at their best, particularly if you're paranoid. I think there's something to do with that. But I'm giving you kind of a best of defense of Trump. Just look at how he managed his team. Right, very few people made it to Trump administration without getting fired or quitting. And we say they're the greatest person in the world when he hired them, and they're total disasters when he fires them. It's not an inspiring way to be a leader and to attract really talented people. I think the events surrounding the election, I think January 6th, he could have done a lot more to stop a riot. I don't consider it an insurrection, but a riot that takes place in our capital and where police officers are killed or die in suicide because the failure as they sought to do their jobs, stepped in way too late to stop that. He could have stopped it early. Many of his words, I think, inspired people, some of whom with malintent, to go in there and cause harm and literally to shut down the government. There were some evil people, unfortunately, there. So he's been a very imperfect president, and also I think he contributed to the extreme divisiveness in our country. So I was ultimately disappointed by the note of optimism. Again, I always support the president. I trust the people ultimately to select our next leader. It's just like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? When you go to the crowd and the crowd says a certain thing, you got to trust the crowd. But usually in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, it's a landslide in one direction, so you know which letter to pick. Here was an incredibly close election, which itself is a problem. So, my dream and what I tried a little bit like politics in the last little period to support some alternatives to Trump so that we had a president. I use the example. Imagine you woke up in the morning, it's election day, whatever it is, November 4th, whatever, 24, and you still haven't figured out who to vote for because the candidates are so appealing that you don't know which lever to pull because it's a tough call. That's the choice we should be making as Americans. It shouldn't be, I'm a member of this party, I'm only going to vote this way. I'm a member of that party, I'm going to vote the other way, and I hate the other side. And that's what we've been, unfortunately, for too long.
Or you might be torn because both candidates are not good.
Yeah.
So you want to, I love the future where I'm torn because the choices are so amazing.
The problem is the party system is so screwed up, and the parties are self-interested, and they're another governance problem, all right, and an incentive problem. Michael Porter, who was former professor at the school, wrote a brilliant piece on the American political system and all the incentives and market dynamics and what he called a competitive analysis. And it's a must read. I should dig it up and send it around on X. But it explains how the parties and the incentives of these sort of self-sustaining entities that where the people involved are not incentivized to do what's best for the country. It's a problem.
You've been a supporter of Gene Phillips for the 2024 U.S. presidential race.
Yeah.
What do you like about Gene?
I think he's a honest, smart, motivated, capable, proven guy as a business leader. And I think in with his 3 terms in Congress, he ran when Trump was elected. Kids cried, his daughters cried. Inspired him to run for office. Ran in a Republican district in Minnesota for the last 60 years. Was elected in a landslide. Has been reelected twice. Moved up the ranks in the Congress. Respected by his fellow members of Congress. Advanced some important legislation during COVID. On senior roles on various foreign policy. He's centrist. Considered, I think, the second most bipartisan member of the Congress. I'd love to have a bipartisan president. That's the only way to get kind of go forward. But we'd enormously benefit if we had a president that chose policies on the basis of what's best for the country as opposed to what his party wanted. What I like about him is he's financially independent. He's not a billionaire, but he doesn't need the job. The party hates him now because he challenged Kim, right? And so he's willing to give up his political career because what he thought was best for the country. He tried to get other people to run who were higher profile, had more name recognition. None would. No one wants to challenge Biden. they want to have a chance to stay in office or run in the future. But he's very principled. I think he'd be a great president. But his shot is Michigan. But he needs to raise money in order to. He's only got a couple weeks. He's got to be on TV there. That's expensive. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think his name recognition, all that kind of stuff. Also, you should mention he's young.
Yeah, 55. But he's a young 55. You've seen him play hockey.
Yeah, I mean, I guess 55, no matter what, it's a pretty young age.
I'm 57. I feel young. I can do more pull-ups today than I can do here. So that's a standard.
You're at the top of your tennis game.
I'm at the top of my tennis game. Sure.
Maybe there's someone that would disagree with that.
And by the way, the other thing to point out here is, and I have been pointing this out as with others, Biden is, I think he's done.
There he is.
It's
How you
embarrassing
living,
for the
Pimp?
country having him as a presidential candidate, let alone the
What's
president
good?
of the country. It's crazy. And it's just going to get worse.
Yo, Pimp.
And he should, the worst of his legacy is his
What's up?
ego that prevents him from stepping aside. And that's
You think
it's his
you
ego.
got no laugh would be
And
interesting.
it is so
No, I think
wrong
you're
and
boring
so
as
bad
fuck.
and so embarrassing. You talk to people.
Who wants to watch a movie of a guy who gets his ass kicked in mini golf all fucking day?
And people are like, Bill, how can this guy be president? And it's a bit like, again, I go back to my business analogy. Being a CEO is like a
Because
full
all
contact
you
sport.
do
Being president of the
that
United
is
States is like some
interesting is get your
combination
ass kicked by
of
me
wrestling,
in mini golf every day.
marathon running, being a triathlete, and you got to be in serious physical shape and at the top of your game to represent this country. And he is a far cry from that, and it's just getting worse, and it's embarrassing. And cannot be. And by the way, every day he waits, he's handing the election to Trump because it's harder and harder for an alternative candidate to surface. Now, Dean is the only candidate left on the Democratic side that can still win delegates. He's on the ballot in 42 states. And the
You
best way for
accepting
Biden to
the
step
invitation
aside
that I
is
just
for
sent
Dean
you
to
for
show
mini
up
golf?
in Michigan.
And so you think there is a path for delegates and all that kind of stuff?
$1 million
100%. So what has to happen is
is a budget.
New Hampshire, he went from 0 to 20% of the vote and 10 weeks with no name recognition.
Wouldn't that just be a
I
porno?
helped a little bit. Elon helped. We did spaces for him. 350,000 people
Okay.
in spaces. Some originally 40,000 live or something.
Dude, you better miss this shot.
And then he was on the ground in New Hampshire. And New Hampshire is one of the states where you don't need to be registered to a party to vote for the candidate. So it's like jump ball.
Come
And
on,
he got
baby.
20%. And that's with a lot of
Fuck.
independents and Democrats
Dude,
voting
don't
for
fuck
Haley.
up.
Haley,
Why would
who
you
I
do
like
that?
and who I supported, does not look like she's going to make it.
You fucked up.
Trump is really kind of running the table.
Purposefully.
And so vote for Haley
Yo, Pimp.
as an independent in Michigan, maybe throw away your vote. I think it increases the likelihood that Dean can get those independent votes.
What'd you say?
If he could theoretically, again, he needs money.
All right,
Beat Biden in
congratulations.
Michigan. Biden's doing very poorly.
Go to the
Michigan.
guy
Polls are
who-
terrible. The
Go to
Muslim
your male
community's
strip
not
club
happy with him.
friend and tell him that.
And
I'm not the person who you have to tell.
he
To whom
really
you have to
spent no
tell
time
that.
there. And so, if he's embarrassed in Michigan, it could be a catalyst for him withdrawing. Then Dean will get funded. If he wins Michigan or shows.
Oh yeah. What
Michigan,
about you getting professional
people say he's
headshots?
viable, he's the only
You keep saying
choice
2
we
weeks from
have.
now.
He'll attract from the center. He'll attract from people, Republicans who won't vote for Trump, which they're a big percentage. It could
Okay.
be 60% more. It could be 7% won't vote for Trump. And also from Democrats. So I think he's a really interesting candidate, but you got to get the word out.
Yeah, I got a chance to chat with Dean. I really like him. And I think
Look how
next
sick
president
this
of
shot
the United
is.
States
Look
is
how
gonna have
sick
to,
that shot is, dog. Did you see that?
regularly
Dog, did you
select
see that?
Netanyahu.
It was so sick. It
some of the
literally.
most
No,
historic
that's not how you do it, son.
conversations, agreements,
Not how you do
negotiations.
it.
And I just
Nice
don't
try,
see
big
Biden
dog.
doing that.
But that is not how you
And
do it.
not for
Dude, that was the best shot on
any
this hole I
reason,
think I've
but
ever had.
sadly, age.
It was
Think
so
about it
sick.
this way.
Get it into, baby.
When
Get
Biden's
into.
the
Dude,
president
Zoot,
now, he's
how'd
going
you
to
like
do
that
some
one?
Impromptu press
Dude, how'd you
conference,
like that?
which he did after
Getting
the,
this hole in
special
two is very
prosecutor,
difficult.
report
And I just
basically
did
saying
it.
the guy was
And you were a
really fast
witness
this
to it.
time. And then he confused the president of Mexico and the
Zoot,
president of Egypt.
How phenomenal was that?
They're very careful when they
Oh, I
roll
hate
out.
this hole.
And he's scripted, and he's always reading from a lectern. Imagine the care they have in exposing him. And when they expose him, it's terrible. Okay, imagine how bad it is for real.
It's not good.
No, bad, really bad for America. And I'm upset with him, and upset with his family, and upset with his wife. This is the time where the people closest to you have to put their arms around you and say, Dad,
Dude, that was
honey,
a great shot.
you've done your thing. This is going to be your legacy, and it's not going to be good.
Great leaders should also know when to step down.
Yeah, one of the best tests of a leader is succession planning. This is a massive failure.
Thank
of succession
you.
planning.
Outside of politics, let me look
What'd
to
you
the
say,
future. First, in terms of the financial world,
You didn't say that. You said you have
what are you
autism.
looking forward to in the next couple of years? You have a new fund. Like, what are
You didn't say
thinking
that.
about
You said
in terms of
autism.
investment, your own and the entire economy, maybe even the economy of the world?
Sure. So the SEC doesn't like us to talk about new funds. That
Oh, what
we're
a great
launching
shot.
and filed
Dude,
with
what a
the
great
SEC.
shot.
Sure.
But I would say
Amazing shot.
I do. And by the way,
One of the
if
best
anyone's
shots you've ever
interested in
had.
a fund, they should always read the prospectus carefully.
It's your
including risk
hole.
factors. That's very, very important.
Well, you suck dick
I
at
like
life.
the idea of democratizing access to
Oh, Zoot.
good investment.
Now's your chance.
And I think that's an interesting trend.
Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in the water. Go in
In
the
terms
water.
of
Water. Water. Water.
financial
Water.
markets,
Water.
generally the economy, a lot of
No
depends on
way.
the next
He
year's
did
economy.
it.
Kind of right back there.
You
the
get
United
claps
States
for
is
that,
important to
dude.
this economy, it's important to the global economy, it's important to global peace,
That was amazing.
and we've gone through a really difficult
Dog, that
period,
was amazing.
and it's not made break.
Oh, I'm proud of you, man.
But,
that was
look, I think the United States is an
phenomenal.
incredibly resilient country.
Just
We
for
have
that,
some
you get to play your
incredible
moves.
moats. Among them, we have the Atlantic and the Pacific, and we have peaceful neighbors to the north and the south. We're an enormously rich country. Capitalism.
Dog, I don't want to talk to you about these things. I don't care
about the world. When I talk to my friends who are either venture capitalists or my hobby of backing these young entrepreneurs, I talk to a founder of a startup who want to get optimistic about the world. So I think technology is going to save us. I think AI, of course, has its frightening Terminator-like scenarios, but I'm going to take the opposite view that this is going to be a huge enabler of productivity, scientific discovery, drug discovery,
I busted,
and to make us healthier, happier,
now's your chance.
better. So I do think the internet revolution was had a lot of good.
Not what you normally do.
That I think the AI revolution is going to be similar, but we're at this other really interesting juncture in the world.
What a fortunate checkout, son.
Technology, and we're going to have to use it for our good. On the media front, I'm happy about X. I think,
Dude, you busted.
Successful here. I think
you just lost your first game to me.
Platform. The best way to reach
first of many.
Me,
I'm gonna come in and just whoop ass.
I've actually bought stuff on.
Man, I can't believe you came back and
the last
typed
time
me.
I responded to you direct
Mini
response
golf. That was such
advertising.
an amazing shot.
In terms of my business, I have an incredible team. It's tiny. We're one of the smallest firms relative to the assets we manage. It's a bit like the Navy SEALs. Not the U.S. Army. We have only 40 people at Pershing Square, so it's a tight team. I think we'll do great things. I think we're early on.
Oh, triples.
My ambitions, investment-wise,
Oh, that was an unfortunate bust.
I've always said I'd like to have a record as good as Warren Buffett's. The problem is each year he adds on another year. He's now in his 93rd year, so I've got 36 more years to just get where he is, and I think he's going to have a lot more years. I'm excited about seeing what Neri's going to produce. She's building an incredible company. They're trying to solve a lot of problems with respect to products and buildings and their impact on the environment. Her vision is how do we design products that by virtue of the product's existence, the world is a better place. Today, her world is a world where the existence of the new car actually is better for the environment than if the new car hadn't existed. And think about that in every product scale. That's what she's working on. I don't want to give away too much, but you're going to see some early examples of what she's working on. So again,
it all comes down to this, big dog. Don't fuck up.
And crises are.
Oh, you made it easy.
We've had a number of these here. I think this disaster in the Middle East. My prediction is,
gotcha, baby.
Months, this war will largely be over in terms of getting rid of Hamas.
A win.
I think I can envision a world in which Saudi Arabia, some of the other Gulf states come together, take over the governance and reconstruction of of Gaza. Security guarantees are put in place.
That's a 1.
The
That's a
Abraham
5.
Accords continue to grow. A deal
That's
is
really
made.
good. That's 56.
Terrorists are ostracized. At this October 7th experience on the Harvard, Penn, MIT, Columbia, unfortunately other campuses, is a wake-up call for universities generally.
Do. Get that
Get
double
see problems with DEI.
That was a terrible, terrible bus.
And inclusion, but not as a political movement, but as a way that we
I
return
just
to
fucked up.
a meritocratic world where someone's background is
Dude,
relevant.
I just fucked up.
Their contribution, but it's not.
Perhaps
we don't have race
you got a
quotas
1.
and things that were made illegal years
big
ago.
miss.
Actually being implemented.
Big miss.
In organizations.
Nope, I'm gonna get the 7
we can go through a corrective
easily.
phase phenomenon from this. We get there.
You have hope for the entirety of it, even for Harvard.
I have hope even for Harvard. Generally hard to break 400-year-olds.
Well, I share your hope.
This is an easy win, Zoo.
You are a fascinating mind, a brilliant mind, persistent, you like to say, and fearless.
Got it, baby.
The fearless part is truly
Zoo.
inspiring. This was an incredible conversation. Thank you. Thank you for talking to me.
Perhaps. You want to play
Thanks for
one
listening
more?
to this conversation with Bill Ackman. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description.
Okay, we'll go
Now,
go
I'm gonna give you
masturbate or
some
whatever you
words
have to
from
do.
Jonathan Swift. A wise person should have money in their head,
Okay,
not
cool
in their
story,
heart.
dog.
Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Zoo, just go do what you need to do.
I gotta go say something.
So Big Dog became LS3, which is the Big Dog count. Just a quick pause. Can carry 400 pounds. It was designed to carry 400, but we had it carrying about 1,000 pounds. Of course you did. Just we had sure. We had one carrying the other. We had 2 of them, so we had one carrying the other. So one of the things that stands out about the robots Boston Dynamics have created is how beautiful the movement is, how natural the walking is, running is, even flipping is, throwing is. So maybe you can talk about what's involved in making it look natural.
Well, I think having good hardware is part of the story, and people who think you don't need to innovate hardware anymore are wrong.
The following is a conversation with Mark Rabbi, a legendary roboticist, founder, and longtime CEO of Boston Dynamics, and recently the executive director of the newly created Boston Dynamics AI Institute that focuses on research and the cutting edge, on creating future generations of robots that are far better than anything that exists today. He has been leading the creation of incredible legged robots for over 40 years at CMU, at MIT, the legendary MIT Leg Lab, and then of course Boston Dynamics with amazing robots like Big Dog, Atlas, Spot, and Handle. This was a big honor and pleasure for me. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. This is what now, dear friends, there's Mark Rabbi. When did you first fall in love with robotics?
Well, I was always a builder from a young age. I was lucky. My father was a frustrated engineer, and by that I mean he wanted to be an aerospace engineer, but his mom from the old country thought that would be like a grease monkey. And so she said no. So he became an accountant.
It's like open and incognito.
But the result of that was our basement was always
right
full
near
of tools and equipment and electronics. And from a young age, I would watch him assembling a kit, an ICO kit or something like that. I still have a couple of his old ICO kits.
Is that what it's called
in
Australia?
But it was really during graduate school when I followed a professor back from class. It was Bertolt Horn at MIT, and I was taking an interim class. It's IAP, Independent Activities Period. And I followed him back to his lab, and on the table was a Vicarm robot arm taken apart in probably 1,000 pieces. And when I saw that, from that day on, I was a roboticist.
Do you remember the year?
1974.
1974. So there's just this arm in pieces.
Yeah.
And you saw the pieces, and you saw in your vision the arm that was put back together, and the possibilities that holds.
Somehow it spurred my imagination. I was in the brain and cognitive sciences department as a graduate student doing neurophysiology. I'd been an electrical engineer as an undergrad at Northeastern. And the neurophysiology wasn't really working for me. It wasn't conceptual enough. I couldn't see really how by looking at single neurons you were going to get to a place where you could understand, control systems or thought or anything like that. And, the AI lab was always an appealing, this was before CSAIL, right? This was in the 70s. So the AI lab was always an appealing idea. And so when I went back to the AI lab with, following him, and I saw the arm, I just thought, this is it.
It's so interesting, the tension between the BCS, brain cognitive science approach to understanding intelligence, and the robotics approach to understanding intelligence.
Well, BCS is now morphed a bit, right? They have the Center for Brains, Minds, and Machines, which is trying to bridge that gap. And even when I was there, David Marr was in the AI lab. David Marr had models of the brain that were appealing both to biologists but also to computer people. So he was a visitor in the AI lab at the time, and I guess he became full-time there. So that was the first time a bridge was made between those two groups. Then the bridge kind of went away, and there was another time in the 80s. And then recently, the last 5 or so years, there's been a stronger connection.
You said you were always kind of a builder. What stands out to you in memory of the thing you built?
Yo, Pim.
Maybe a trivial thing that just kind of like inspired you in the possibilities that this direction of work might hold.
I mean, we were just doing gadgets. I had a friend who were taking, I don't know if everybody remembers, but fluorescent lights have this little
Zoom.
aluminum
Zoom. I know. I talked to you about this. I don't want to talk about these disorders.
And we would take those.
They're not interesting to me, and I think you keep talking to them to the wrong person. You should talk to them to a medical expert.
I guess that is pretty functional. But yeah, I guess that is a question. How much was it about function?
If you want to talk sports, if you want to talk hot chicks, if you want to talk cars.
There was a time, though, when I was I guess I was probably already a professor or maybe late in graduate school, when I thought that function was everything. And that ability, dexterity, perception, and intelligence, those are sort of the key functionalities for robotics.
No.
That that's what mattered and nothing else mattered. And I even had kind of this platonic ideal that a robot, if you just looked at a robot and it wasn't doing anything, it would look like a pile of junk, which a lot of my robots looked like it was in those days. But then when
I'm trying to think.
You get the idea that
trying to think of the closest I've ever had,
or some kind of interest in its movement.
Definitely, the issue of not being able to stop thinking about it, that never came into play.
The structure itself, but then it turns out that the aesthetics of the game itself.
I think we all have fantasies, but nothing like
lifelike.
It wouldn't.
But the heart of it is,
I had all men
that do things that are interesting.
I had all male teachers.
That underlies a lot of your work is that the robots you create, the systems you have created for
it was a men's
years now,
school,
have a kind of, they're not cautious. So a lot of robots that people know about move about this world very cautious, careful, very afraid of.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of the robots you built, especially in the early days, were very aggressive.
My teachers were male.
Underactuated. They're hopping. They're wild, moving quickly. So what is their philosophy?
Yeah, they had staff.
Well, let me tell you about how I got started on legs at all.
Like administrative staff, but we didn't really interact with them.
A conference. It was a
the
biological
teachers and professors were,
so
especially the ones that I had,
so it was all biomechanics.
Were male. I think the last time I had a female teacher,
and maybe neurons and things like that. They weren't so much computational people, but they were more biomechanics. And maybe there were 1,000 people there. And I went to a talk.
I mean, really, where I regularly
all the talks were about
stopped about
the body
6th grade and
people respiration, things like that. But one talk
now
was by a
professors,
robotics guy, and he showed a six-legged
I
robot
mean, I had some
that
decent-looking
walked
professors,
very slowly.
and
It
but
always
like
had
it was
its 3 feet
never
on the ground, so it worked like a table or a chair with tripod stability.
a
And
situation
it moved
where
really
I
slowly. And I just looked at that and said,
really fantasized
wow,
about.
that's
I think they
strong.
might have fantasized about me
that's
at
not
points, but
that's not
I
anything
never really
like how
fantasized
people
about
balance
them.
work. Because we bounce and fly, we have to predict what's going to happen in order to keep our balance when we're taking a running step or something like that. We use the springiness in our
other
legs,
situations,
our
I've had
muscles and our
employees who
tendons and things
fantasized
like
about
that
me.
as part of the story. Energy circulates. We don't just throw it away every time. So I'm not sure I understood all that when I first
I've
started.
had some hot
I
employees,
definitely got inspired to say,
but I was
let's
always
try
able
the
to like
opposite.
separate
And I
that
didn't
in
have
my
a clue
world
as to how to make a hopping
where
robot work. Not
just
not balance in 3D.
avoided
In
inappropriate
fact, when I started,
relationships.
it was all just about the energy bouncing, and I was going to have a
Now I've had
springy
fellow
thing in the
students
middle
who,
and some actuator so that you could get an energy regime
like,
going of bouncing.
we went
And
to
the
school
idea that
together.
balance was an important part.
But I don't know. I don't really.
And then Mike made the one-legged the pogo stick robot.
As for doctors,
Now I think that we need to do that in manipulation. If you look at robot manipulation,
this isn't at all
we're nowhere near human levels of
fantasy by any means.
I mean,
But
we can,
it's one time,
but I think it's
I
all
just
too
had
safe.
a spinal
And
tap,
I
like
think
a very
trying to break
serious
out of that safety thing of static
procedure.
grasping. If you look at
And
a lot of work that goes on,
I had only had like
geometry
male
of the heart,
doctors,
and then
but this one
figure out how
female
to
doctor
move
came
your
in,
hand so that you can
and
position it with
right
respect
before
to
she
that,
left,
and then you grasp it carefully, and then you move it.
I was
Well, that's
inclined
not
to tell her
anything
how
like
beautiful she
people
was.
and animals
But I was all
we juggle in our hands,
hopped up on
we hug
fucking
multiple
morphine and
objects and can
all kinds of
sort
other
them.
stuff. But
So now,
it's not like
to
I
be
fantasized
fair,
about it. I just it was a beautiful
being
woman.
more aggressive is going to mean things aren't going to work very well for a while. So it's a longer term approach to the problem. But that's just theory now. Maybe that won't pay off, but that's sort of how I'm trying to think about it, trying to encourage our group to go at it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll talk about what it means to, what is the actual thing we're trying to optimize for a robot. Sometimes, especially with human-robot interaction, maybe flaws is a good thing. Perfection is not necessarily the right thing to be chasing. Just like you said, maybe being good at fumbling an object, being good at fumbling might be the right thing to optimize versus perfect modeling of the object and perfect movement of the arm to grasp that object. Is maybe perfection is not supposed to exist in the real world.
I don't know if you know my friend Matt Mason, who was the director of the Robotics Institute at Carnegie Mellon, and we go back to graduate school together. But he analyzed a movie of Julia Childs doing a cooking thing. And she did, I think he said something like there were 40 different ways that she handled the thing, and none of them was grasping. She would nudge, roll, flatten with her knife, things like that, and none of them was grasping.
So, okay, let's go back to the early days. First of all,
sure.
you've created and led the leg lab, the legendary leg lab at MIT. So what was that first topic?
But first of all, the leg lab actually started at Carnegie Mellon. So I was a professor there starting in 1980 to about 1986. And so that's where the first hopping machines were built. Starting, I guess we got the first one working in about 1982, something like that. That was a simplified one. Then we got a three-dimensional one in 1983. The quadruped that we built at the leg lab, the first version, was built in about 1984 or 5 and really only got going about 86 or so. It took years of development to get it to.
Let's just pause here. For people who don't know, I'm talking to Mark Rabbi, founder of Boston Dynamics. But before that, you were a professor developing some of the most incredible robots for 15 years. And before that, of course, you're grad student and all that. So you've been doing this for a really long time. So you skipped over this, but go to the first hopping robot. There's videos of some of this. I mean, these are incredible robots. So you talked about the very first step is to get a thing hopping up and down, right? And then you realized, well, balancing is the thing you should care about, and it's actually a solvable problem. Can you just go through how to create that robot?
Sure.
What was involved in creating that robot?
Well, I'm going to start on not the technical side, but I guess we could call it the motivational side or the funding side. So before Carnegie Mellon, I was actually at JPL, at the Jet Propulsion Lab, for 3 years. And while I was there, I connected up with Ivan Sutherland, who is sometimes regarded as the father of computer graphics because of work he did both at MIT and then University of Utah and Evans and Sutherland. Anyway, I got to know him. And at one point he said, he encouraged me to do some kind of project at Caltech, even though I was at JPL. Those are kind of related institutions. And so I thought about it. And I made up a list of 3 possible projects. And I purposely made the top one and the bottom one really boring sounding. And in the middle, I put a pogo stick robot. And when he looked at it, Ivan is a brilliant, brilliant guy, brilliant engineer, and real cultivator of people. He looked at it and knew right away what the thing that was worth doing. And so he had an endowed chair, so he had about $3,000 that he gave me to build the first model, which I went to the shop and with my own hands kind of made a first model, which didn't work and was just a beginning shot at it. And Ivan and I took that to Washington, and in those days you could just walk into DARPA and walk down the hallway and see who's there.
Yeah.
And Ivan, who had been there in his previous life. And so we walked around and we looked in the offices. Of course, I didn't know anything. I was basically a kid, but Ivan was right. And we found Craig Fields in his office. Craig later became the director of DARPA, but most days he was a program manager. And so we went in. I had a little Samsonite suitcase. We opened, and it had just the skeleton of this one-legged hopping robot. We showed it to him, and you could almost see the drool going down his chin.
Of
excitement. And he sent me $250,000. He said, "Okay, I want to fund this." And I was between institutions. I was just about to leave JPL, and I hadn't decided yet where I was going next. And then when I landed at CMU, he sent $250,000, which in 1980 was a lot of research money.
Did you see the possibility of where this is going? Why this is an important problem?
No.
The balance. I mean, it's legged. It has to do with legged locomotion. I mean, it has to do with all these problems that the human body solves when we're walking, for example. Like all the fundamentals are there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the motivation to try and get more at the fundamentals of how it happens. But the idea that it would result in, machines that were anything like practical, like we're making now, that wasn't anywhere in my head. As an academic, I was mostly just trying to do the next thing, make some progress, impress my colleagues if I could.
And have fun.
Pogo
stick robot. So what was on the technical side? What are some of the challenges of getting to the point where we saw, like in the video, the pogo stick robot that's actually successfully hopping and then eventually doing flips and all this kind of stuff?
Well, in the very early days, I needed some better engineering than I could do myself, and I hired Ben Brown. We each had our way of contributing to the design, and we came up with a thing that could start to work. I had some stupid ideas about how the actuation system should work, and we sorted that out. It wasn't that hard to make it balance once you get the physical machine to be working well enough and have enough control over the degrees of freedom. And then we very quickly, we started out by having it floating on an inclined air cable, and then that only gave us like 6 foot of travel. So once it started working, we switched to a thing that could run around the room on another device. It's hard to explain these without you seeing them, but you probably know what I'm talking about, planarizer. And then the next big step was to make it work in 3D, that was really the scary part. With these simple things, people had inverted pendulums at the time for years, and they could control them by driving the cart back and forth. But could you make it work in 3 dimensions while it's bouncing and all that? And but it turned out, not to be that hard to do, at least at the level of performance we achieved.
So, okay, you mentioned inverted pendulum, but can you explain how a hopping stick in 3D can control, can balance itself.
Yeah.
What does the actuation look like?
The simple story is that there's three things going on. There's something making it bounce, and we had a system that was estimating how high the robot was off the ground, and using that, there's energy that can be in three places in a poker stick. One is in the spring, one is in the altitude, and the other is in the velocity. And so when at the top of the hop, it's all in the height. And so you could just measure how high you're going and thereby have an idea of a lot about the cycle, and you could decide whether to put more energy in or less. So that's one element. Then there's a part that you decide where to put the foot. And if you think when you're landing on the ground with respect to the center of mass. So if you think of a pole vaulter, the key thing the pole vaulter has to do is get its body to the right place when the pole gets stuck. If they're too far forward, they kind of get thrown backwards. If they're too far back, they go, over. And what they need to do is get it so they go mostly up to get over the thing. And high jumpers is the same kind of thing. So there's a calculation about where to put the foot, and we did something relatively simple. And then there's a third part to keep the body at an attitude that's upright. Because if it gets too far, you could hop and just keep rotating around. If it gets too far, then you run out of motion of the joints at the hips. So you have to do that. And we did that by applying a torque between the legs and the body every time the foot's on the ground. You only can do it while the foot's on the ground. In the air, the physics don't work out.
How far does it have to tilt before it's too late to be able to balance itself? Or it's impossible to balance itself, correct itself?
Well, you're asking an interesting question because in those days, we didn't actually optimize things. And they probably could have gone much further than we did and then had higher performance. And we just kind of got, a sketch of a solution and worked on that. And then in years since, some people working for us, some people working for others, people came up with all kinds of equations for, or
how couldn't you miss me,
algorithms
baby?
for
I'm
how
amazing.
to do a better job, be able to go faster. One of my students worked on getting things to go faster. Another one worked on climbing over obstacles, because when you're running, it's one on the open ground. It's one thing. If you're running like up a stair, you have to adjust where you are, otherwise things don't work out right. You land your foot on the edge of stuff. So there's other degrees of freedom to control if you're getting to more realistic, practical situations.
I think it's really interesting to ask about the early days, because believing in yourself, believing that there's something interesting here, and then you mentioned finding somebody else, Ben Brown. What's that like, finding other people with whom you can build this crazy idea and actually make it work?
Probably the smartest thing I ever did is to find the other people. I mean, when I look at it now, I look at Boston Dynamics and all of the really excellent engineering there. People who really make stuff work. I'm only the dreamer.
I mean, talk about probabilistic robot or legged robots, whether it's quadrupeds or humanoid robots. Did people doubt that this is possible? Did you experience a lot of people around you kind of?
I don't know if they doubted whether it was possible, but I think they thought it was a waste of time.
Oh, it's not even an interesting problem.
I think for a lot of people, people who were, I think it's been both of them. Some people, I felt like they were saying, oh, why are you wasting your time on those stupid problems? But then I've been at many things where people have told me it's been an inspiration to go out and attack these harder things. And I think it has turned out. I think legged locomotion has turned out to be a useful thing.
Did you ever have doubt about bringing Atlas to life, for example, or with Big Dog, just every step of the way? Did you have doubt, what this is too hard to solve?
I mean, at first I wasn't an enthusiast to begin with, because again, it goes back to saying, what's the functionality? And the form was important, the functionality, and also, there's an aspect to humanoid robots that's about all about the cosmetics, where there isn't really other functionality, and that kind of is off-putting for me. As a roboticist, I think the functionality really matters. So probably that's why I avoided humanoid robots to start with. But I'll tell you, now, after we started working on it, you could see that the connection and the impact with other people, whether they're lay people or even other technical people. There's a special thing that goes on. Even though most of the humanoid robots aren't that much like a person.
But we anthropomorphize and we see that's the humanity. But also, like with Spot, you can see not the humanity, but whatever we find compelling about social interactions there in Spot as well.
I'll tell you, I go around giving talks and take Spot to a lot of them. And it's amazing. The media likes to say that they're terrifying and that people are afraid. And YouTube commenters like to say that it's frightening. But when you take a Spot out there, now maybe it's self-selecting, but you get a crowd of people who want to take pictures, want to pose for selfies, want to operate the robot, want to pet it, want to put clothes on it. It's amazing.
Yeah. So if we move around history a little bit, so you said, I think in the early days of Boston Dynamics, that you quietly worked on making a running version of Ivo, Sony's robot dog. It's just an interesting little tidbit of history for me. What stands out to you in memory from that task? For people who don't know, that little dog robot moves slowly. How did that become Big Dog? What was involved there? What was the dance between how do we make this cute little dog versus a thing that can actually carry a lot of people that move fast?
What the connection was is that at that point, Boston Dynamics was mostly a physics-based simulation company. So when I left MIT to start Boston Dynamics, there was a few years of overlap, but the concept wasn't to start a robot company. The concept was to use this dynamic simulation tool that we developed to do robotics for other things. But working with Sony, we got back into robotics by doing the Ivo Runner. We made some tools for programming Curio, which was a humanoid this big that could do some dancing and other kinds of fun stuff. And I don't think it ever reached the market, even though they did show it. When I look back, I say that we got us back where we belong.
Yeah, you rediscovered the soul of the company.
That's right.
And so from there, it was always about robots.
Yeah.
So you started Boston Dynamics in 1992.
Right.
What are some fond memories from the early days?
One of the robots that we built wasn't actually a robot. It was a surgical simulator, but it had force feedback. So it had all the techniques of robotics. And you look down into this mirror, it actually was. And it looked like you were looking down onto the body you were working on. Your hands were underneath the mirror, so they were where you were looking. And you had tools in your hands that were connected up to these force feedback devices made by another MIT spin-out, Sensible Technologies. So they made the force feedback device. We attached the tools and we wrote all the software and did all the graphics. So we had 3D computer graphics. It was in the old days when this was in the late 90s when you had the Silicon Graphics computer that was about this big. It was the heater in the office basically, and we were doing surgical operations, anastomosis, which was stitching tubes together, tubes like blood vessels or other things in your body. And you could feel and you could see the tissues move, and it was really exciting. And the idea was to make a trainer to teach surgeons how to do stuff. We built a scoring system because we interviewed surgeons that told us, what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to tear the tissue. You're not supposed to touch it in any place except for where you're trying to engage. There were a bunch of rules. So we built this thing and took it to a trade show, a surgical trade show. And the surgeons were practically lined up. Well, we kept the score and we posted their scores like on a video game. And those guys are so competitive that they really love doing it. And they would come around and they see someone's score was higher than theirs, so they would come back. But we figured out shortly after that we thought surgeons were going to pay us to get trained on these things. And the surgeons thought we should pay them in order to, so they could teach us about the thing. And there was no money from the surgeons. And we looked at it and thought, well, maybe we could sell it to hospitals that would teach and train their surgeons. And then we said, well, at the time, we were probably a 12-person company. There was no way we could go after a marketing activity. The company was all bootstrapped in those years. We never had investors until people bought us, which was after 20 years. So we didn't have any resources to take up the hospice. So we at one day, Rob and I were looking at that. And we said we built another simulator for knee arthroscopy, and we said this isn't going to work, and we killed it, and we moved on. And that was really a milestone in the company because we sort of understood who we were and what we were working with, even though technically it was really fascinating.
What was that meeting like? Were you just like sitting at a table? You know what?
Probably.
We're going to pivot completely. We're going to let go of this thing we put so much hard work into, and then go back to the thing.
Just always felt right.
Just look at each other and say, let's build robots.
Yeah.
What was the first robot you built under the flag of Boston Dynamics? Big Dog?
Well, there was the Ivo runner, but it wasn't even a whole robot. It was just legs that we took off the legs on Ivos and attached legs we made. And, we got that working and showed it to the Sony people. We worked pretty closely with Sony in those years. One of the interesting things is that it was before the internet and Zoom and anything like that. So we had 6 ISDN lines installed, and we would have a telecon every week that worked at very low frame rate, something like 10 hertz. English across the boundary with Japan was a challenge, trying to understand what each of us was saying and have meetings every week for several years. And it was a pleasure working with them. They were really supporters. They seemed to like us and what we were doing. That was the real transition from us being a simulation company into being a robotics company.
It was a quadruped. The legs were 4 legs or 2 legs?
Yeah, no, 4 legs. Yeah.
And what did you learn from that experience of building basically a fast-moving quadruped?
Mostly we learned that something that small doesn't look very exciting when it's running. It's like it's scampering. You had to watch a slow-mo for it to look like it was interesting. If you watch it fast, it was just like one of my things was to show stuff in video from the very early days of the hopping machines. And so I was always focused on how's this going to look through the viewfinder. And running Ivo didn't look so cool through the viewfinder.
So what came next in terms of what was a big next milestone in terms of a robot you built?
I mean, you got to say that Big Dog was, sort of put us on the map and got our heads really pulled together. We scaled up the company. Big Dog was the result of Alan Rudolph at DARPA starting a biodynamics program. And he put out a request for proposals. And I think there were 42 proposals written and 3 got funded. One was Big Dog. One was a climbing robot, Rise. And, that put things in motion. We hired Martin Bueller. He was a professor in Montreal at McGill. He was incredibly important for getting Big Dog out of the lab and into the mud, which is was a key step to really be willing to go out there and build it, break it, fix it, which is sort of one of our mottos at the company.
But testing it in the real world. For people who don't know, Big Dog, maybe you can correct me, it's a big quadruped, 4-legged robot. It looks big, probably carry a lot of weight. Not the most weight that Boston Dynamics have built, but a lot.
Well, it's the first thing that worked. So let's see. If we go back to the leg lab, we built a quadruped that could do many of the things that Big Dog did, but it had a hydraulic pump sitting in the room with hoses connected to the robot. It had a VAX computer in the next room. It needed its own room because it was this giant thing with air conditioning, and it had this very complicated bus connected to the robot. And the robot itself just had the actuators. It had gyroscopes for sensing and some other sensors, but all the power and computing was off board. Big Dog had all that stuff integrated on the platform. It had a gasoline engine for power, which was a very complicated thing to undertake. It had to convert the rotation of the engine into hydraulic power, which is how we actuated it. So there was a lot of learning just on the building the physical robot and the system integration for that. And then there was the controls of it.
So for Big Dog, we brought it all together onto one platform, and then so
you could take it out in the woods.
Yeah, and you did.
We did. We spent a lot of time down at the Marine Corps base in Quantico, where there was a trail called the Guadalcanal Trail, and our milestone that DARPA had specified was that we could go on this one particular trail that involved, a lot of challenge. And we spent a lot of time, our team spent a lot of time down there. Those were fun days.
Hiking with the robot. So what did you learn about like what it takes to balance a robot like that on a trail, on a hiking trail in the woods? Basically, you got the woods, just the real world. That's the big leap into testing in the real world.
Yeah. As challenging as the woods were, working inside of a home or in an office is really harder.
Yeah.
Because when you're in the woods, you can actually take any path up the hill. All you have to do is avoid the obstacles. There's no such thing as damaging the woods, at least, it's first order. Whereas if you're in a house, you can't leave scuff marks. You can't bang into the walls. The robots aren't very comfortable bumping into the walls, especially in the early days. So I think those were actually bigger challenges once we faced them. It was mostly, getting the systems to work well enough together, the hardware systems to work, and the controls. In those days, we did have a human operator who did all the visual perception going up the Guadalcanal Trail. So there was an operator who was right there, who was very skilled at, even though the robot was balancing itself and placing its own feet, if the operator didn't do the right thing. But years later, we went back with one of the precursor to Spot, and we had advanced the controls and everything so much that an complete amateur, could operate the robot the first time up and down, whereas it taken us years to get there.
If you fast forward, Big Dog eventually became Spot.
So Big Dog became LS3, which is the big dog carrier.
Just a quick pause. You carry 400 pounds.
It was designed to carry 400, but we had it carrying about 1,000 pounds.
Of course you did.
We had one carrying the other one. We had 3 of them, so we had one carrying the other. There's a little clip of that. We should put that out somewhere. That's from like 20 years ago.
Wow, and it can go for very long distances. It can travel 20 miles.
Gasoline,
yeah. And that eventually just, okay, sorry. So LS3, then what? How did that lead to Spot?
So Big Dog and LS3 had engine power and hydraulic actuation. Then we made a robot that was electric power, so there's a battery driving a motor, driving a pump, but still hydraulic actuation. Yeah, Larry sort of asked us, could you make something that weighed 60 pounds that would not be so intimidating if you had it in a house where there were people? And that was the inspiration behind the Spot, pretty much as it exists today. We did a prototype the same size. That was the first all-electric, non-hydraulic robot.
What was the conversation with Larry Page like about? So here's a guy that kind of is very product focused, kind of see a vision for like what the future holds. It's just interesting kind of aside. What was the brainstorm of the future robotics became like?
I mean, it was almost as simple as what I just said. We had a meeting. He said, "Yeah, geez, do you think you could make a smaller one that wouldn't be so intimidating, like a big dog?
Yeah.
If it was in your house?" And I said, "Yeah, we could do that." And we started and did.
Is there a lot of technical challenges to go from hydraulic to electric?
I had been in love with hydraulics and still love hydraulics. It's a great technology. It's too bad that somehow the world out there looks at it like it's old-fashioned or that it's icky. And it's true that it is very hard to keep it from having some amount of dripping from time to time. But if you look at the performance, how strong you can get in a lightweight package. And of course, we did a huge amount of innovation. Most of hydraulic control, that is the valve that controls the flow of oil, had been designed in the 50s for airplanes. It had been made robust enough, safe enough that you could count on it so that humans could fly in airplanes. And very little innovation had happened. that might not be fair to the people who make the valves. I'm sure that they did innovate, but the basic design had stayed the same, and there was so much more you could do. And so our engineers designed valves, the ones that are in Atlas, for instance, that had new kinds of circuits. They sort of did some of the computing that could get you much more efficient use. They were much smaller and lighter, so the whole robot could be smaller and lighter. We made a hydraulic power supply that had a bunch of components integrated in this tiny package. It's about this big, the size of a football. It weighs 5 kilograms, and it produces 5 kilowatts of power. Of course, it has to have a battery operate, but it's got a motor, a pump, filters, heat exchanger to keep it cool, some valves, all in this tiny little package. So hydraulics, could still have a ways to go.
One of the things that stands out about the robots Boston Dynamics have created is how beautiful the movement is, how natural the walking is, and running is, even flipping is, throwing is. So maybe you can talk about what's involved in making it look natural.
Well, I think having good hardware is part of the story, and people who think you don't need to innovate hardware anymore are wrong, in my opinion. So I think one of the things, certainly in the early years for me, taking a dynamic approach where you think about what's the evolution of the motion of the thing going to be in the future, and having a prediction of that that's used at the time that you're giving signals to them, as opposed to it all being servoing, which is servoing is sort of backward looking. It says, okay, where am I now? I'm gonna try and adjust for that. But you really need to think about what's coming.
So how far ahead do you have to look in time?
It's interesting. I think that the number is only a couple of seconds for spot. So there's a limited horizon type approach where you're recalculating, assuming what's going to happen in the next second or second and a half. And then you keep iterating, the next, even though a tenth of a second later, you'll say, okay, let's do that again and see what's happening. And you're looking at what the obstacles are, where the feet are going to be placed, how to, you have to coordinate a lot of things if you have obstacles and you're balancing at the same time. And it's that limited horizon type calculation that's doing a lot of that. But if you're doing something like a somersault, you're looking out a lot further, right? If you want to stick the landing, you have to get you have to, at the time of launch, have momentum and rotation, all those things coordinated so that a landing is within reach.
How hard is it to stick a landing? I mean, it's very much under actuated. Like once you've in the air, you don't have as much control about anything. So how hard is it to get that to work? You first of all did flips with a hopping robot.
If you look at the first time we ever made a robot do a somersault, it was in a planar robot. It had a boom, so it was restricted to the surface of the sphere. We call that planar. So it could move fore and aft, it could go up and down, and it could rotate. And so the calculation of what you need to do to stick a landing isn't all that complicated. You have to look at, you have to get time to make the rotation. So how hard you jump, how high you jump gives you time. You look at how quickly you can rotate. And so, if you get those two right, then when you land, you have the feet in the right place. And you have to get rid of all that rotational and linear momentum. But, that's not too hard to figure out. And we made, back in about 1985 or 6, I can't remember, we had a simple robot doing somersaults. To do it in 3D, really the calculation is the same. You just have to be balancing in the other degrees of freedom. If you're just doing the somersault, it's just a planar thing. When Rob was my graduate student and we were at MIT, which is when we made, a two-legged robot do the 3D somersault for the first time. There, in order to get enough rotation rate, you need to do tucking also. You withdraw the legs in order to accelerate it. He did some really fascinating work on how you stabilize more complicated maneuvers. Remember, he was a gymnast, a champion gymnast before he came to me. So he had the physical abilities, and he was an engineer, so he could translate some of that into the math and the algorithms that he used to do that.
He knew how humans do it. You just had to get robots to do the same.
Unfortunately, though, humans don't really know how they do it.
Yeah.
Right? We're coached. we have ways of learning, but do we really understand in a physics way what we're doing? Probably most gymnasts and athletes don't know.
So in some way, by building robots, you are in part understanding how humans do, like walking. Most of us walk without considering how we walk, really, right? And how we make it so natural and efficient.
Atlas still doesn't walk like a person, and it still doesn't walk quite as gracefully as a person, even though it's been getting closer and closer. The running might be close to a human, but the walking is still a challenge.
It's interesting, right? That running is closer to a human. It just shows that the more aggressive and kind of the more you leap into the unknown, the more natural it is. I mean, walking is kind of falling always, right?
And something weird about the knees, that you can kind of do this folding and unfolding and get it to work out just, a human can get it to work out just right. There's compliance means springiness and the design that are important. Well, we used to have a motto at Boss Dynamics in the early days, which is you have to run before you can walk.
That's a good motto. Because you also had Wildcat, which was one of the along the way towards Spot, which is a quadruped that went 19 miles an hour on flat terrain. That's the fastest you've ever built. Might be faster than quadruped.
For a quadruped, probably. Of course, it was probably the loudest too. So we had this little racing go-kart engine on it, and we would get people from 3 buildings away sending us, complaining about how loud it was.
So at the leg lab, I believe most of the robots didn't have knees. How do you figure out what is the right number of actuators? What are the joints to have? What do you need to have? We humans have knees, and all kinds of interesting stuff on the feet. The toe is an important part, I guess, for humans. Or maybe it's not. I injured my toe recently, and it made running very unpleasant. So that seems to be kind of important. So how do you figure out for efficiency, for function, for aesthetics, how many joints to have, how many actuators to have?
Well, it's always a balance between wanting to get where you really want to get and what's practical to do based on resources of what you know and all that. So, I mean, the whole idea of the pogo stick was to do simplification. Obviously, it didn't look like a human. I think a technical scientist could appreciate that we were capturing some of the things that are important in human locomotion without it looking like it, without having a knee, an ankle. I'll tell you the first sketch that Ben Brown made when we were talking about building this thing was a very complicated thing with zillions of springs, lots of joints. It looked like much more like a kangaroo or an ostrich or something like that. Things we were paying a lot of attention to at the time. So my job was to say, okay, well, let's do something simpler to get started, and maybe we'll get there at some point.
I just love the idea that you two were studying kangaroos and ostriches.
Oh yeah, we did. We filmed and digitized data from horses. I did a dissection of ostrich at one point, which has absolutely remarkable legs.
Dumb question: do ostriches have like a lot of musculature on the legs, or no?
Most of it's up in the feathers, but there's a huge amount going on in the feathers, including a knee joint. The knee joint's way up there. The thing that's halfway down the leg that looks like a backwards knee is actually the ankle. The thing on the ground, which looks like the foot, is actually the toes. It's an extended toe. But the basic morphology is the same in all these animals.
What do you think is the most beautiful movement of an animal? Like, what animal is pretty cool? Land animal. Because fish is pretty cool. Like legged locomotion.
The slow-mos of cheetahs are incredible. There's so much back motion and grace, and of course they're moving very fast. The animals running away from the cheetah are pretty exciting. The pronghorn, which they do this all 4 legs at once jump called the prong to kind of confuse especially if there's a group of them, to confuse whoever's chasing them.
So they do like a misdirection type of thing?
Yep, they do a misdirection thing. the front-on views of the cheetahs running fast, where the tail is whipping around to help in the turns, to help stabilize in the turns. That's pretty exciting.
Because they spend a lot of time in the air, I guess.
Yeah.
They're running that fast.
But they also turn very fast.
Is that a tail thing, or is that do you have to have contact with the ground?
Everything in the body is probably helping turn, because they're chasing something that's trying to get away, that's also zigzagging around. But I would be remiss if I didn't say, humans are pretty good too. You watch gymnasts, especially these days, they're doing just incredible.
Well, like especially like Olympic level gymnasts. See, but there could be cheetahs at Olympic level. We might be watching the average cheetah versus like there could be like a really special cheetah that could do like.
You're right.
When did the knees first come into play in you building legged robots?
I ended that. Yeah, Big Dog came first, and then Little Dog was there. And there's a big compromise there. Human knees have multiple muscles, and you could argue that there's, it's a technical thing about negative work. When you're contracting a joint, but you're pushing out, that's negative work. And if you don't have a place to store that, it can be very expensive to do that. And in Big Dog, there was no place to store negative work in the knees. But Big Dog also had pogo stick springs down below. So part of the action is to comply in a bouncing motion. Later on in Spot, we took that out. As we got further and further away from the lead lab, we had more energy-driven controls.
Is there something to be said about like knees that go forward versus backward?
Sure. There's this idea called passive dynamics, which says that although you can use computers and actuators to make a motion, a mechanical system can make a motion just by itself if it gets stimulated the right way. So Tad McGeer I think in the mid 80s, maybe it was in the late 80s, started to work on that. He made this legged system that could walk down an inclined plane where the legs folded and unfolded and swung forward. Do the whole walking motion, where there was no computer. There were some adjustments to the mechanics so that there were dampers and springs in some places that helped the mechanical action happen. It was essentially a mechanical computer. And the interesting idea there is that it's not all about the brain dictating to the body what the body should do. The body is a participant in the motion.
So a great design for a robot has a mechanical component where the movement is efficient even without a brain.
Yes.
How do you design that?
I think that these days most robots aren't doing that. Most robots are basically using the computer to govern the motion. Now the brain, though, is taking into account what the mechanical thing can do and how it's going to behave. Otherwise, it would have to really forcefully move everything around all the time, which probably some solutions do, but I think you end up with a more efficient and more graceful thing if you're taking into account what the machine has to do.
So this might be a good place to mention that you're now leading up the Boston Dynamics AI Institute, being formed, which is focused more on designing the robots of the future. And I think one of the things, maybe you can tell me the big vision for what's going on, but one of the things is this idea that hardware still matters with organic design and so on. Maybe before that, can you zoom out and tell me what the vision is for the AI Institute?
I like to talk about intelligence having two parts, an athletic part and a cognitive part. And I think, Boston Dynamics, in my view, has sort of set the standard for what athletic intelligence can be. And, it has to do with all the things we've been talking about, the mechanical design, the real-time control, the energetics, and that kind of stuff. But obviously, people have another kind of intelligence, and animals have another kind of intelligence. We can make a plan. Our meeting started at 9:30. I looked up on Google Maps how long it took to walk over here. It was 20 minutes. So I decided, okay, I'd leave my house at 9. So I did. Simple intelligence, but we use that kind of stuff all the time. It's sort of what we think of as going on in our heads. And I think that's in short supply for robots. Most robots are pretty dominant. And as a result, it takes a lot of skilled people to program them to do everything they do. And it takes a long time. And if robots are going to, satisfy our dreams, they need to be smarter. So the AI Institute is designed to combine that physicality of the athletic side with the cognitive side. So, for instance, we're trying to make robots that can watch a human do a task, understand what it's seeing, and then do the task itself. So, sort of OJT for robots, on-the-job training for robots, as a paradigm. Now, that's pretty hard, and it's sort of science fiction. But our idea is to work on a longer time frame and work on solving those kinds of problems. And I have a whole list of things that are kind of like.
Maybe we could just take many of the things you mentioned, just take it as a tangent. And first of all, athletic intelligence is a super cool term. And that really is intelligence. We humans kind of take it for granted that we're so good at walking and moving about the world.
And using our hands, the mechanics of interacting with all these two things.
You've never touched those things before, right?
I've touched one like this. Okay. Look at all the things I can do, right? I can juggle and I'm rotating this way. I can rotate it without looking. I could fetch these things out of my pocket and figure out which one is which and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think we have much of a clue how all that works.
Right, and I really like putting that under the banner of athletic intelligence. What are the big open problems in athletic intelligence? So Boston Dynamics with Spot, with Atlas, just have shown time and time again, push the limits of what we think is possible with robots. But where do we stand, actually, if we kind of zoom out? What are the big open problems on the athletic intelligence side?
I mean, one question you could ask, it isn't my question, but, are they commercially viable? Will they increase productivity? And I think, we're getting very close to that. I don't think we're quite there still. Most of the robotics companies, it's a struggle. It's really the lack of the cognitive side that probably is the biggest barrier at the moment, even for the physical, really successful robots. But, your question is good. I mean, you can always do a thing that's more efficient, lighter, more reliable. I'd say reliability. I know that Spot, they've been working very hard on getting the tail of the reliability curve up, and they've made huge progress. So the robots, there's 1,500 of them out there now. Many of them being used in practical applications day in and day out, where they have to work reliably. And it's very exciting that they've done that, but it takes a huge effort to get that kind of reliability. There's cost too. You'd like to get the cost down. Spots are still pretty expensive, and I don't think that they have to be, but it takes a different kind of activity to do that. Now that I think that Boston Dynamics is owned primarily by Hyundai now, and I think that the skills of Hyundai in making cars can be brought to bear in making robots that are less expensive and more reliable.
So on the cognitive side, for the AI Institute, what's the trade-off between moonshot projects for you and maybe incremental progress?
That's a good question. I think we're using the paradigm called stepping stones. I don't believe that was in my original proposal. I think if you go more than a year without seeing a tangible status report of where you are, which is the stepping stone, and it could be a simplification, right? You don't necessarily have to solve all the problems of your target goal, even though your target goal is going to take several years. Those stepping stone results give you feedback.
Welcome. How are you?
Give motivation because usually there's some success in there.
Dog. I just talked to you. After that bullshit.
And so, that's the mantra we've been working on. And that's pretty much how, I'd say Boston Dynamics has worked, where you make progress and show it show it to yourself.
What does success look like? Like what are some of the milestones you're chasing?
Well, with Watch, Understand, Do, the project I mentioned before, we've broken that down into getting some progress with what is meaningfully watching something mean, breaking down an observation of a person doing something into the components, segmenting. You watch me do something. I'm going to pick up this thing, put it down here, stack this on it. Well, it's not obvious if you just look at the raw data what the sequence of acts are. It's really a creative, intelligent act for you to break that down into pieces and understand them in a way so you could say, okay, what skill do I need to accomplish each of those things? So we're working on the front end of that kind of problem where we observe and translate if it may be video, it may be live, into a description of what we think is going on, and then try and map that into skills to accomplish that. And we've been developing skills as well. So, we have kind of multiple stabs at the pieces of doing that.
And this is usually video of humans manipulating objects with their hands, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. We're starting out with bicycle repair, some simple bicycle repair tasks.
That seems complicated. That seems really complicated.
It is, but there's some parts of it that aren't, like putting the seat into the, you have a tube that goes inside of another tube. There's a latch. That should be within range.
Is it possible to observe, to watch a video like this without having an explicit model of what a bicycle looks like?
I think it is. And I think that's the kind of thing that people don't recognize. Now, let me translate it to navigation. I think the basic paradigm for navigating a space is to get some kind of sensor that tells you where the obstacle is and what's open, build a map, and then go through the space. But if we were doing on-the-job training where I was giving you a task, I wouldn't have to say anything about the room. Right? We came in here, all we did is adjust the chair. We didn't say anything about the room. We could navigate it. So I think there's opportunities to build that kind of navigation skill into robots, and we're hoping to be able to do that.
So operate successfully under a lot of uncertainty.
And lack of specification. I mean, that's what sort of intelligence is, right? It's kind of dealing with understanding a situation even though it wasn't explained.
So how big of a role does machine learning play in all of this? Is this more and more learning based?
Since ChatGPT, which is a year ago, basically, there's a huge interest in that and a huge optimism about it. And I think that there's a lot of things that that kind of machine learning. Now, of course, there's lots of different kinds of machine learning. I think there's a lot of interest and optimism about it. I think the facts on the ground are that doing physical things with physical robots is a little bit different than language, and the tokens sort of don't exist. Pixel values aren't like words, but I think that there's a lot that can be done. We have several people working on machine learning approaches. I don't know if you know, but we opened an office in Zurich recently, and Marco Hutter, who's one of the real leaders in reinforcement learning for robots, is the director of that office. He's still half-time at ETH, the university there, where he has a fantastic lab, and then he's half-time will be leading off efforts in the Zurich office. So we have a healthy learning component, but there's part of me that still says if you look out in the world at what the most impressive performances are, they're still pretty much, I hate to use the word traditional, but that's what everybody's calling it, traditional controls, like model predictive control. The Atlas performances that you've seen are mostly model predictive control. They've started to do some learning stuff that's really incredible. I don't know if it's all been shown yet, but you'll see it over time. And then Marco's done some great stuff, and others.
So especially for the athletic intelligence piece, the traditional approach seems to be the one that still which one is the best?
I think we're going to find a mating of the two, and we'll have the best of both worlds. And we're working on that at the Institute too.
If I can talk to you about teams, you built an incredible team at Boston Dynamics before at MIT and CU at Boston Dynamics and now at the AI Institute. And you said that there's 4 components to a great team: technical fearlessness, diligence, intrepidness, and fun, technical fun. Can you explain each? Technical fearlessness, what do you mean by that?
Sure. Technical fearlessness means being willing to take on a problem that you don't know how to solve, and study it, figure out an entry point, maybe a simplified version or a simplified solution or something. Learn from the stepping stone and go back and eventually make a solution that meets your goals. And I think that's really important.
The fearlessness comes into play because some of it has never been done before.
Yeah, and you don't know how to do it. And, there's easier stuff to do in life. So, I mean, I don't know, watch, understand, do. It's a mountain of a challenge.
So that's the really big challenge you're tackling now. Can we watch humans at scale and have robots, by watching humans, become effective actors in the world?
Yeah. I mean, we have others like that. We have one called Inspect, Diagnose, Fix. Like, you call up the Maytag repairman. Okay, he's the one who you don't have to call. You call up the dishwasher repair person, and they come to your house and they look at your machine. It's already been actually figured out that something doesn't work, but they have to kind of examine it and figure out what's wrong and then fix it. And I think robots should be able to do that. Boston Dynamics already has spot robots collecting data on machines, things like thermal data, reading the gauges, listening to them, getting sounds. And that data are used to determine whether they're healthy or not. But the interpretation isn't done by the robots yet, and certainly the fixing, the diagnosing and the fixing isn't done yet. But I think it could be. That's bringing the AI and combining it with the physical skills to do.
Yeah, and you're referring to the fixing in the physical world. I can't wait until you can fix the psychological problems of humans and show up and talk, do therapy.
No, that's a different thing.
Yeah, it's different. Well, but it's all part of the same thing. Against humanity. Maybe.
You mean convincing you it's okay that the dishwasher's broken?
That's
the marketing approach.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's all Don't sweat the small stuff. Yeah, as opposed to fixing the dishwasher, it'll convince you that it's okay that the dishwasher's broken. It's a different approach. Diligence. Why is diligence?
Well, if you want a real robot solution, it can't be a very narrow solution that's going to break at the first variation in what the robot does or the environment if it wasn't exactly as you expected it. So how do you get there? I think having an approach that leaves you unsatisfied until you've embraced the bigger problem is the diligence I'm talking about. And again, I'll point to Boston Dynamics. I think they've done some of the videos that we had showing the engineer making it hard for the robot to do its task. Spot opening the door, and then the guy gets there and pushes on the door so it doesn't open the way it's supposed to, pulling on the rope that's attached to the robot so its navigation has been screwed up. We have one where the robot's climbing stairs and an engineer is tugging on the rope that's pulling it back down the stairs. That's totally different than just the robot seeing the stairs, making a model, putting its feet carefully on each step. But that's what probably robotics needs to succeed, and having that broader idea that you want to come up with a robust solution is what I meant by intelligence.
So really testing it in all conditions, preparing the system in all kinds of ways. Yeah. And as a result, creating some epic videos. the legendary.
The fun part, the hockey stick.
And then, yes, tugging on Spot as he's trying to open the door. I mean, it's great testing, but it's also, I don't know, it's just somehow extremely compelling demonstration of robotics in video form.
I learned something very early on with the first three-dimensional hopping machine. If you just show a video of it hopping, it's a so what. If you show it falling over a couple of times and you can see how easily and fast it falls over, then you appreciate what the robot's doing when it's doing its thing. So I think, you know, the reaction you just gave to the robot getting kind of interfered with or tested while it's going through the door, it's showing you the scope of the solution.
The limits of the system, the challenges involved in failure. If it's shown both failure and success, it makes you appreciate the success. Yeah. And then just the way the videos are done in both dynamics are incredible because there's no flash, there's no extra like production. It's just raw testing the robot.
Well, you know, I was the final edit for most of the videos up until about 4 years ago. And, you know, my theory of the video is no explanation. If they can't see it, then it's not the right thing. And if you do something worth showing, then let them see it. Don't interfere with, you know, a bunch of titles that slow you down or a bunch of distractions. Just, you know, do something worth showing and then show it.
That's brilliant.
It's hard though for people to buy into.
Yeah, I mean, people always want to add more stuff, but the simplicity of just do something worth showing and show it. That's brilliant. And don't add extra stuff.
And people have criticized, especially the Big Bug videos where there's a human driving the road. And I understand the criticism now. At the time, we wanted to just show, look, this thing's using its legs to get up the hill, so we focused on showing that, which was, we thought, the story. The fact that there's a human, so they were thinking about autonomy, whereas we were thinking about the mobility. And so, you know, we've adjusted to a lot of things that we see that people care about, trying to be honest. We've always tried to be honest.
But also just show cool stuff in this raw form, the limits of the system, see the system be perturbed and be robust and resilient and all that kind of stuff. And dancing with some music. Intrepidness and fun. So intrepid.
I mean, it might be the most important ingredient, and that is, you know, robotics is hard. It's not going to work right away. So don't be discouraged. So usually when I talk about these things, I show videos and I show a long string of outtakes. You know, and you know, you have to have courage to be intrepid when, you know, you work so hard to build your machine. You know, and then you're trying and it just doesn't do what you thought it would do, what you want it to do. And, you know, you have to stick to it and keep trying.
How long, I mean, we don't often see that, the story behind Spot and Atlas. How many failures was there along the way to get, you know, a working Atlas, a working Spot in the early days, even a working Big Dog?
There's a video of Atlas climbing 3 big steps. And it's very dynamic, and it's, you know, it's really exciting, real accomplishment. It took 109 tries, and we have video of every one of it. You know, we shoot everything. Again, this is at Boss Dynamics. So it took 109 tries. But once it did it, it had a high percentage of success. So it's not like we're cheating by just showing the best one, but we do show the evolved, you know, performance, not everything along the way. But everything along the way is informative, and, you know, it shows sort of there's, you know, stupid things that go wrong, like the robot just when you say go and it collapses right there on the start. That doesn't have to do with the steps, or the perception didn't work right, so you miss the target when you jump, or something breaks and there's oil flying everywhere. But that's fun.
Yeah. So the hardware failures and
lots of control evolution during that time. I think it took 6 weeks to get those 109 trials. You know, because there was programming going on. Yeah. It was actually robot learning, but there were human in the loop helping with the learning. So all data driven. Like
okay, and you always are learning from that failure. So right. And how do you protect Atlas from not getting damaged from 109 attempts?
It's remarkable. One of the accomplishments of Atlas is that the engineers have made a machine that's robust enough that it can take that kind of testing where it's fallen and stuff, and it doesn't break every time. It still breaks, and we had, part of the paradigm is to have people to repair stuff. You got to figure that in if you're going to do this kind of work. I sometimes criticize the people who have their gold-plated thing and they keep it on the shelf, and they're afraid to kind of use it. I don't think you can make progress if you're working that way. You need to be ready to have it break and go in there and fix it. It's part of the thing. You got to plan your budget so you have spare parts and a crew and all that stuff.
Yeah, if it falls 100 million times, it's okay. Wow. So intrepid, truly. And that applies to Spot, that applies to all.
Applies to everything. I think it applies to everything anybody tries to do that's worth doing.
Yeah. And especially with systems in the real world, right? And so fun.
Technical fun. Have technical fun. I think that life as an engineer is really satisfying. I think you get to, to some degree, it can be like crafts work, where you get to do things with your own hands or your own design or whatever your maybe it is. And it's very satisfying to be able to just do the work. Unlike, a lot of people who have to do something that they don't like doing. I think engineers typically get to do something that they like, and there's a lot of satisfaction from that. Then there's, in many cases you can have impact on the world somehow because you've done something that other people admire, which is different from just the craft fun of building the thing. So that's the second way that being engineer is good. I think the third thing is that if you're lucky to be working in a team where you're getting the benefit of other people's skills that are helping you do your thing, none of us has all the skills needed to do most of these projects. And if you have a team where you're working well with the others, that can be very satisfying. And then if you're an engineer, you also usually get paid. And so you kind of get paid 4 times, in my view of the world.
Yeah.
So what could be better than that?
Get paid to have fun. What do you love about engineering? When you say engineering, what does that mean to you exactly? What is this kind of big thing that we call engineering?
I think it's both being a scientist or getting to use science at the same time as being kind of an artist or a creator, because you're making scientists only get to describe, to study what's out there, and engineers get to make stuff that didn't exist before. And so it's really, I think, a higher calling, even though I think most the public out there thinks science is top and engineering is somehow secondary, but I think it's the other way around.
And at the cutting edge, I think when we talk about robotics, there is possibility to do art in that you do like the first of its kind thing. So then there's the production at scale, which is its own beautiful thing. But when you do the first new robot or the first new thing, it's a possibility to create something totally new. That is
bringing metal to life or a machine to life is fun. And it was fun doing the dancing videos where got a huge public response. And we're going to do more. We're doing some at the Institute. We'll do more.
But that metal to life moment, I mean, to me, that's still magical. Like when inanimate object comes to life, that's still, like, to me, to this day, it's still an incredible moment. The human intelligence can create systems that instill life or whatever that is into inanimate objects. It's truly magical, especially when it's at the scale that humans can perceive and appreciate, like, directly.
But I think sort of with it going back to the pieces of that, you design a linkage that turns out to be half the weight and just as strong. That's very satisfying. There are people who do that, and it's a creative act.
What to you is the most beautiful about robotics? Sorry for the romantic question.
I think having the robots move in a way that's evocative of life is pretty exciting.
So the elegance of movement.
Yeah. Or if it's a high performance act where it's doing it faster, bigger than other robots. Usually we're not doing it bigger, faster than people, but we're getting there in a few narrow dimensions.
So faster, bigger, smoother, more elegant, more graceful.
I mean, I'd like to do dancing that starts. We're nowhere near the dancing capabilities of the human. We've been having a ballerina in who's kind of a well-known ballerina, and she's been programming the robot. We've been working on the tools that can make it so that she can use her way of talking, way of doing a choreography or something like that, more accessible to get the robot to do things. And she's starting to produce some interesting stuff.
Well, we should mention that there is a choreography to it.
There is.
I guess I saw versions of it, which is pretty cool. You can kind of, at slices of time, control different parts at the high level, the movement of the robot.
We hope to take that forward and make it, more tuned to how the dance world wants to talk, wants to communicate, and get better performances. Done a lot, but there's still a lot possible. And I'd like to have performances where the robots are dancing with people. So right now, almost everything that we've done on dancing is to a fixed time base. So once you press go, the robot does its thing and plays out its thing. It's not listening, it's not watching, but I think it should do those things.
I think I would love to see a professional ballerina, like alone in a room with a robot, slowly teaching the robot. Just actually the process of a clueless robot trying to figure out a small little piece of the dance. So it's not like, because right now Atlas and Spot have done like perfect dancing to a beat and so on. To a degree. But like the learning process of interacting with a human would be like incredible to watch.
One of the cool things going back, that there's a class at Brown University called Choreo Robotics. Sydney Skybender is a dancer, choreographer, and he teamed up with Stephanie Telex, who's a computer science professor, and they taught this class, and I think they have some graduate students teaching, where they have two spots, and people come in. I think it's 50-50 of computer science people and dance people, and they program performances that are very interesting. I show some of them sometimes when I give a talk.
And making that process of a human teaching the robot more efficient and more intuitive, maybe part language, part movement. That'd be fascinating. That'd be really fascinating. Because one of the things I've kind of realized is humans communicate with movement a lot. It's not just language. There's body language. There's so many intricate little things.
Totally.
And like that, to watch a human and Spot communicate back and forth with movement is, there's just so many wonderful possibilities there.
But it's also a challenge. We get asked to have our robots perform with famous dancers, and they can, they have 200 degrees of freedom or something, right? Every little ripple and thing, and they have all this head and neck and shoulders and stuff. And the robots mostly don't have all that stuff, and it's a daunting challenge to not look stupid, physically stupid next to them. Yeah. So we pretty much avoided that kind of performance, but we'll get to it.
I think even with the limited degrees of freedom, we could still have some sass and flavor and so on. You can figure out your own thing, even if you can't.
And we can reverse things. Like if you watch a human do robot animation, which is a dance style, where you jerk around, sort of, and you pop and lock and all that stuff. I think the robots could show up the humans by doing unstable oscillations and things that are faster than a person. So that's sort of on my my plan, but I haven't quite gotten to it.
You mentioned about building teams and robotics teams and so on. How do you find great engineers? How do you hire great engineers?
I think you need to have an environment where interesting engineering. Well, it's a chicken and egg. If you have an environment where interesting engineering is going on, then engineers want to work with it. And I think it took a long time to develop that at Boston Dynamics. In fact, when we started, although I had the experience of building things in the lab both at CMU and at MIT, we weren't that sophisticated of an engineering thing compared to what Boston Dynamics is now. But it was our ambition to do that. And Sarcos was another robot company. So I always thought of us as being this much on the computing side and this much on the hardware side, and they were like this. And then over the years, I think we achieved the same or better levels of engineering. Meanwhile, Sarkos got acquired, and then went through all kinds of changes. And, I don't know exactly what their current status is, but so it took many years is part of the answer. I think you got to find people who love it. In the early days, we paid a little less, so we only got people who were doing it because they really loved it. We also hired people who might not have professional degrees, people who were building bicycles and building kayaks. We have some people who come from that kind of the maker world, and that's really important for the kind of work we do to have that be part of the mix.
Whatever that is, whatever the magic ingredient that makes a great builder, maker, that's the big part of it.
People who repaired the cars, or built or motorcycles or whatever in their garages when they were kids.
There's a kind of like the robotics students, grad students, just roboticists that I know and I hang out with. There's a kind of endless energy and like they're just happy. Like say, I compare it another group of people that are like that are people that skydive professionally. There's just like excitement and general energy that I think probably has to do with the fact that they're just constantly, first of all, fail a lot, and then the joy of building a thing that you eventually works.
Talking about being happy, there used to be a time when I was doing the machine shop work myself, back in those JPL and Delta things, when if I came home smelling like a machine shop, because it's an oily place, my wife would say, "Oh, you had a good day today," because you could tell that that's where I've been.
You've actually built something. You've done something. Yeah, and probably the videos help, right? The videos help show off what robotics is.
Oh, at Boston Dynamics, it put us on the map. I remember interviewing some sales guy, and he was from a company, and he said, "Well, no one's ever heard of my company, but we have products, really good products. So you guys, everybody knows who you are, but you don't have any products at all," which was true. So it was, and we thank YouTube for that. YouTube came, we caught the YouTube wave, and it had a huge impact on our company.
I mean, it's a big impact on not just in your company, but on robotics in general. Helping people understand, inspire what is possible with robots. Inspire imagination, fear, and everything. The full spectrum of human emotion was aroused, which is great. Which is great for the entirety of humanity, and also probably inspiring for young people that want to get into AI robotics. Let me ask you about some competitors.
Sure.
You've been complimentary of Elon and Tesla's work on Optimus robot with their humanoid robot. What do you think of their efforts there with the humanoid robot?
I really admire Elon as a technologist. I think that what he did with Tesla was just totally mind-boggling, that he could go from this totally niche area that, less than 1% of anybody seemed to be interested to making it so that essentially every car company in the world is trying to do what he's done. So you got to get to it. Then look at SpaceX. He basically replaced NASA. If you could, that might be a little exaggeration, but not by much. So you got to admire the guy, and I wouldn't count him out for anything. I don't think Optimus today is where Atlas is, for instance. I don't know. It's a little hard to compare him to the other companies. I visited Figure. I think they're doing well, and they have a good team. I've visited Electronic, and I think they have a good team. But Elon has a lot of resources. He has a lot of ambition. I like to take some credit for his ambition. I think if I read between the lines, it's hard not to think that him seeing what Atlas is doing is a little bit of an inspiration. I hope so.
Do you think Atlas and Optimus will hang out at some point?
I would love to host them. Now that I'm not at Boston Dynamics, I'm not officially connected. I am on the board, but I'm not officially connected. I would love to host a
Robot meetups.
A robot meetup.
Uh, does the AI Institute work with spots and atlases? Is it focused on spots mostly right now as a platform?
We have a bunch of different robots. We bought everything we could buy. So we have spots. I think we have a good sized fleet of them. I don't know how many it is, but a good sized fleet. We have a couple of animal robots. Animal is a company founded by Marco Hunter, even though he's not that involved anymore, but we have a couple of those. We have a bunch of arms like Franca's and US robotics. Because, even though we have ambitions to build stuff, and we are starting to build stuff, day one getting off the ground, just
I love this like robot playground you built.
Come over and take a look.
That's great. So it's like all these kinds of robots, legged, arms.
It doesn't feel that much like. Well, there's some areas that feel like. It's not like they're all frolic together.
Hey, again, maybe you'll arrange it a robot meetup. But in general, what's your view on competition in the space, or especially like humanoid and robots? Are you excited by the competition or the friendly competition?
I think that it doesn't. I don't think about competition that much. I'm not a commercial guy. I think for many years at Boston, the many years I was at Boston Dynamics, we didn't think about competition. We were just kind of doing our thing. It wasn't like there were products out there. Maybe there was some competition for DARPA funding, which we got a lot of, got very good at getting, but even there, in a couple of cases where we might have competed, we ended up just being the robot provider. That is for the Little Dog program. We just made the robots. We didn't participate as developers, except for developing the robot. And in the DARPA Robotics Challenge, we didn't compete. We provided the robots. So, in the AI world now that we're working on cognitive stuff, it feels much more like a competition. The entry requirements in terms of computing hardware and the skills of the team are, and hiring talent, it's a much tougher place. So I think much more about competition. Now on the cognitive side, on the physical side, it doesn't feel like it's that much about competition. Obviously, with 10 humanoid companies out there, 10 or 12, there's probably others that I don't know about. They're definitely in competition, will be in competition.
How much room is there for quadruped and especially a humanoid robot to become cheaper? So like cutting costs, and like how low can you go? And how much of it is just mass production? So questions of Hyundai, like how to produce versus like engineering innovation, how to simplify.
I think there's a huge way to go. I don't think we've seen the bottom of it, or the bottom in terms of lower prices. I think you should be totally optimistic that at asymptote things don't have to be anything like as expensive as they are now. Back to competition, I wanted to say one thing. I think in the quadruped space, having other people selling quadrupeds is a great thing for Boston Dynamics, because I believe the question in the user's minds is, which quadruped do I want? It's not, do I want a quadruped? Can a quadruped do my job? It's much more like that, which is a great place for it to be.
Yeah.
Then you're just, doing the things you normally do to make your product better and compete, selling and all that. And that'll be the way it is with humanoids.
Where there's a lot of humanoids and you're just not even, it's like iPhone versus Android, and people are just buying both, and this guy is just, you're not really,
you're creating a category,
or
the category is happening. I mean, right now the use cases, that's the key thing, having realistic use cases that are money making in robotics is a big challenge. There's the warehouse use case. That's probably the only thing that makes anybody money in robotics.
There's got to be a moment.
There's old-fashioned robotics. I mean, there's fixed arms doing manufacturing. I don't want to say that they're not making money.
Industrial robotics, yes, but there's got to be a moment when social robotics starts making real money, meaning like a spot type robot in the home, and there's tens of millions of them in the home, and they're like, I don't know how many dogs there are in the United States as pets. It feels many. It feels like there's something we love about having a intelligent companion with us that remembers us, that's excited to see us, all that kind of stuff.
But it's also true that the companies making those things, there's been a lot of failures in recent times, right? There's that one year when I think 3 of them went under. So it's not that easy to do that. Getting performance, safety, and cost all to be where they need to be at the same time is.
But also some of it is, like you said, you can have a product. People might not be aware of it, so like also part of it is the videos or however you connect with the public, the culture, and create the category. Make people realize this is the thing you want. Because there's a lot of negative perceptions you can have. Do you really want a system with a camera in your home walking around, right? If it's presented correctly and if there's like the right kind of boundaries around it, that you understand how it works and so on, a lot of people would want to. And if they don't, they might be suspicious of it. So that's important. Like we all use smartphones, and it has a camera that's looking at us.
Yeah, it has 2 or 3 or 4.
And it's listening. And very few people are suspicious about it. They kind of take it for granted. So I think robots would be the same kind of way. So as you work on the cognitive aspect of these robots, do you think we'll ever get to human level or superhuman level intelligence? There's been a lot of conversations about this recently, given the rapid development in large language models.
I think that intelligence is a lot of different things, and I think some things computers are already smarter than people, and some things they're not even close. And I think you need a menu of detailed categories to come up with that. But I also think that the conversation that seems to be happening about AGIs puzzles me. It's sort of. So I ask you a question. Do you think there's anybody smarter than you in the world?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you find that threatening? No. So I don't understand, even if computers were smarter than people, why we should assume that that's a threat. Especially since they could easily be smarter but still available to us or under our control, which is basically how computers generally are.
I think the fear is that they would be 10x, 100x smarter, and operating under different morals and ethical codes than humans like naturally do, and so almost become misaligned in unintended ways, and therefore harm humans in ways which we just can't predict. And even if we program them to do a thing, as on the way of doing that thing, they would cause a lot of harm. And when they're 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times smarter than us, we won't be able to stop it, or we won't be able to even see the harm as it's happening until it's too late. That kind of stuff. So you can construct all kinds of like possible trajectories of how the world ends because of super intelligent systems.
It's a little bit like that line in the Oppenheimer movie where they contemplate whether the first time they set off a reaction, all matter on Earth is going to go up. I don't remember what the verb they used was for the chain reaction, right? I guess it's possible, but I personally don't think it's real. I think that it's an opportunity, balancing opportunities and risk. I think if you take any technology, there's opportunity and risk, and it's easy to point. I'll point at the car. They pollute, and they about 1.25 million people get killed every year around the world because of them. Despite that, I think they're a boon to humankind. They're very useful. Many of us love them, and those technical problems can be solved. I think they are becoming safer. I think they're becoming less polluting. Some of them are, and every technology you can name has a story like that.
What's the story behind the Hawaiian shirt? Is it a fashion statement, a philosophical statement? Is it just a statement of rebellion? Engineering statement?
It was born of me being contrary.
Yes.
Someone told me once that I was wearing one when I only had one or two. And they said, oh, those things are so old-fashioned, you can't wear that far. And I stopped wearing them for about a week. And then I said, I'm not going to let them tell me what to do. And so every day since, pretty much.
So it's like
that was years ago. That was 20 years ago. 15 years ago, probably.
That says something about your personality. That's great. You're not.
It took me a while to realize that. You know, it can be a useful tool.
Have you had people tell you about on the robotic side that like I don't think you can do this? What kind of negative motivation?
I'd rather talk about there's a guy. Well, they were doing a lot of DARPA work. There was a Marine, Ed Tovar, who's still around. Who his what he would always say is when someone would say, "Oh, you can't do that," he'd say, "Why not?"
Yeah.
And it's a great question. I ask all the time when I'm thinking, "Oh, we're not going to do that." And I think, "Why not?" And I give him credit for opening my eyes to resisting that.
So the Hawaiian shirt is almost like a symbol of why not. Okay. What advice would you give to young folks that are trying to figure out what they want to do with their life, how to have a life they can be proud of, how they can have a career they can be proud of?
When I was teaching at MIT, for a while I had undergraduate advisees where people would have to meet with me once a semester or something, and they frequently would ask what they should do. And I think the advice I used to give was something like, well, if you had no constraints on you, no resource constraints, no opportunity constraints, and no skill constraints, could you imagine doing? And I said, well, start there and see how close you can get. What's realistic?
Yeah.
For how close you can get. The other version of that is, try and figure out what you want to do and do that. Because I don't think a lot of people think that they're in a channel, right? And there's only limited opportunities, but it's usually wider than they think.
Yeah, the opportunities really are limitless, but like at the same time, you want to pick a thing, right? And it's the diligence. Yeah, and really pursue it, right? And really pursue it. Because sometimes like the really special stuff happens after years of pursuit.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you've been doing this for 40 plus years.
Some people think I'm in a rut, right? Why did I do? And in fact, some of the inspiration for the AI Institute is to say, okay, I've been working on locomotion for however many years it was. Let's do something else. And it's a really fascinating and interesting challenge.
And you're hoping to show it off also in the same way?
Just about to start showing some stuff off, yeah. I hope we have a YouTube channel. I mean, one of the challenges is it's one thing to show athletic skills on YouTube. Showing cognitive function is a lot harder, and I haven't quite figured out yet how that's going to work.
There might be a way.
There's a way.
There's a way.
Why not?
I also do think sucking at a task is also compelling. Like the incremental improvement. A robot being like really terrible at a task and then slowly becoming better. Even in athletic intelligence, honestly, like learning to walk and falling and slowly figuring that out. I think there's something extremely compelling about that. Like we like flaws, especially with the cognitive task. It's okay to be clumsy. It's okay to be confused and a little silly and all that kind of stuff. It feels like in that space is where we can.
There's charm.
There's charm. The charm, and there's something inspiring about a robot sucking and then becoming less terrible slowly.
I think you're right.
That kind of reveals something about ourselves. Ultimately, that's what's one of the coolest things about robots is it's kind of a mirror about what makes humans special. Just by watching how hard it is to make a robot do the things that humans do, you realize how special we are. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? Why are we here? Mark, you ever ask about the big questions as you try to create these humanoid, human-like intelligent systems?
I don't know. I think you have to have fun while you're here. That's about all I know. It'd be a waste. It would be a waste not to, right?
The ride is pretty short. You might as well have fun. Mark, I'm a huge fan of yours. It's a huge honor that you would talk with me. This is really amazing, and your work for many decades has been amazing. I can't wait to see what you do at the AI Institute. I'm going to be waiting impatiently for the videos and the demos and the next robot meetup, or maybe Atlas and Optimus to hang out.
I would love to do that.
Thank you so much for talking.
Thank you. It was fun talking to you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Rabbi. And now, let me leave you with some words from Arthur C. Clarke. Whether we're based on carbon or on silicon makes no fundamental difference. We should each be treated with appropriate respect. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
You always know when you live in Gaza that it's only a matter of time before the next bombs drop. You know if you're in Gaza that you are waiting for your death. People dream about going out in the world and pursuing education. People dream about going out in the world and pursuing economic opportunity. In Gaza, your idea of opportunity is an opportunity to see the next year. That has been the case. And so when we talk about, this not existing in a vacuum, if people only hear about Gaza on October 7th, that is a major part of the problem. And that is, again, part of the problem of our ignorance and our apathy, right? Why is it that the plight of the people of Gaza is not brought up until an attack happens on Israel?
The following is a conversation with Imam Dr. Omar Suleiman, his second time on the podcast. He is a Palestinian American, a Muslim scholar, a civil rights leader, president of the Yaqeen Institute for Islamic Research, and is one of the most influential Muslims in the world. Our previous conversation was focused on Islam. This time, the focus was on Gaza and Palestine. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Omar Suleiman. What did you think, feel, and pray for in the days that followed October 7th?
I think the first feeling was that there's going to be a lot of death and destruction in Gaza as a result, right? We always kind of see this where one Israeli casualty leads to hundreds of Palestinian casualties, right? So it's a pretty familiar cycle in some ways, where there are daily transgressions against Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza, the checkpoints, the aggression on Masjid al-Aqsa, the settlements expanding, stories of Palestinian death, and then you have rockets fired from Gaza, and that's when the Western press catches up and starts to cover it. Israel responds with Hellfire missiles, white phosphorus bombs, and the casualties are wildly disproportionate. And so I think that, I wasn't surprised. I prayed for the people that I knew were going to bear the brunt of this outbreak, but the outbreak was predictable.
You wrote a statement on October 9th. I was hoping to read it. It's okay?
Yeah.
Our Palestinian casualties are always your footnotes. The daily humiliation of occupation ignored. The aggression by settlers and soldiers alike on holy sites and souls. The annihilation of entire families that follows. the devastation of whatever scraps remain in the open-air prison of Gaza. Unsustainable and inhumane. So if you're waking up to a sudden interest in the region and want to know what's been happening, dig a bit deeper than 2 weeks and try to read beyond the headlines of a media that has been dehumanizing us for decades.
Again, this was not surprising. This was very predictable. If you've been watching what's been unfolding before October 7th, 2021, Human Rights Watch puts out the report, Threshold Reached. Israel is an apartheid state. Amnesty International 2022, the crime of apartheid, showing how all of the legal determinations of apartheid have been reached. The occupation is only getting more aggressive. Shireen Abu Akleh, Palestinian-American journalist, is shot dead in 2022 in front of the world. The United States says initially that if it is shown that Israel was complicit or that Israel carried out the execution, then there will be consequences. Of course, once it was shown that Israel was indeed responsible for the bullet that killed Shireen Abu Akleh, the United States did absolutely nothing. Shireen's funeral was attacked. The pallbearers were beaten. Her casket almost fell. And again, the world is watching. The aggression against worshippers in Al-Aqsa is getting worse. You have the flag march, the Jerusalem flag march, where extremist settlers are let loose and wild on Palestinians by the thousands, chanting things like Muhammad is dead, we're going to murder you Arabs, all with the protection of the state with Israeli soldiers. And throughout this time, it's like something bad is going to happen. And then 2023 comes along. You had 13,000 settler units in 2023, a plan of 13,000 settler units, the most in the history of the occupation, the most racist and extremist government, Israeli government that you have ever had. And people don't realize that in 2023 alone, over 600 Palestinians had already been killed. It just doesn't make Western headlines. And so if you wonder why the American public sees this so much differently than the rest of the world, it's because American media shows the American public something so much different than what the rest of the world is showing. And so this was a pressure cooker. This was going to explode. It is extremely predictable. You've given people absolutely no hope. And so I think that as we're watching that, it's important for us to actually interrogate the ignorance that people have of the Palestinian plight, the ignorance of the root causes of this violence, the ignorance of the occupation. And also ask yourselves, why is it that Israel can violate every single international law on the books, have all these determinations, and the United States keeps on issuing these inconsequential statements while also at the same time funding these aggressions? So it's like, stop the settler violence. The United States will issue statement after statement. Stop the settler violence. Stop the incursions on Masjid al-Aqsa. Stop violating the people in Jerusalem. Stop trying to wipe out the Palestinian people. Stop openly saying, that there is no two-state solution, that we will never allow a Palestinian state to be established. But at the same time, here's your $3 billion check. And if the United Nations issues any sort of resolution against Israel, or if any international body tries to hold Israel accountable, the United States stands in the way of any accountability. It's important for us to ask why. And so I always tell people, read beyond the headlines. Even now, with the backdrop of this genocide, where 30,000 people have been killed, if you open the front page of most American mainstream sites, you will see stories about the hostages, the Israeli hostages. You will see stories about October 7th, but October 8th is missing, October 9th is missing, October 10th is missing. 100 days of genocide are missing. And you'll barely have a story that shows up every once in a while that, is still very much so controlled by the Israeli propaganda machine, because while Israel kills Palestinian journalists, it also makes sure that American journalists are only able to tell a certain story. They're only able to see Gaza from a certain perspective. They're only able to speak about Gaza from a certain perspective. And this is well documented, that they have to review their media tapes with Israel before they can publicize them. And so this is state propaganda at this point. The mainstream media and the United States government are in lockstep, telling a very skewed story. And that is leading to a greater sense of frustration. And I think the American public has been wronged as well by not knowing what's happening.
You mentioned settlements. So to you, this is bigger than Gaza. It is the West Bank. It is the Palestinian people broadly.
Absolutely. You can't disconnect Gaza from Palestine. You can't disconnect the West Bank from Palestine. You can't disconnect Jerusalem from Palestine. And you can't disconnect the very human story from the political plight. You interviewed Mohammed al-Kurd, met him. What did the world do when it saw the images of the Kurd household being taken over by a guy from Brooklyn or Long Island who just shows up and lays claim to their home? What did the world do when American settlers suddenly decided they could walk into historic Palestinian homes and throw people out of their homes? What did the world do? And so, yes, this is very much so connected to the broader issue, Palestinian existence. You realize here, we are erased in peace and we are erased in war. In peace, it's the Abraham Accords, agreements between Israel and its Arab neighbors, which is supposedly to solve the Palestinian problem. The Palestinians are absent from their own fate, from discussions about their own fate. In war, it's the Israel-Hamas war. It's Israel and Gaza. Where are the Palestinian people, the millions of Palestinian people that have either been removed from their land or are being tormented on their land? Where are they in this discussion?
What are the Palestinians in the diaspora feeling?
I think deeply frustrated, a great sense of anger, sadness. Every single Palestinian right now knows someone that's been killed. Every single Palestinian is a part of a story of displacement or destruction. Every single Palestinian has a relative that's either missing a limb or a loved one. Every single Palestinian in the world is traumatized by this. And in some ways, being outside of Palestine, being away from it all, hurts even more. Because you see your people being killed and starved and brutalized and slaughtered, and you can't do anything about it. And the people around you are justifying that slaughter. If you turn on a TV, or if you open a mainstream news site, these sites are justifying your slaughter. And people are being killed over there because they look like me, because they're Palestinian like I'm Palestinian. And so we're watching this in diaspora with agony. We can't go, we can't heal our loved ones. We can't comfort the people that are there. I recently spoke to a doctor who's lost 75 relatives. 75 relatives in Gaza. And he's a medical doctor. And all he wants to do is get in there and just use his medical expertise to help his people. He can't. And so we're watching it from afar, but our hearts are there. They are in the buildings that are being destroyed. They're in the hospitals that are being bombed. They are there, and they are with the people.
You're somebody who's always rushed into the midst of a crisis. So what does it feel like on a personal level to not be able to do that here, to go to Gaza to help?
Yeah, it's really hard. When any group of people are killed, my instinct, and I think a lot of people, is to go there to help, whether it's a natural disaster or especially after an incident of terror, wherever it is, right? It's rush there and do the best that you can to help people get through it. So it's been extremely hard to watch this from afar and feel like I can't do anything about it. And so that's why Instead, I think that most of us are driven to continue to be the voice of the voiceless. And I always say that if they've made them faceless, they can't make us voiceless. They have reduced our casualties in Palestine to a number. The number is hundreds a day, over 30,000 people. We're averaging 10,000 people a month. The fact that they've been turned into faceless numbers with no stories, with no humanity, makes it that much more important for us to tell their stories here and to remind the world that you've lost your humanity if you can watch this unfold and not even have the decency to call for a ceasefire. I mean, that's where we've reached. That's how low it is right now. Calling for a ceasefire has now become radical. So we have to remind the world that if you're okay with the demolition of an entire town or a city, or whatever it is that you want to call Gaza, because it wasn't always the Gaza Strip. If you're okay with this, and you're okay with this casualty count every single day, it's not just them who are being killed, it's your hearts that are dying. And I think that when I look back to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and I mentioned this, he wrote about Vietnam. He said that if America was to succumb to its spiritual death, the autopsy would read Vietnam. I would say that it would read Gaza now.
Speaking of the people, the faces, the voices, one of the people you've talked about, you've posted about, you've written about is Wael Al-Qaddu and being hospitalized. He's a Palestinian journalist and bureau chief of Al Jazeera in Gaza City. What can you tell me about this man?
If Wael Al-Qaddu wasn't Palestinian, he'd be on the cover of Time magazine right now. He would be the most celebrated journalist in the world. Wael Al-Qaddu is from Gaza. He has been in Israeli prisons. He has been under Israeli airstrikes. He has seen the worst of the occupation before he's seen the worst of the genocide. While on TV, I mean, and this is insane when you think about it. We have over 100 journalists now, right? That's more than any conflict in history that have been killed. And there is sufficient evidence by international watchdogs that this is intentional, that journalists have been killed intentionally. But then their families. Button was reporting on TV when an airstrike hits his wife, 2 kids, and a grandchild. He goes to the scene, and he said this, you never expect as a journalist to be the subject of the story. Suddenly, the camera's on him, mourning over his dead wife and kids and grandkids. He's saying, he even says it in Arabic, he says, they're taking it out on our children. They're taking it out on our children. I've heard this from multiple people that have had relatives targeted that I wish it was me instead. He gets back on camera the same day because he feels a responsibility to continue to cover the lives of the people of Gaza. He understands that his story, as devastating as it is not unique in regards to the people of Gaza. That there are many people whose families have been killed in airstrikes. All 2 million people have been traumatized in some way. And so he gets back on camera, tells the story again. And then he is targeted himself. His arm struck. His cameraman, Samar Abu Daqqa, dies in front of him. He bleeds out. Wael watches him bleed out for hours. And while any aid workers try to reach them in the building that they were in, snipers would shoot all of those that were rushing to Samar. So he watches his cameraman, one of his best friends, bleed out to death. Wael goes to the hospital. His arm is wrapped up, gets treatment. He's back on camera the next day. A few weeks later, another child is killed again with his friend in a car. So this was a targeted airstrike. His son is driving, and his son and his best friend are hit in an airstrike. Wael leads the funeral prayer, is back on camera again, and speaks with such dignity, with such compassion. One of the things that always gets to me as a Palestinian, right, and as a Muslim too, is that we are portrayed to be these beasts and savages. Tell me a man that would be put through what Wa'il was put through and still stand on that pulpit and in front of the world with such dignity, with such grace, continues to tell the story. Wa'il has become a hero to many of us, and he would be a hero in a world that wasn't anti-Palestinian. And unfortunately, Wa'il has not only lost his family, he's not only lost much of his own existence, but Wa'il is part of the greater story of erasure. So even though he's telling the story of the people of Gaza, and he is the story of the people of Gaza, most people will never learn about Wa'il al-Dahdouh.
You have posted videos and written about what is happening in Gaza since October 7th. What has been happening there, the individual stories, and the broader impact on the 2 million people there?
Gaza has been described as the world's largest open-air prison. Unemployment, blockaded from all directions, no airport, regular added restrictions placed even on their ability to fish. So every aspect of Gazan life has been under occupation. I would argue that it's an injustice to even call it an open-air prison, because inmates are not bombed in prisons routinely by the most sophisticated weapons in the world. Regular bombardment of Gaza, every single person in Gaza has lived through multiple rounds of bombardment. It is deeply distressing. You know, I remember in 2021, there was an image that I will never forget of children having to go back to school after the bombardment of 2021. And next to them, they would have the empty chairs and the posters of the child that used to sit in that chair. I think what encapsulates it most for me, an image that I grew up with, was the image of Muhammad al-Burra, who was in his father's lap over 20 years ago. And his father was begging for Israel to spare his child, and Muhammad was murdered in his lap. And you know what happened this last round? His other kids were murdered. So Muhammad's brothers were murdered, and his father's been on the run. Every single person in Gaza has witnessed multiple wars, has witnessed the greatest suffocation of occupation, has even had their diets restricted, and has suffered under Israel's state policy, which is called mowing the lawn. And everyone should look this up. This is what Israeli ministers refer to as routine bombardment of Gaza, mowing the lawn, which shows you that before they called us animals, they considered us insects. And unfortunately, the casualty counts get higher and higher every time, and people become more and more desperate, more and more helpless. Gaza has been, unfortunately, the worst manifestation of anti-Palestinian bigotry. It's already, 60% of the population is a refugee population. What that means, and people do need to understand this, is that people move to Gaza from other parts of occupied territory to find refuge. And we're practically living on top of each other. There are people that are in the Gaza Strip that know that they had homes right beyond that apartheid wall. And those homes were stolen from them, and they can't even enter that territory. And they know that on the other side of that wall, there's life. On the other side of that wall, there's opportunity. On the other side of that wall, you have a passport, you have an airport, you have the ability to travel, you have the ability to export and import. You can dream, but behind that wall, you are to live until the next airstrike. You are to live until Israel mows the lawn again and hope that you're not part of the grass. That's what Gaza has been all of these years.
So pragmatically and psychologically, it's very difficult to flourish when you're just waiting for more bombardment.
Because you know that it's around the corner. You always know when you live in Gaza that it's only a matter of time before the next bombs drop. You know, if you're in Gaza, that you are waiting for your death. People dream about going out in the world and pursuing education. People dream about going out in the world and pursuing economic opportunity. In Gaza, Your idea of opportunity is an opportunity to see the next year. That has been the case. And so when we talk about, this not existing in a vacuum, if people only hear about Gaza on October 7th, that is a major part of the problem. And that is, again, part of the problem of our ignorance and our apathy. Right? Why is it that the plight of the people of Gaza is not brought up until an attack happens on Israel?
I've gotten a chance to witness a destroyed school in Ukraine. It's something that is really difficult to see.
You have over 100 destroyed mosques. Every university in Gaza has been demolished. We're seeing TikTok videos of Israeli soldiers laughing and singing as they press the button, and we see the demolition of every single university in Gaza. Schools have been reduced to rubble. There's a cultural genocide as well. I want you to think about what you saw in Ukraine. Look, imagine coming back to school in Gaza in some destroyed building. You're missing legs. You're missing arms. You have white phosphorus burns. Have you ever seen what white phosphorus does to a person? There's a reason why it's a war crime. You have white phosphorus burns. Your mom's dead, your dad's dead, all of your uncles and aunts are dead, all of your siblings are dead. Somehow you got pulled out of the rubble. In my own family, my father's in-laws, my father remarried after my mother passed away. And they're in Gaza. All of them were killed in an airstrike, except for an elderly aunt who somehow made it out of the rubble a day later. If you're a child that's been pulled out of the rubble, what are you going to grow up with? I mean, what are you supposed to feel? What are you supposed to think? And then you have, racist commentators that say they could have turned that into a Singapore. Palestinians are the authors of their own destruction, because if they wanted to, they could have turned this into a place of prosperity. But they keep on bringing destruction upon themselves. So at the root of this is a bigotry. And again, this idea that Palestinians are savages, they're animals, and the only way to deal with them is to continuously mow the lawn while simultaneously expanding the occupation and erasing anything that was ever called Palestine and any human being that was ever called Palestine.
So those kids growing up in Gaza now, to you, they have almost no choice but to have hatred for Israel?
It's human. I mean, look, any child that is under that type of oppression is going to hate their oppression. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you are. But here's my problem with how that gets brought up. You're talking about the future of the security of Israel. Even some people that speak about it seemingly from a place of being well-meaning, that say the only way that Israel can have its security is to stop killing Palestinians. And so the future of Israel depends upon Palestinians not hating Israel so much. And so we've got to stop tormenting these people so that they don't grow up to want to torment us. You've already decided then whose life is worth more than the other. And so instead of talking about the future of Israeli lives, why don't you talk about the present of Palestinian lives? Instead of talking about whether or not your state will be secure in the future, talk to me about why you're killing children now. 2/3 of the 30,000 civilians are women and children. And so we can't talk about what these children are going to grow up with. We should talk about whether or not these children are going to grow up in the first place. And that should be what dominates our conscience right now, and what drives our policies, and what drives our emotions right now.
So when I had a conversation with Elon Musk, he suggested that what Israel should do is conspicuous acts of kindness. So do as much positive things in Gaza as possible on a basic individual human level and on a policy level, at every level. What do you think about that?
You don't pass out candy in a concentration camp. You end the occupation. And so there has to be a solution that is beyond merely acts of kindness. At the end of the day, if you're occupying the people, you have to remove that occupation. Apartheid is not dealt with by acts of kindness on the part of the occupying power. Apartheid is dealt with by ending apartheid. And so there has to be a level of accountability. It's not just acts of kindness. It's not just treating the people with more dignity. It's giving them the ability to pursue their own dignity. There's a reason why it's called Palestinian self-determination. The United States likes to use it in all this inconsequential statements that we need Palestinian self-determination too. But the United States also voted against 138 states in the United Nations to allow for Palestinian self-determination. Self-determination means I get to pursue my own course of worth. I get to pursue my own happiness. I don't have to depend on the benevolence of my occupier. And when my occupier feels like, throwing me a few more crumbs, it has to end. There has to be a point now where the world says, this is not sustainable. It's not just about ending the present genocide. A ceasefire is the bare minimum. I think any decent human being would be calling for a ceasefire right now, but at some point you cease occupation, you cease apartheid, because what led to the ability of Israel to carry out a genocide without any accountability was that the global arena has permitted it to do so, largely due to American obstruction of justice.
Is violence an effective method of resistance?
So the framework that I would propose is that Dr. King mentioned that peace is not the absence of violence, it's the presence of justice. And so occupation and apartheid are violent even in their most benevolent manifestations. The default of occupation is that it is unjustified. The default of apartheid is that it is unjustified and it must be dealt with. The default of resistance to occupation and apartheid is that it is justified. But there can be transgressions even in resisting occupation and apartheid, right? And I come to this from an Islamic perspective. My moral framework is Islam. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was outraged when he saw a woman or a child that was dead from the other side, the side of his persecutors. And so, yes, we have a saying as Muslims that they are not our teachers. Our oppressors are not our teachers. But the concept of resistance to occupation, it is morally justified. It is justified by international law. Any occupied people have the right to defend themselves. We talk about Israel's right to defend itself. Israel is the occupier. Any occupied people, by international law, have the right to defend themselves. And any occupation is unjustified and illegal. And so that's where I start from. That's the point that I come to this with. I think that the problem is that the Palestinians are told, find better ways to resist. And then they are demonized when they try to find any other way to resist. If you go back a few years ago, you had the Great Return March. People in Gaza marched to the wall in what was one of the most inspiring protests or demonstrations that I had ever seen. Marched to the wall, nonviolent protest, and snipers took out their legs. AP actually documented that Israeli snipers had knee counts, where you had an Israeli soldier that would say, I took out 45 knees. They actually had a register, a scroll of knee counts. And so you have all these kids in Gaza walking around without legs now because they were targeted by snipers when they marched to the wall. We're told to find methods of nonviolent resistance, but when we boycott, when we launch, boycotts around the world in response to this transgression, in response to this ongoing oppression that the world powers have shown either the inability or the unwillingness to rein in, we're told that that's anti-Semitic, even though it is based on the South African method of bringing an end to the apartheid regime there. So don't respond with violence. Don't respond non-violently. Don't protest. Don't try to use people power in the face of global impotence at the political level. Instead, let's just keep talking about the two-state solution. And while talking about the two-state solution, if you were to look at a map, under every single Israeli regime, conservative or liberal, whatever it is, the settlements have expanded. More Palestinian land has disappeared, more Palestinians have been dispossessed, more Palestinians have been killed. And so we have these little pieces of land that keep on shrinking. And Jerusalem keeps disappearing. And there's aggression, whether Palestinians are resisting or not. But then we're told, why can't you people just pursue peace? Why can't you just believe in a better way? All along, we're hearing Israeli ministers become far more radical and open about their intentions to wipe us off the face of the earth. And that is actually their policy. It's not just slogans, it's not fringe elements, actual Israeli ministers, starting from the prime minister himself, who has executed a policy of the removal of all Palestinian lands and Palestinian lives. And then we're told, peace, 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 peace. And it is awfully ugly when you use the language of peace to suffocate the work of justice. You know, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., one of his early sermons was something along the lines of when peace is obnoxious. When peace is obnoxious. It was in the 1950s, around the Montgomery bus boycott. He talked about how this obsession with the language of peace is usually used to try to keep people in the status quo and make them complacent with their miserable situation. That has been the story of the Palestinian people, that they've been told that if you do things differently, then you will find peace. But everything the Palestinians have tried, inside and outside, has been met with repression. The most violent forms of it, they're in Gaza and beyond. And so, look, I start from the place of wanting to see peace. I want to see a situation in which no innocent people lose their lives. But we have to analyze the situation with some justice, with some fairness. What would any group of people do in this situation? That doesn't mean that you hope for hell. That means that you analyze the existing circumstances of hell, which was life in Gaza even before October 7th.
That said, you did talk about Wa'alataku and dignity, and you mentioned transgressions. So there is places where violence can go too far.
Absolutely. So violence, again, the point is that you ask yourself why we've been silent about the violence all this time. And you know what? People say, well, what about this? What about that? My response is this. What I would love to see is effective international bodies of justice being able to rein in any party that has committed an act of aggression or committed an act of injustice and hold them accountable. Any reasonable human being would say, yeah, you know what? There should be effective international bodies that can rein in parties that can't be reined in domestically, that could stop the violence, that could assign blame properly, and then have methods of accountability. The problem is that Israel has been made invincible in the international arena because of the United States. And then we wonder why there's such a rise in global anti-American sentiment. It's not because of American freedom. It's because America is directly participating, the United States government is directly participating in the worst genocide that we have ever seen in our lives, right? Playing out on screen, on social media. And we can't do anything about it. So I think that the point is that we need those international bodies. We need methods of effective accountability. And I would love to see blame properly assigned and anyone that kills any innocent human being take into account, anyone that is guilty of a war crime take into account. We have to ask ourselves, why is it that Israel has violated over 63 United Nations resolutions, has expanded its occupation, has killed over 600 Palestinians before October 7th? Why is it that Israel cannot be held accountable? And so when you talk about, words that get thrown around, that are used to justify violence against more innocent people. When I'm asked about terrorism, is it only terrorism if it's a non-state actor? If someone's sitting inside a room, of suits, and can press a button and terrorize thousands of people and murder innocent people with no consequences. How is that not terrorism? So if terrorism is only to be assigned to non-state actors, then it's a word without function. In fact, it's a word that justifies more terror that is then rained upon innocent populations. We have to have moral consistency. Children should not be killed. Non-combatants should not be targeted. We can all agree upon that. Why aren't there proper investigative bodies and then proper international bodies of accountability that can execute their findings in a way that makes the world a better place, in a way that actually brings about more peace? And so, I think this is where we're at right now, and this is the frustration, and this is the place that the Palestinians have been left.
But to you, violence becomes terrorism when women and children, non-combatants, are killed, no matter who is doing the killing.
Absolutely.
In America, for you, for other Palestinians, other Muslims in your community, what's all of this been like?
It feels like there's a return to some of the days after 9/11, the dehumanization, the feeling of complete disregard for our humanity at the level of government, at the level of media, the feeling of an increase in surveillance, the feeling of an increase in bigotry. People are losing their jobs, and people are being berated on campuses, in grocery stores, and people are being killed. I went to the funeral of a 6-year-old boy who was killed directly due to anti-Palestinian propaganda. So I think that a lot of us are feeling a return to that, but we also refuse to be cornered into a position where we are told to perpetually condemn acts of violence and not speak about the violence that's committed against us here or abroad.
Can you tell the story of this boy, Wadi Al-Fayoum? He's a 6-year-old Palestinian American boy who was stabbed 26 times in his home in Plainfield Township, Illinois. It was found to be a hate crime motivated by Islamophobia. And the attacker said, "You Muslims must die."
So before Wadir was killed on a Saturday. It was the immediate Saturday after October 7th. I remember on Friday, media starts to reach out to every imam in the country, every Muslim leader in the country, and say, what are you going to do about this global day of jihad? What are you going to do about the global day of jihad? So what are you talking about? It's like, well, Hamas has called for a global day of jihad, so how are you going to stop Muslims from attacking people? Right? So it's Friday, and I'm like, well, this is the first I'm hearing from you. And I remember responding to a local reporter. Most people I just ignored. I responded to a local reporter. I said, I've got people in my community that have already lost 10, 15 relatives at that point. Now it's 20, 30. And you haven't said a word. And now you're reaching out to me about the potential violence of Muslims in America. This is great. This is just like 9/11, right? What are you going to do to restrain you angry Muslims from responding to what's happening overseas and responding to the call of a global day of jihad? Guess what? That night, this man takes out a military knife and attacks a 6-year-old boy. A 6-year-old Palestinian boy. By the way, it gets worse the more details that you know. And I recently had a chance to go and speak to his mom because she was in the hospital when I was there for the funeral, so I had a chance to visit her not too long ago.
And she was attacked also.
She was attacked first. It was actually their landlord. So Hanan, the mother, was at home with Wadir, 6-year-old boy. Landlord comes in and with absolutely no emotion just charges at her. Starts with her. She was able to fight him off. Stabbed her initially 7 or 8 times with a military-grade knife. She fought him off, escaped to call 911. And while she's calling 911, she hears Wadir. Wadir ran up to the man, calling him Uncle Joe. because the landlord prior to that had been kind to them. Used to give Wadir toys. Wadir had an infectious, beautiful smile. Every picture you see of that kid, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful smile. And so Wadir runs up to him, says, Uncle Joe. He runs up to him to give him a hug, even though he's carrying a military-grade knife with blood on it, because Wadir doesn't believe that harm can come to him from that man. And Hanan didn't think that he would do anything to her kid, even in that fit of rage. The last thing that she says she heard was, oh no. Wadir says, oh no. And then he starts to stab him 26 times, says, you Muslims must die. Usually in a scene like that, police are hesitant to classify something as a hate crime that was classified as a hate crime the very same day. The thing is that who's complicit in that hate crime? What filled that man's head for him to believe that he was doing an act of good by murdering a 6-year-old Palestinian boy? And in reality, Uncle Joe was motivated by President Joe Biden, who repeated a debunked report that there were 40 beheaded Israeli babies. And he said, I saw 40 beheaded Israeli babies. The White House walked it back. Afterwards, in a statement that no one reads because it was factually false. But Uncle Joe heard it and had been binge watching media about these violent Palestinians. And suddenly, the propaganda overcame his own humanity and what he knew of that family. And he went in and ruined their lives. And, now, just like any mom, she hasn't moved the thing. His bike is still in the same place it was. The toys are still in the same place. She's left with this great void, this great emptiness. If that was the only crime, it would be enough to wake this country up and say, oh no, this is not where we need to go. Oh no, right? The last thing she heard him say was, oh no. If that was it, and I got the news, by the way, when I was ironically at a protest. We were protesting on Saturday, downtown Dallas. And I started getting all these texts about what happened in Chicago. Oh no, right? Like, no Muslims attacked anyone. Media was in a frenzy over the global day of jihad. I got called by national news outlets and local news outlets. What are you going to do about Muslims that are going to turn into monsters and start killing people in the streets? Next thing we know, we have a dead 6-year-old Palestinian boy. Went to his funeral, and that kind of speaks to the proximity part of things. Yeah, I felt like stepping into Gaza, right? For a moment, it didn't feel like America. Felt like stepping into Gaza. His casket was wrapped in a Palestinian flag. There was not just sadness at his funeral, but a deep sense of anger. At the funeral, some of his family members shouted out, Joe Biden, you did this. Joe Biden, you did this. And I remember the next day, it was right after the funeral, looking at the front page of CNN, and the story of Wadir was buried in the last section, and it was right over all these meaningless ads. And I thought to myself, that's it. Like, if this was an Arab man, let's be real, let's be honest here. If this was a Palestinian landlord that stabbed a 6-year-old Jewish boy to death, this would have gotten more attention. It would have been the front page of the news, and rightfully so. People would have grieved over the insanity of stabbing a 6-year-old boy 26 times. Wadir became an afterthought the very next day. And so it's an extension of the bigotry, an extension of the racism. And there's so much that happens after that. There's the terrible stabbing of Detroit synagogue president Samantha Wall. And it's horrible. She was stabbed in her driveway. Immediately, front page of all the news outlets. Immediately, it's the main news story. And immediately the implications are, there go the Muslims. The Palestinians have lost their minds. The Muslims they are who we thought they were. right? That's what it is. They are who we thought they were. They went and they stabbed a synagogue president. It turned out it wasn't a hate crime, although it's an awful crime. It turned out it wasn't a hate crime. Wadir's an afterthought. I had people reach out to me afterwards expressing condolences, and I responded to them, those who have justified the genocide in Gaza, but that were somehow offering condolences for Wadir, privately, of course. By the way, if a Muslim would have committed that crime, every single Muslim leader would have had press in front of their door to condemn that crime. We would have all been made complicit. Had people reach out to me, say, I'm sorry about what happened with Wadir, it's terrible, and that's why I got the funeral, praying for you. My response was, what's the difference between Wadir and a boy in Gaza? What's the difference between me and Wadir? I'm a Palestinian child. My parents made it out of Palestine. I was born in this country. If I didn't have the opportunity to grow up here and to become the person that I became, you would have been justifying my murder right now. You would have been okay with my genocide. You would have been giving the talking points to the press to erase me. But you feel sorry because Wadir was killed. And I think this is when we say that anti-Palestinian bigotry is an extension of Islamophobia. If a mosque gets targeted here, people rightfully rush to protect that mosque and say this is horrible and it shouldn't happen. But when you have an Israeli soldier bombing a mosque and laughing like a maniac on video and it's going viral on TikTok and there's no way to rein that in and you don't have a word of condemnation about it, in fact, you are standing in the way of a ceasefire, then you're a hypocrite. There's no way around it. You are a hypocrite. What's the difference between a mosque here and a mosque there? What's the difference between a Palestinian life here and a Palestinian life there? If you're okay with me being murdered there, don't say that you care about my life here. And so that hypocrisy has been laid bare. We have said multiple times, masks are falling. Masks are falling. People that we thought were decent people somehow have found it in themselves to justify a genocide. There is no shortage at this point of videos. And again, I could have made the excuse for you maybe in the first few weeks, that you hadn't seen enough. But with all social media suppression across all platforms, there isn't a single platform that hasn't suppressed Palestinian voices. With all that suppression, there are enough videos at this point of children whose heads have been blown off, of children walking around without limbs, of parents carrying their kids in bags, not body bags, grocery bags, because they don't even have body bags, and screaming out and saying, why are you doing this to me? Make it stop. And you come back and you tell that person, Hamas's fault. Where's your humanity? Where is your sense of decency? Isn't that the logic of the so-called terrorism that you condemn? Yeah, you can wipe out entire populations. You should have talked to Hamas. Hamas's fault. All the kids in the West Bank, where does this end? So what are your moral boundaries, right? So if that's the logic that you're okay with, then in that case, when there's a mass shooter in a school in the United States, just bomb the whole school. In fact, bomb the whole town if you can't find the mass shooter. Where does this end for you, right? And so when I say people have lost their humanity, they're killing us overseas, but their hearts are dying. People have lost their humanity. They've lost any sense of morality and their moral boundaries. And being there and participating in this funeral, it was anger. I'm not used to that. I'm an imam. I pastor people. I went to Christ Church, and that was the worst I'd ever seen before, where 50 Muslims were killed by a white supremacist. And he murdered them with such callousness. And I remember being at those funerals. And there was anger, but it was just profound sadness, because at least the rest of the world could all come out in one voice and say, that's wrong. Now, most of the world sees what's happening in Gaza and says, this is disgusting. Most of the world sees this and says, this is a genocide. But we happen to live in this bubble here where we're constantly being told we did this to ourselves. And that's the same logic that led to our initial expulsion, 1948. What was the crime of those 700,000 Palestinians that were driven out of their home in 1948? What did they do? They did not commit the Holocaust. They didn't have a mass murder of Jews at their hands. What did they do? What crime were they paying for? And so it's been the consistent theme. This is the story of our people, not since October 7th. This is the story of our people for the last 75 years.
There is a deep geopolitical connection between the United States and that part of the world. What is the role of U.S. politicians in all of this?
You know, James Baldwin wrote about how Israel was created as an extension of United States policy to be a colonial entity at the gates of the Middle East and to function essentially as a military base out there and as a means of extending its policy, throughout the Middle East. And it has functioned as such. The United States is not an honest peace broker. It never has been an honest peace broker. The United States has never shown any meaningful inclination towards peace, has guarded and protected Israel from international accountability, has made Israel invincible. The United States is not just responsible at the governmental level for the genocide, it's responsible for letting it get to this point in the first place. We have funded that arsenal. We've given them the most sophisticated weapons in the world to test on the most desperate population in the world. We've given them the weapons. It's been bipartisan. We have issued at most inconsequential statements of condemnation, but at the same time stopped any international body of law from actually holding them accountable. So the United States, at this point, unfortunately, has rightfully lost all credibility. It should remove itself from this because it is not an honest peace broker. I think Americans are probably sick of us paying for wars in general. I think Americans are probably sick of our tax dollars going to funding a genocide while we have a rise of homelessness and income disparity here in the United States. I think that Americans probably don't like that we're making ourselves so deeply unpopular in the world because of Israel's actions. So in the immediate moment, make this stop. The United States could have had a ceasefire a long time ago. The United States could have ended this genocide right away. The reason why this is continuing is because of U.S. foreign policy. And in the process of Joe Biden talking about managing this crisis and talking about making things better, there have only been more bills that have come out of Congress. In fact, he's bypassed Congress to fund the arsenal, to keep replenishing the arsenal. Stop paying for weapons. Stop paying for someone else's war crimes. Stop protecting another country as it commits these war crimes. And if you can't be an honest peace broker, get out of the process.
So there's money that you just mentioned, the bills, and then there's rhetoric, which you also criticized, that he spoke about beheaded babies and things of that nature. So where has Joe Biden fallen short?
We need another podcast. That's going to take a few hours to talk about where Joe Biden has failed. For one, the first time he seemed to find the word Palestinian in his vocabulary was when he accused the Palestinians of lying about the death toll in Gaza. And then that turned out to also be false. In fact, the numbers that were coming out of the Gaza Health Ministry, according to multiple international bodies, have been underreporting Palestinian casualty counts. Israeli intelligence has said that the civilian count or the death toll is actually higher than what's been coming out of the Gaza Health Ministry. So he's failed on that front. He has failed to speak to Palestinian humanity. He has spoken with deep passion and concern, as has Anthony Blinken, about the devastation in Israel and the way that people are feeling in Israel, and has shown nothing of that sort towards Palestinians. We don't want the rhetoric. We really don't want the rhetoric. When people say, call for a ceasefire, the United States has an opportunity to really walk back and reflect on its entire policy towards Israel-Palestine. This is a moment of reflection. This is a moment of restoration, if you want it to be, right? And to think about what we've enabled in the first place. He's shown absolutely no real empathy. And I think that he is under great delusion in thinking that the Muslim community or people of conscience are going to forgive this, or going to forget this come November. You can't tell us that, well, at least I don't have the Trump Muslim ban, while also carrying out a genocide primarily against Muslims, and think that the Muslims are still going to vote for you. And so we will make him hear us at the polls. And any politician, for Congress or otherwise, that has not called for a ceasefire, that has been a part of this dehumanization, we will make sure that we see support for them in any way. And as a community, it's only right.
So Biden has lost, or is losing the hearts and the support of the Muslim, Palestinian people and Muslim people in America.
I don't know if he ever had the hearts of the Muslim community, to be honest with you. I mean, I personally was never a Joe Biden fan. I think a lot of people felt the same. You know, this country, unfortunately, leads to the way that our political system is built is that you're always voting for the lesser of the two evils. That's always the way that it is. It's analyzing which evil is lesser, right? And when people say, if you vote for Donald Trump, and I'm not planning to vote for Donald Trump either, but if you don't vote for Joe Biden, right? If you don't vote for Joe Biden, right? Then you are destroying democracy. Unlike a democracy that's given us a choice between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is already a failed democracy. And so he never had the hearts and minds of the Muslim community. People always saw past his rhetoric. He always has had a terrible disposition towards Palestine. He's always had a terrible disposition towards the Muslim world. You know, his segregationist past comes out sometimes when he starts talking about the Muslim world, and you can hear the racism in his voice, and you can hear the way that he talks about Palestinian life in such devalued fashion. So he lost us a long time ago, but he's definitely not getting us back after this in any way. And I can't speak for all Muslims, but I think that come November, he and all of those politicians, especially in swing states, that have turned their backs on the Muslim community, and not just the Muslim community, by the way, 67% of this country wants a ceasefire. 3/4 of Democratic voters want a ceasefire. Half of Republican voters want a ceasefire. Right? It's not just the Muslim community. This is not some radical opinion to call for a ceasefire. Every single politician that has refused to hear us is going to pay a price at the poll, as they should. It doesn't mean that we're under any illusion that the other side promises us anything better. In fact, it feels like Republicans have simply rushed to out-racist the Democrats, to outpace them in terms of talking about how they're going to be more unapologetic in supporting Israel unconditionally, right? Like it's been pathetic. But something has to change, and I think that Americans of conscience have to look at how this failed political system has hurt people here and abroad, and talk about how to transcend that with just more humanity. Again, when you have 67% of the American public that wants a ceasefire, but only a handful of congressmen out of over 500 can muster up the courage in the face of these super PACs to say that, you know, we should stop the genocide, right? And it's like, what are you asking for here? You're asking for the genocide to stop. You're asking for Israeli hostages to be brought home. You're asking for Palestinian prisoners to be released. You're asking for peace and to start carving the path out to end this once and for all, right? In the most ambiguous way possible, by the way, because there aren't many radical American politicians, right? It's the way that the system is. In the most ambiguous, bare way possible. And you can't even bring yourself to do that. This is already a failed democracy. All the while, again, you know, it always boggles my mind. If you're from the America First crew, what's America First about funneling billions and billions and dollars to Israel while it carries out this genocide, while people are starving here? And if you're part of the human rights crew and, you know, progressive crew, it's, you know, they have a term called Progressive Accept Palestine, right? PEP, Progressive Accept Palestine. Where are all your notions of social justice? You talk about policing here. But you don't talk about who trains our police departments in many major cities and the type of brutality that's being carried out there. You talk about human rights at the border here, but you don't talk about the assault on people at the border there. You talk about all of these things here, but you somehow use the exact same framings against the people there. So it's exposed, I think, the moral bankruptcy of both political polar opposites that exist in this country right now. And hopefully evoked a greater societal sentiment to say this is ridiculous. One of the things that is happening is that more people are getting their news outside of legacy media outlets. You can't hide that many dead babies anymore. You just can't. More people have woken up to the Palestinian plight now than ever before. More people are outraged that this has been our American foreign policy all throughout, Democratic and Republican administrations. This is what we've been paying for. This is what we've been excusing. And Israeli leaders literally spit in the faces of whoever the American president is and says, yeah, we don't care what they tell us to do. American leadership says we're pushing Israel to minimize the casualties, to get less indiscriminate with its bombing, to manage the crisis, get a few more humanitarian corridors in, to make sure that Gaza is not evacuated and not ethnically cleansed, to make sure Palestinians can come back. And Netanyahu comes on TV and says, from the river to the sea. How ironic is that? From the river to the sea. And that is his policy. We're going to make sure that Israel controls from the river to the sea, and we're going to push Palestinians into Sinai. And Muslim countries need to take them in. You have Israeli ministers, national defense ministers, saying, things openly, right? Like, we want to thin out the population, i.e. ethnic cleansing. We want to remove people. And the Muslim world needs to step up and take in these refugees, right? And the American administration, or the American president says, and the American Secretary of State says, we're talking to them and we're making sure that's not going to happen. And if one of their ministers says something, Blinken maybe tweets out something about how that's not going to happen, but then it happens anyway. And then we still write them the checks. So I think most of the American public is probably going to get sick of this at some point. Just people of decency and people of conscience are going to say, yeah, this is not something we want to be a part of.
Do you think there's something that Donald Trump can do to help move this in the right direction?
Trump's first words were about how he's going to be worse on this, right? So he talked about how he's going to deport people, revoke visas of, students that are part of these pro-Palestinian rallies.
Also, the focus was on the rallies versus what's going on abroad.
Yeah, but look, we had a Donald Trump presidency. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He was not better on this. Unfortunately, this is a bipartisan problem. And so, again, we're under no illusion here. Like, we're not looking to Donald Trump as a savior here. But we are going to penalize Joe Biden. And that's, I can't speak for everybody, but I think that's where a lot of our minds are at right now.
You spoke at the November 4th demonstration in Washington called the Free Palestine March. It had a lot of people, several 100,000 people there. What do you remember from that experience?
Well, the first thing I remember is that there was no news coverage of it. So 400,000 people march on D.C., one of the largest marches in history. It was nowhere to be found in mainstream media coverage, whereas when the Stand With Israel rally happened, between the 300,000 strong Palestine rally and the 400,000 strong Palestine rally, there was a Stand With Israel rally where congressmen were bussed from Congress to speak at that rally, Democrats and Republicans and high-profile celebrities. And it was, live streamed across multiple places. I mean, I have to say this, the ICJ, if that wasn't the greatest display of media bias in the domain of United States mainstream media, then I don't know what is. They live streamed the Israeli defense on multiple news outlets, defending itself against the case for genocide, and completely omitted the South African presentation of the crimes of Israel the day before. So what I remember first and foremost about the protests is that they were nowhere to be found on mainstream media, which was expected. But what I also remember from the actual day of, and from all of the pro-Palestine rallies, is that I have never seen a more multi-faith, more diverse group of people consistently coming out for Palestine against the genocide in Gaza that I have this time around. And I think that has been the experience all around. There's been a pronounced Jewish presence, Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now, other anti-Zionist Jewish groups that are against the genocide, against the occupation, former Israeli soldiers even, that have been showing up at these protests. There's been a pronounced presence from Native American groups, indigenous groups, all across the board, right? Christians, Jews, Muslims. I've never seen more diversity at these rallies than I've seen this time around, which I think is a sign of where things are going. And if you look at the under 35 opinion polls, it's very clear that there's a generational gap here, that the country is moving into a more coherent direction and understanding what has been happening over there. And people from all backgrounds are standing up to it.
What do you think about the protests on campus against Israel?
Every protest I've been to has had the exact same tenor, has had the exact same messaging, but you always have that idiot or two that shows up with a sign. And no one knows who that idiot is, ironically. Never comes with anybody else. Always shows up somehow in the middle of the protest and puts up a sign that says something completely contrary to the messaging of the protest. And all the cameras shift towards that guy. I see it every single time, but the overwhelming tenor of all of these protests has been consistent. It's been calling for freedom, it's been calling for liberation, it's been calling for an end to the genocide, a ceasefire, an end to the occupation, an end to the apartheid. I will tell you what many people are not seeing. Columbia University, 2 IDF soldiers, former IDF soldiers, spraying Palestinian protesters with skunk water, which is what the IDF uses on Palestinian protesters and sometimes on worshippers on their way to Masjid al-Aqsa, which has multiple health repercussions. And so I was reading about how one of the students that was sprayed on campus at Columbia, Palestinian student, has showered at this point of us doing this podcast 11 times, cannot get the smell out of her, has suffered all sorts of health issues as a result of being sprayed. Again, people are not seeing the other side. People are not seeing what we've had to deal with at these protests, right? The open bigotry. And I want you to think about this, by the way. People go and serve in the IDF and then come back to the United States or the United Kingdom, and they're not stigmatized for participating in apartheid policies or participating in a genocide. How am I supposed to feel as a Palestinian knowing that this guy right next to me participated in murdering my relatives in Gaza, right? And has open reign to say what he wants to say or do what he wants to do. And so we haven't seen the other side of that as well. But I'd recommend to anyone that's talking about, pro-Palestine protests to actually go see one. If you go to the protests, you listen to what's being said, you don't just capture them. You got 400,000 people. Don't just go try to find. You're going to find 4 stupid people at a protest of 400,000 people, right? Because the protest scene is always messy. But I think that this is a sign of the outrage and the anger and the frustration that many students have about being silenced, again, in the media, in academic settings. Professors are losing their jobs. Students are having their faces put on trucks, being doxxed. These shady watch lists that get put out. I'm on a few of them as well, and I just don't care anymore, right? But you got these shady watch lists. People are losing their jobs at law firms. They're losing all of their future opportunities, young Palestinian students, because of something that they tweeted that's being taken out of context 10 years ago, right? When they were 17 years old. It's ridiculous. And so I think that, we have to listen to the overwhelming majority of voices of people that are demonstrating for justice, not demonstrating against anyone, but demonstrating for people. Again, there's a large, pronounced Jewish presence at every single pro-Palestine march. In fact, if you look at the organizations, the groups that have taken over Capitol Hill and train station, it's been if not now, not in our name, never again means for anyone, right? It's been Jewish groups, many Jewish anti-occupation groups that have been at the forefront. And I think that that's where we have to pay attention to the beauty of how diverse this movement for a free Palestine has actually been.
So the average sentiment is anti-occupation, not anti-Semitic.
It's incredibly lazy to say that anti-Zionism or that anti-occupation is anti-Semitic. First and foremost, the Palestinians are a Semitic people. That's number one. Number two, look, I'm proud of my community. My community has stood against anti-Semitism in this country. The Muslim community has been at the forefront of condemning anti-Semitism. We have stood in front of synagogues. We have stood with the Jewish community when the Jewish community is attacked. This is about occupation. This is a story of a colonial entity that has driven us out of our homes and has done so in such a way that has forced us to try to be the voice of a people that are being exterminated overseas right now. This is not an anti-Semitic movement. This is a pro-freedom movement.
Do you think the protests ever go too far?
The protest scene is a messy scene. And so again, you're going to have sometimes that odd speaker or people get carried away in their emotions. And yes, sometimes people chant things or do things that are contrary to the protests. It's pretty unfair when you judge the entire protest movement by some of these incidents that have happened at protests. And you don't pay attention to what they're protesting about in the first place, which is a genocide. Right now, everything is secondary to ending a genocide that is ongoing. In the course of this discussion, it's not an exaggeration to say that at least 30, 40 people would have been killed just over the last few hours, because we're averaging 135 to 150 a day. So everything else is secondary to that. This is where we all need to be right now as people of conscience. How do we stop this? Because every single day is deeply costly.
Do you think there has been a rise of anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hate in the U.S.?
Yeah, I think that's factual. Look, anti-Semitism is always to be condemned. It's wrong. Something that, as a Muslim community and as people of conscience, we have always taken a stand against. Jewish people should not be attacked for being Jewish people here or anywhere else. Synagogues should be protected, and if a person is attacked for being Jewish, we will be the first to go and to stand with them and to reject that attack on them. And there has been, as I said, an inspiring, pronounced Jewish presence in the movement to end the occupation. And so we're being morally consistent. As far as the rise in Islamophobia, it is felt, it's underreported, and it is part of the same framing that has led to the devastation of our people overseas. So there's a rise in Islamophobia, there's a rise in anti-Semitism, there's a rise in hatred. All of that is true, but there's also an ongoing genocide, and that should be our priority right now to end.
I think we spoke last time about a year ago. How has your view on Benjamin Netanyahu evolved over time?
Benjamin Netanyahu has committed himself to the erasure of Palestinian people and Palestinian symbols and Palestinian land from the very beginning of his political career. This is who he has been. We just haven't been listening to him. He campaigned on bigotry and racism and on the promise that there would never be a Palestinian state. He campaigned on the promise that Gaza would be wiped out. He campaigned by saying the Arabs are rushing to the polls. We need to make sure that they don't affect our policy. He has always been this person. This has always been his policy. He has always indicated that genocide, ethnic cleansing, is where he wants to go. So he's simply manifesting what his message has always been. And anyone that ignores that is being disingenuous. You can find statements from Benjamin Netanyahu in the 80s, 90s, 2000s. You can find him talking about this prior to October 7th and after October 7th. He's definitely doing this now to save his political career. I think he wants to drive this as long as he possibly can because he knows that his days in office are numbered. But let's also ask ourselves, why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu was able to rise to power in the first place? Right? There's something deeply troubling about the fact that his messaging ever resonated and what the prospects are for peace if Benjamin Netanyahu is able to rise with such pronounced hateful messaging.
So the claim that security of Israel is the primary concern is, you're saying, a dishonest claim.
I think he's trying to secure his seat in office. He knows his days are numbered. This is not about Israel. This isn't about the hostages for him. This isn't about anything but Benjamin Netanyahu. He is a narcissist. He's a tyrant. He is despised around the world. And I think even amongst Israelis, I think there's a deep hatred for him. I think the hostages' families know that he doesn't care about the families or about the hostages, but he's driving a political agenda that doesn't care about people, not Palestinian people or otherwise. However, the problem of the occupation is not Benjamin Netanyahu. The problem of the occupation is the occupation. Yair Lapid was the progressive, moderate alternative, and he drove just as bigoted of an agenda against the Palestinian people as possible. So to the Palestinian that's living in Gaza or the Palestinian in the West Bank, whoever's sitting in that seat has meant the exact same thing to them. But Benjamin Netanyahu is certainly, I think, the loudest bigot that we have seen in that seat.
Do you think Israel has the right to defend its borders?
I think Israel has a responsibility to protect those that it occupies. I think you have to ask that question differently. Noura Arakat wrote a tremendous article on this from a legal perspective. When you talk about Israel defending itself, Israel is bound to occupation law. This is the problem all along. When John Kerry said, of course, the U.S. is great sometimes at issuing inconsequential statements that Israel has to choose whether or not it wants to be a Jewish or a democratic state, but it can't be both. Israel wants to occupy and deny, and at the same time not be held to the standards of being an occupier, but be treated as if it's some normal state. Those borders were drawn across occupied land and have been expanding into Palestinian territory, and people have been thrown out of their homes systematically and transgressed upon, even in the places that they fled to, which is Gaza, right? So when you talk about Israel having a right to defend itself, you should be talking about Israel's duty to protect everyone under its occupation. Either lift the occupation or protect everyone under your occupation. Where are your borders, right? What is your responsibility? Who are you protecting? And I think that it speaks to the fact that Israeli policy considers Palestinians to be animals. They say as much and they do as much. I've spoken about James Baldwin, and James Baldwin talked about this pious silence surrounding Israel that we're supposed to pretend like it's just another state, and ignore how it came into being and what it functions as. And I think that pious silence has to be broken. I remember Jon Stewart when he had the Daily Show several years ago, and he talked about this policy of, we have to defend ourselves. And if someone was attacking your home, what would you do? And the response was, well, why are you forcing people into a closet? So you force people into this desperate situation. You drive them out of their homes, claim their homes, and then say that you're defending yourself against them. The default is that an occupied people have a right to defend themselves. The occupier is obligated to those that they occupy.
Can you speak to this term occupation in Gaza? Because the people that say it is not an occupation say that Israeli troops have been pulled out from there before October 7th for many years.
Yeah.
And to you, it still is a de facto occupation.
Israel doesn't get to set the terms and then define them. It is an occupation according to any legal standard, international legal standard. Israel controls the movements of everyone in Gaza. It controls the air and the seas. It controls the ability to import or export. The people that live in Gaza and the people that live in the West Bank, the Palestinians, have had their identity stolen from them. So there's the freedom of movement, there is the freedom of driving, there is self-determination. All of that has been stolen from the people of Gaza. There's no airport in Gaza. That was destroyed by Israel as well. It is an occupation at every level and by any meaningful legal determination.
What do you think about Yemen's Houthi rebels attacking Israel in response to October 7th? And then the United States and the UK initiating bombing of multiple targets in Yemen in response to that.
Yeah, I think that it's clear that the United States cares more about its shipping lanes than it does about Palestinian lives, and that actually has proved it. Look, I do not support the Houthis as Houthis or their policies in general. But if you look at what has transpired and what they have said, they're attacking these ships in response to the occupation or in response to the genocide, and saying that they will continue to do so to stop business as usual until a ceasefire is reached. They have not killed anyone, right? They have seized ships, they have blocked the lanes, but they have said that if a ceasefire happens, they will cease their activity. So instead of the United States trying to get a ceasefire through, the United States decided, let's go bomb Yemen too. Let's spend more money on weapons and killing innocent people, which shows you exactly where our policy always leads itself to, unfortunately. So I think that most reasonable people would say that the problem is not with Yemeni rebels attacking ships. The problem is with Israel attacking innocent Palestinian lives.
You mentioned paying respects to the legacy of EBJ, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and remembering Palestinian child prisoners. Can you explain?
So Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson was one of the few co-sponsors of a bill that has been on the floor of Congress for years, initially sponsored by Congresswoman Betty McCollum, to penalize Israel for its detention of child prisoners. Thousands of children arbitrarily detained, put in military courts, solitary confinement, and yes, sexual violence that's been documented by human rights organizations against them. And there have been no repercussions. So I want you to think about this, just the thought of conditioning aid to Israel, so that it doesn't indiscriminately bomb entire populations, has not been able to find any home in mainstream American politics. For years, just trying to stop Israel from picking up children and throwing them into military prisons where they disappear for decades at times, has not found any thrust in mainstream American politics. Whereas any resolution that is pro-Israel will make it past both chambers relatively quickly. When people talk about Israeli hostages and then talk about Palestinian prisoners, there's already a problem with that framing. First of all 2.2 million people in Gaza are hostages. Every Palestinian that lives under occupation is a hostage. But all of those prisoners that have been picked up, women, children, innocent people, with absolutely no process of making sure that they're treated right, or given fair trials, or even given a communication line with their families, or with any government to help them, is absolutely criminal. All of those prisoners are also hostages. And when you are already proposed this idea that there are Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners, you're already implying that one group is complicit in their own devastation, whereas another group has had devastation visited upon them entirely out of their own doing. And so it's important for people to learn about children prisoners who are indeed hostages to an apartheid system. And even what happened during that 4-day truce, which all of us hoped would be extended and become permanent, where 150 Palestinian prisoners were released. Israel just went and picked up another 135 in the West Bank and threw them in prisons. That's what I mean when I say you're not addressing the root of the problem. The root of the problem is the occupation. The root of the problem is the apartheid. The root of the problem is the desperation that then drives the creation of all sorts of circumstances that will only further lead to the devastation of everyone, right? If you don't solve that problem, and at the root of that problem is the dehumanization of the Palestinians, because no one is raising alarms for those Palestinian hostages in Israeli military prisons. No one's putting up their pictures, and no one's talking about who they are and their human stories, and the violence that's been wreaked against them at every level. So if you don't solve not just the root of occupation, but also the dehumanization that drives the occupation, which is unfortunately so pervasive right now in the discourse, then we're going to continue to have this gap in how the world sees the plight of the Palestinians and how, unfortunately, the American public sees the problem of the Palestinians.
Do you big peace agreements of Abraham Accords should include Palestine?
Abraham Accords is nothing but an agreement in which you slap the name of Abraham on arms deals in exchange for countries being able to undertake their own unholy pursuits. They use one of the holiest names in history and continue to erase the main victims of this atrocity. And so the Abraham Accords are an insult to humanity, an insult to the Palestinians, and an insult to the name of Abraham.
But do you think something like that, agreements of that nature, of that scale, could be made and include the Palestinian people, and that would actually make progress?
If they're honest to the plight of the Palestinians, if they are honest to the roots of the problem, absolutely. Look, again, peace is sought, but peace cannot be used to silence. The entire peace process has, been hung over the Palestinians all these years, while settlements continue to expand and their situation only continues to get worse. Is Israel really going to remove the 700,000, 800,000 settlers, right, and suddenly change its tune on a two-state solution? Benjamin Netanyahu is saying right now, and he's speaking to, unfortunately, what is clearly a majority of the Israeli public, that there will never be a Palestinian state. So these peace talks cannot be used to suffocate all of the work of justice and bringing Israel to accountability. The world has to act when they see apartheid. The world has to act when they see occupation. If the world fails to bring Israel to a place of accountability, then a few countries that have their own agendas cannot put forth anything meaningful for the victims of Israel, being the Palestinian people.
There's a lot of questions I want to ask you about the nature of resistance and what is the proper way to resist. What is the practical, pragmatic, effective ways of resisting? So one example that is often brought up is the difference between MLK and Malcolm X. One emphasized nonviolent resistance, the other emphasized any means necessary resistance. Which do you side with? In general, and in this particular case of what has happened over the past 100 plus days.
So in general, that framing relies on a sanitization of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and a vilification of Malcolm X that a lot of people do put forth and present as two polar opposites in how they approach the plight of Black people in America and resisting racism here in America. When I taught a course at Southern Methodist University on MLK and Malcolm X and Islam and the Civil Rights Movement, what I'd often do is I'd give my students a set of quotes, and I would say, assign this to Malcolm or Martin, and they'd always get it wrong. Right? So you can find quotes from MLK and breaking the silence, especially when he took a stand against the Vietnam War. That sounds so radical, when you compare them to the image of MLK. And Malcolm is, of course, turned into this militant, angry Muslim who just wanted violence and was seeking chaos here in the United States. So let's be clear about something here, that Malcolm never himself was part of any violence. Malcolm never did anything violent. Malcolm found it hypocritical to commit the oppressed people to nonviolence while not restraining the oppressor from his violence. And I agree with Malcolm. It is absolutely hypocritical to focus your attention and your energy on the oppressed people and committing them to nonviolence while not directing your attention to the oppressor. When you have such asymmetry, when you have a clear aggressor and aggressed upon, you have a clear colonial entity and a clear colonized people, you focus your energy on restraining the colonial power. You focus your energy on restraining the oppressor, not the oppressed. And so that was Malcolm's point, and it's clear in his messaging throughout his religious growth, because of course Malcolm did evolve as a person, but Malcolm found it deeply hypocritical to commit the oppressed to nonviolence. Malcolm also had a deep understanding of the way that brutality here, state violence in the United States, was connected to state violence abroad and American imperialism as a whole. Malcolm was the first to speak on Vietnam, the first major African American leader to speak on Vietnam. Martin followed. Malcolm also went to Gaza in 1964. 1964, went to Khan Yunis, which is now under heavy bombardment, and Malcolm penned an essay on Zionism and connected Zionism to American imperialism and the broader implications of America's foreign policy. So Martin and Malcolm, if you look at them in the capacity of what's happening right now, where I would say you can find something that is deeply profound. James Cone wrote a book called Malcolm and Martin, Dreams and Nightmares. And he wrote something profound to the effect that Martin tried to liberate white people from their own racism, whereas Malcolm tried to liberate black people from the effects of that racism on them. So they both played a deeply important role. Self-determination is crucial to maintain the fuel of the movement. And I think one of the things that probably deeply frustrates those that have sought the erasure of Palestine is that Palestinian consciousness has only continued to grow after 75 years. Palestinians in diaspora and Palestinians within occupied territory all are deeply rooted in their Palestinian identity and existence, and they're not going away. So I think that that's where the function is important of this. Whereas those that are complicit in the oppression need to be liberated from their own oppression, liberated from what they're participating in. Most Americans that I talk to that have absolutely no idea about what's going on, when they come to hear just a few stories of the plight of the Palestinian people and the types of brutality that we have encountered, wake up to this and say, oh my God, this is what my tax dollars go to. This is what I'm a part of, right? So we have to liberate people across the board from being oppressors or from being oppressed.
What do you think about the seeming fact that the majority of Palestinians support the October 7th attack?
You have to see the world, their world, through their eyes. You can't try to see their world through your eyes. If you live under occupation, you're routinely harassed at Israeli checkpoints. The occupation is expanding into your territory. You're meeting families, regularly that have been thrown out of their homes and that are looking for a new place in this shrinking territory. You deal with routine airstrikes. You have no way to get out You have no way to grow. You don't even have a passport. Your education is subpar. Your standards of living are lower than the rest of the world. And all you hear from the other side, which dominates the discourse and dominates every element of your existence, are promises of erasure, of complete erasure. 13,000 people, I mentioned, 2023, 13,000 new settlement units being advanced. If that happened anywhere, right, just think about what that means, right? You clear out a village or two. And it's not that big of a territory, right? When you know that that's happening, and when you have been subjected to that, anyone that claims to be supporting you or uplifting you from that state of misery is going to have sympathy. Whether you agree with their mission or their methods or not, it's human. It is human that if anyone says that they are going to get you out of this misery and inflict pain on those who have given you a life of pain and promised you a future of pain, you're going to have sympathy to that group, whether you agree with them or not. I think that the question also has to be asked, what about the Israeli public? Israel holds all of the power in that region, holds all of the power over that territory, is able to dominate the expansion of its own territory and diminish any Palestinian territory, is able to place restrictions whenever it wants on Palestinian movement trying to get to their holy sites or otherwise, whether it's Masjid al-Aqsa or the Holy Sepulchre or the Church of Nativity, right? The majority of the Israeli public before October 7th, unfortunately, according to all polls, favors a non-democratic regime, the end of a two-state solution, does not care about the plight of Palestinian people, the majority of the Israeli public. Why is that? And what does that mean for Palestine, right? Especially now, after this genocide, the vast majority of the Israeli public does not favor a ceasefire, right? What are we supposed to do when we see mainstream media coming out of Israel, pop culture, TikTok videos that only speak to a greater desire to eliminate the Palestinian people, right? So anyone that says that they are going to support your plight, whether you agree with their missions or their methods, is going to resonate with that child that has grown up in those desperate circumstances. You know, Bassem Youssef had an interview with Pierce Morgan, and he was talking about this. I mean, he literally gave it a human story. If you're a child that's grown up, you've lost limbs, your parents are dead, your friends are dead, you have been made a refugee 2 or 3 times already, you have no future in sight. And then someone comes to you and says, I'm going to help you, and I'm going to fight back on your behalf. Of course it's going to resonate. It's human, right? And so I think that it's important for us to see the world through their eyes rather than trying to see the world through our eyes.
So as Malcolm X did, you're calling for highlighting the asymmetry in violence and asymmetry in moral reasoning.
Absolutely. It's important. You're not going to be able to solve this problem unless you're able to do that. And so when Malcolm said that if you stick a knife 9 inches into my back and pull it out 6 inches, that's not progress. Progress is healing the wounds, and you're not even willing to acknowledge that the knife is there yet. Those that don't acknowledge what is determined now by any international human rights organization, even Israeli human rights organization, that's Islam and others, to be apartheid, a state of apartheid and a state of occupation, and now an unfolding genocide, are not partners for peace.
It just hurts me to think how long it takes to heal. Even if the healing begins now with a knife metaphor, it's just going to be generations, because people don't forget when your father and mother were murdered, or somebody that you know in your family was killed. They don't forget.
Look, I think the point is that we have to come to terms with the fact that the trauma of the past does not justify the murder of the present, and the fear of the future does not justify the murder of the present. The urgency of the world right now should be entirely focused on ending this atrocity that unfortunately the world has become so complacent with. Again, prior to October 7th, this status quo was not acceptable, and there was no means in sight in the global arena to rein this in, to make Israel more accountable, to stop this. I do believe in the power of healing. I do believe in the power of growth. I do believe that we have seen ugly episodes of history before that had been rectified. I also believe in the heart of my people. I believe that the Palestinian people are people of resistance. They're people of resilience. They're people of courage. And they're people of benevolence and magnanimity. And they're people who have been made to grow under the worst of circumstances. I don't see in the hearts of young Palestinians that have been tormented, I don't see darkness. I see light. I see the ability to still laugh and find joy despite everything that's happened. And so I think that the urgency right now just has to be towards ensuring that they have a life, that they're not being killed anymore.
I was wondering if you can comment on an idea and a notion that comes up often in conversations about this, of why can't other nations in the region take in Palestinian refugees?
So I think that we have to tackle what's implied by that at multiple levels. And I actually want to walk back. I was listening to Nikki Haley when she said in one of her interviews, and why is it that you think no one wants to take the Palestinians in? And she had like this deeply disturbing laugh to it. Or Ben Shapiro when he said Israelis like to build and Arabs like to bomb crap and live in their sewage. Why is it that no one wants to govern the Palestinians? Suggesting that Palestinians are ungovernable and not fit to bring into your countries, and that's why they're being turned away. You know who else faced that bigotry? Jews trying to escape the Holocaust. 1939, 300,000 Germans applied for refuge here in the United States. I think only about 10,000 were allowed in, and we also turned away ships of Jews that were seeking refuge here in the United States. On what basis? That they were a national security threat and could not be trusted. They could not be taken in. That's the same bigotry that's driving this. And I want you to think about it, from that perspective, how deeply offensive that is. When you have millions of Palestinians in diaspora, where Palestinians cause trouble, where they've gone, everywhere Palestinians are, they have overcome significant hurdles to become scientists and doctors and to grow themselves and to grow the places that they're in. Where are Palestinians that have been displaced all over the world caused issues for people, right? So it's both racist and factually incorrect. That's not the right question that should be asked. The question that should be asked are, why are these people driven from their homes? Not why won't other people around them open their homes to them? And so I'll just share with you that even on a personal level, it's really interesting because sometimes on Twitter or wherever it is, you'd be like, go back home, right? Why don't you go back home? And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, sure. My parents were driven from their home. Yeah, sure. I was born in this country as a consequence of that policy. Now, I embrace my complicated identity in that regard, and I hope to be productive as an American. But I am a Palestinian, and Palestinians in diaspora that have been fortunate enough to have the ability to build and to overcome circumstances should not be an excuse for eliminating the Palestinians that remain in their homes under that torment. So this bigotry is not new. Unfortunately, its manifestation is ugly, and we have to push back on it whenever it shows itself, no matter who it's being spoken about.
How difficult has it been for people in Gaza to flee?
I mean, they're blockaded from all directions. There is nowhere for people in Gaza to go. They cannot get out. And, the reality is that they don't want to leave. They do not want to leave. The Palestinian people want to live in their land and their homes and to continue to produce, an extension of the beautiful culture and legacy that was handed to them. They don't want to leave. In fact, those that have fled for whatever reason or have been able to get out for medical treatment or because they have some sort of citizenship in other countries, all they're talking about is going back and rebuilding. You can't bomb Palestine out of our hearts. You cannot starve Palestine out of our hearts. I think that's a critical mistake that Israel is making. And it thinks that if it destroys Gaza enough, if it wipes out all the buildings, that people will never want to come back. We don't want to go anywhere as a Palestinian people, in a way that would remove us from our homes.
The Palestinian people are proud people.
And you've met a lot of them, right? When you sat with the Kodagur people in East Jerusalem, what those people have been subjected to, the harassment. I think about the tenacity and the character that it takes to still try to walk back into your home after an intruder has been brought in by the state that's sitting in your living room, that is pushing you around and you're saying, I'm not leaving my home. This is literally what's been happening in East Jerusalem. And we're not going anywhere. I think those of us that are in diaspora, Palestine is not leaving our hearts. And those of us that are still there are not leaving their land. And the world has to make the occupier more accountable, not tell the occupied how to cope.
Do you ever imagine that if your family did not flee, you are now living in say, in Gaza, what you would be doing?
I think about what could have been all the time. I actually mentioned this in the first DC protest, that I remember getting a notification, a news notification, just prior to October, with my name in it. So I always get these notifications, right, if my name's been mentioned in an article. And so, your name's been mentioned in an article. And it was a 16-year-old, Omar Suleiman, who was murdered in the West Bank. He literally had my name. I held up his picture. And I realized that could have been me. So I think of why God chose me to not be there, and hopefully him choosing all of us that are not there to be for those that are still there, to be their voices. I'm grateful, and I'm also in pain. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak on their behalf, but I'm also guilty that they have to bear the brunt of this evil hatred that unfortunately displaced our parents in the first place.
You mentioned that Palestinians invoke the plight of indigenous people, like Native Americans. What works and doesn't work about this analogy?
So I think that there's a powerful connection between the Palestinian people and the indigenous in this land and in other places that have been wronged. We are living here in the United States on stolen land that is drenched in the blood of the natives, and that was built upon with the blood, sweat, and labor of enslaved Africans that were brought from overseas. It's a great evil that we have to reckon with constantly. And so I think that's the power of solidarity. And, if you look in Canada and you look in places like Australia, there has been a refocus on the crimes against the indigenous of those places. I think that what makes the Palestinian plight deeply painful, and maybe where the analogy even doesn't do justice, is that from the river to the sea is less than 500 times what the United States is in terms of land. It's not that big of a piece of land. And so the original lie was a land without a people, or a people without a land. And the problem was that there were people on that land that were forcibly removed. So I think that the sheer size, right, we're talking about a tiny piece of land and a lot of people that were removed forcibly from their land, and that continue to be brutalized under those miserable conditions.
Why is Palestine a special place, a holy land?
It's the land of prophets. It is a land that holds deep significance, obviously, to Jews, Christians, and Muslims. It's the land of Abraham, peace be upon him. It is the land that has such a rich history to it that connects multiple peoples in multiple ways. It's precious. I think that history, while it tells the story of tragedy and struggle over that piece of land, also tells a beautiful story of sanctity.
So you mentioned Abraham, prophets. Prophet Muhammad is deeply venerated in Islam, obviously, but other prophets are as well, Jesus being one of them. What are the similarities and differences in the teachings from these two prophets?
Well, Islam refers to this idea of submission to one God and attaining peace in the process, and refers to the way of life that prophets have all come with, which is this idea of monotheism and serving that one God in the way that he commands you to serve him. So to us, as it says in the Quran, that we do not distinguish between the prophets. All the prophets came with one message, one mission. There's a coherence in the creed. There's a beauty in the foundation of what would become the legislation of each of those prophets. And we see them all as siblings in prophethood. And so we say Abraham, peace be upon him. We say Jesus, peace be upon him. We say Moses, peace be upon him. We say Muhammad, peace be upon him. We believe that Moses came to confirm what came from Abraham. Jesus came to confirm what came from Moses. Muhammad came to confirm what came from Jesus. They upheld the same message. God did not change over time, nor did the centrality of his message of monotheism change over time. And so to us, it's one beautiful house.